For some reason, the intro doesn't play when you first start the game, so we'll just sit on the start screen for a few seconds. One of the biggest injustices in the world is how underrated Peace Walker is. And yeah, we had to sit through the tapes. But guess what? This was meant to be a portable game. It'd be really stupid if somebody did that with a main home console game, right? Certainly that will never happen. Hey, Dr. Tunjin, thanks for gifting the sub to Sir Butterlegs. If only. If only. The doorknob. Music's so good they had to reuse it as a prep screen in Phantom Pain because small indie company, no budget to make new music. Alright, we'll start a new game and switch to more complete save towards the end. Let's see. Large. Well, I can't spell. Large leader. Enormous employer. Look at these, okay. Not yet, Kiefer. Not yet. Big Buzz arrives on a bike and then fucks off on a bike.
Want to go around?
Already too many NPCs. Fox Engine can possibly
Look alive,
handle
ladies!
this.
The boss is gonna join us! Show him how it's done, boss! Your first priority in enemy territory is knowing your surroundings. Your life depends on where you are looking and how fast you can identify your target. Therefore, you must first master moving your line of sight. To move your line of sight, use the right stick. Now when I give you an order, look in that direction. Look up! Good! Look down! Good! You should be familiar with the up and down controls now. Press the action button if you're ready to move on. Okay! Next we'll check your left and right. Look right! Good! Look left! Good! You should be familiar with the left and right controls now. Press the action button if you're ready to move on.
Yeah, they re-recorded it, but
Okay!
the HD edition came out
You
shortly
can change
after,
the
so
controls
it's not that
anytime
different.
in options. Go with the method that works best for you. Next, I'll explain how to change stances. If you just stand there like an idiot in front of an enemy, you might as well kill yourself now. At times, you will need to get low to avoid detection. You have 3 stances: stand, crouch, and lying down. To change stances, use the crouch button. Tap the crouch button to change between standing and crouching. You can move in either stance. Hold the crouch button and keep it held to lie down. However, you cannot move while you are lying down. I'll say that again. You cannot move while lying down. Is that clear? Good. Next, we'll work on your movement. Use the left stick to move around. Tilt it a little to walk slowly, tilt farther to run. Decide which to use based on your situation. Remember that your footsteps are louder when running, making you easier to discover. Be careful! Good! Now we have rolling. Rolling is useful for knocking down enemies in your way, and for getting away when surrounded. You can also use it to jump over small ditches and other obstacles. To roll, tap the crouch button while running. You got that? Tap the crouch button while running! Don't forget it! That's it! Next, I will explain how to attack without gunfire. You may run into an enemy unexpectedly. You may not have a weapon on you, or you may be out of ammo. You'll still need an effective attack strategy. One well-placed strike and the enemy won't know what hit him. To strike an enemy, press the attack button while standing still. On my command, press the attack button repeatedly and take down your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Impressive, boss! Next, we're gonna practice using the stun rod. Hitting someone with the stun rod will shock them with 1.5 million volts. Anyone on the receiving end of that is guaranteed to be out cold. To use the stun rod, press the aim button to ready it, then press the attack button. You'll be glad to know we're using mock stun rods for this training session. When your partner attacks, make him believe it's the real deal. Prepare yourself for stun rod training. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Impressive, boss! Now, we'll move on to CQC. CQC, or Close Quarters Combat, refers to when engaging an enemy in battle at very close range. It is a quick and efficient way of eliminating a threat. There are various CQC techniques. We will go over each of them. Don't get cocky because you think you know them. This will be different from what you're used to. Pretend you are learning it for the first time. The first technique is throwing your opponent. To do this, position yourself near your opponent and press the attack button while you tilt the left stick. Be sure to press the attack button when the icon appears. Now, wait for my command and throw your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Fine work, boss! Next, I'm going to teach you how to restrain an opponent close to you.
Couldn't be
This
Big Medic.
is a cornerstone of
Too many
CQC.
lines.
Grab hold of an enemy, and the bastard's life is in your hands. What you do from there is up to you. Just know that if you restrain him for too long, the average person will most likely pass out. Something to keep in mind. Let's begin. To restrain your opponent, hold down the attack button while near them. Restrain your opponent on my command. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Impressive, boss! Now we will throw your opponent after restraining them. To throw an enemy to the ground, press a direction on the left stick when you have them restrained. Restrain your opponent and throw them on my command. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss! Now we will try CQC against multiple enemy opponents. You can also take out a group of enemies by throwing an opponent you have restrained. First, restrain an opponent by pressing the attack button near them. Then, tilt the left stick to throw them. By tilting the left stick toward other enemies, you can send your captive flying straight into them. On my command, restrain and then throw your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Nope, there is no need for emulators. Everything is in PS3.
Fine work, boss! Again! Go!
I'm ready, boss.
They really should have got this guy to voice more things. He does such a good job.
Fantastic! All right! Why don't we do something special since the boss is here? Anyone who feels like getting their ass kicked, step forward. Don't hold back, boss. When you're surrounded by multiple enemies, you'll have to take them on one after the other. To do it, simply press the attack button again while throwing the current enemy. Just be sure to wait for the icon to appear. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fantastic! Again! Go!
I'm ready, boss.
The guys in the background are all beat up.
Fantastic! And stop! That's it for today! Thank you, boss! Snake!
What's going on, Kaz?
We've got guests.
Time to move.
Don't worry, it's not our friends from Langley. I brought him. Made sure we won't fall.
Thank you, Big Boss.
Call me Snake.
Sorry, Vic Boss.
Listen up. For us, there is no victory.
But in Revolution, doesn't one triumph or die?
We don't do either.
Here.
Ah, thank you. I feel like a new man. There's no coffee like Costa Rican coffee. So, what brings a distinguished scholar from the Costa Rican government to Colombia?
Professor Galvez comes from Costa Rica's University for Peace.
You see, over the past year, there have been sightings of an armed group in Costa Rica. They're not ours, of course.
Costa Rica doesn't have an army.
Correct. Article 12 of our Constitution states that the Army as a permanent institution is abolished.
The Peace Constitution.
You think it's rebels who fled Nicaragua?
No, they don't appear to be guerrillas. They're far too organized.
What's your government's take?
The authorities in San Jose claim it's a multinational security firm, hired by the Development Corporation of Costa Rica. Lies, obviously. They're bringing in state-of-the-art weaponry and equipment by the shipload.
Where'd they get that kind of cash?
I fear La CIA may be involved.
The CIA.
As you both know, the United States views Central America as its backyard. Even after Cuba, we've managed to maintain a delicate balance with the US.
And your government can't just give them the boot?
We are not allowed to bear arms.
Japan's constitution has something similar. Article 9. It says Japan renounces war and can't maintain an army.
I understand that you and your men have neither state nor ideology. That you will fight any foe. Please, you must drive them out of our defenseless country. We come to you, the Militaires Sans Frontières.
So, you want to hire us?
Yes, as our deterrent. We can't afford to pay much, it's true. But we can offer you this. A forward operating base. An offshore plant in the Caribbean.
Sounds pretty good to me. This place is becoming a mess anyway. Snake, we need someplace we can settle down.
The government's agreed to cooperate. Unofficially, of course.
A chopper for transport would be nice too.
I'll see what I can do.
Hold it. You seem to think we're just a pack of dogs of war. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I've heard. You're an army without a state.
No, we've only left our countries behind.
Please, you must help us.
If your suspicions are true, force isn't gonna do any good. You'll have to find a political solution.
The government's hands are tied.
Go back to your bosses in San Jose. Tell them if they want, I'll introduce them to a negotiator I know.
No. I'm not here on their behalf.
So, what are you doing here?
For over 20 years, I've preached the virtues of peace at multiple universities. Tonight, I stand before you as an educator. This is my student. She came to me to study peace. Her name is Paz. Paz Ortega.
Paz. Peace.
No kidding. That's my name too. Kazuhira. It's Japanese for peace. Pleased to meet you, Paz. Call me Kaz.
They've got a supply port north of Puerto Limon, a town in La Costa del Mar Caribe. A few days ago, Paz stumbled upon that facility while searching for a lost friend. She was captured. She's only a child, 16 years old. They did terrible things to her, but somehow she managed to escape.
Thank God.
Just as they tell you that she's supposedly 16, you
Her
can do
mother
this.
died when she was small.
Thanks,
She
Kojima.
lost her grandparents in the Civil War. She hates war with a passion like no other.
My name is Paz, and I will do anything to protect my namesake. It is my one and only purpose. Please, Get them out of my country. Make them leave Costa Rica.
Sorry, kid.
We know who you are, Big Boss. That is why we've come to you.
Miller here. Do you copy, Snake? I see you've landed. That makes one giant leap for us. I'm sending this from the offshore plant, our mother base. The signal is unidirectional. I'll be giving you commands and advice through this channel. Keep your headphones on at all times and pay attention. Also, make sure no one else can listen in. Snake, are you clear on the controls? Take a minute to refresh your memory. Use the left stick to move. Use the right stick to adjust your view.
See if we can get a couple
To
more
change your
lines out
setting,
of him here.
Use the start button to open the menu. There's no one around. Why not try some shooting practice? Select a target and squeeze off a round or two. Press the directional buttons while holding the R2 button to switch weapons. Ready your weapon with the L1 button. Then press the R1 button to fire. How about a little shooting practice? Try hitting a coconut. Select equipment by pressing the square or circle button while holding the L2 button. To check your map, press the start button to open the menu. The M16 is a standard assault rifle, capable of rapid fire. That's it! Perfect. To use the stun rod, first unequip any other weapons, then ready it with the L1 button and strike with the R1 button.
Ah, yes, I guess electrocuted, of course. Just thank you for the 7 months. Shouldn't he have something to say about this? Maybe if...
Using auto-aim enables you to quickly draw a bead on the target. It's not entirely reliable, though. If you want accuracy, go manual. Auto-aim only works with live targets. That means it will snap with some press. So be careful. That's right. Nicely done, boss. The Mark 22 tranquilizer gun can put enemies to sleep. The closer to the head you hit, the more effective it is. Tranquilizer rounds are hard to come by. Don't waste them.
Proceed to waste them.
The tranquilizer gun wasn't made to break things. The tranquilizer gun wasn't made to break things. That weapon won't help you put the lime in the coconut, boss.
Speaking of coconuts. That works.
That weapon won't help you put the lime in the coconut, boss. That's it. Grenades explode. You throw them, Snake? Use the L1 button to ready throwing weapons. Once you've readied the weapon, throw with the R1 button. When using throwing weapons, hold the attack button down longer to throw farther. You won't throw the weapon until you let go of the button.
The grenades here have to respawn. You can't move forward otherwise. Right? Does it really not blow out the barrel? Come on. Did I just get soft locked? Oh, nope. There they are, of course. Nothing about the magazine.
Your binoculars enable you to gather recon from a distance. Not enough room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base.
I thought it was a call about this too. He says we're not the only ones here. There's someone who's already shot it.
Enough, boss. You're wasting ammunition.
Nice.
That is a scarecrow.
Actually, it does. Right here. And there. Maybe this one doesn't respawn though. Should be like, hey, see, I told you.
The facility you're headed for is past that fence. A grenade should be able to take out that gate. Hey, don't you think you could use a little more practice?
What? Really? Why does he always say that, no matter how much time you spend here? I wonder if there's even another line that he says. I was trying to avoid that line specifically, but okay. He still thinks I need more practice. He said that's enough. But this is the timeline where Big Boss nukes half the planet. Ah, there you go. What the hell does Miller want me to do? More than this.
Nicely done, boss. That's it.
Good now. I don't think we can get the other line anymore. It would have to be before I break down the gate. Okay.
gotta thank you for agreeing to this, Snake. Man, am I glad to be out of here. Finally, we can leave all that crap in San Geronimo behind. Break into the mercenary business for real. Let me guess. You're doing it for her, aren't you? For her.
No more poops.
Are they still here?
Come on, Snake. This could be good for us. They're willing to give us an offshore plant. A place we can finally put down some roots. This is our chance to expand MSF.
We don't need a place to stay, Kaz. We're nomads. We always will be.
What? You'd rather keep wandering from conflict to conflict? Tools in the hands of whoever's fighting at the time?
The second we settle down, who's to say we won't become the warmongers?
Listen to me, Snake. We're not mercenaries. We're not a foreign legion. MSF's a business. A new kind of business. Look, it's not like we're trying to start a war here. All we need to do is find out who this security company really is.
Come on, Kaz. It's pretty obvious that they're backed by the CIA.
Wait a sec. That would mean...
Our friend, the Professor, is likely KGB.
I see.
We'd be making an enemy of our homeland.
And there'd be no turning back.
Ah, this damn thing won't light.
Huh?
Put on some coffee, Kaz. It's time for a little chat with the Professor.
I was a heavy smoker. When I got my medal from the Secretary General, he gave me this prosthetic hand as well. But smoking was ruining my lungs, so I quit. I've not had much use for it since. It's quite an honor to meet the legendary Big Boss.
That's just a code name the CIA made up.
Then perhaps I should call you John.
I don't have a name. Stop using that code name you liked so much 10 years ago. What about you, comrade? What do they call you back at Center?
Well then, allow me to get straight to the point. Land as slim as a whip, hot as torture.
That's the Chilean poet, Neruda.
Central America is the navel of the American continents, bridging north and south. We want this land. We'll build a socialist stronghold, then use it to split the Americas in two.
America would lose its backyard.
And with it, its economic production, shipping lanes, and strategic value. We, on the other hand, would gain a base from which all of Latin America would be well within our reach. He who controls Central America will win this Cold War. First comes Nicaragua, toppling the pro-American Somoza regime. In preparation, we've begun instigating anti-Somoza sentiment and providing aid to the Sandinista National Liberation Front.
You're manipulating Sandinista into overthrowing Somoza for you.
After the revolution, Nicaragua will become a socialist state.
You think America's just gonna let that happen?
Certainly not. After all, the CIA is already here.
And that's the armed group inside Costa Rica.
Precisely. It's clear that they've been sent in to disrupt our efforts across the border in Nicaragua. Simply put, the army now stationed in Costa Rica is CIA capital. But it's more complex than that. The CIA's got something else planned as well.
What?
That is the million-dollar question. Big Boss, we want you and your unit to find the answer. Infiltrate and investigate the facility in La Costa where Paz was imprisoned. Learn all you can of their operations. Then, drive them out of the country.
You're asking us to settle a turf war between the KGB and the CIA?
What about her? That was all just an act?
You mean her words about peace? She was captured, that much is true. But I've kept my KGB affiliation from her.
And you thought we'd fall for a sob story?
No. I had good reason to bring her along. She managed to escape with her life, but her friend was not so lucky. Why were they attacked? I believe this will help explain. Perhaps they saw something they weren't supposed to. Perhaps they heard something they shouldn't have.
A cassette tape?
Paz took this during her escape. She says her friend happened to record it by accident.
What is that?
A portable stereo cassette player. The first of its kind.
Ah, I heard they were working on something like that in Japan. Didn't know you guys were too.
I believe what you're about to hear will help you understand.
What is that? A Quetzal?
The phoenix bird.
Paz's friend was researching birds. She went out into the jungle to record bird calls and stumbled upon this.
So? So what?
Now it gets interesting.
Poisonous. I need to get rid of it. I chase it back to its nest. You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's all many people. I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
Boss. Voice print analysis confirms that this voice is indeed that of the legendary hero and criminal, the Boss.
What?
The other hasn't been identified. Female in her 30s with a British accent. The song playing in the background was a hit in 1973.
What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your mentor? Your mission or your beliefs?
I am loyal to
Boss
myself.
is alive in Costa Rica.
As I understand it, she was your commander, fought by your side. And that you killed her under orders from the CIA, thus surpassing her to become the hero known as Big Boss. Well, what'll it be? Will you take the job?
Snake, it's gotta be a trap.
So you still can't turn your back on your country? Then I suppose you won't need this.
Wait!
Snake?
I'll do it for the girl. For Paz.
Okay. For peace, then.
There they are. CIA mercs. Snake, you've got to get past them undetected. Avoid combat whenever possible.
Yeah, good thing they didn't let Ashley Wood run rampant unsupervised, like in portable ops. Here we go, PSP AI. Let's go.
Mission. Hide behind stuff. Take the long way around. Whatever it takes to stay out of sight.
What's up?
Your gun is a last resort. It could just as easily kill you as save you. The indicator in the upper right serves as a compass and shows sound sources. Pay attention to your surroundings.
Is he talking about more stuff now, or just... Nah. Unfortunately, when porting the game to PS3, they didn't exactly do much for the AI. So, and besides, the game works. The way that this game works is by each mission has its own difficulty. So the early missions are really easy, and then the more optional stuff and the later stuff in the story is not as bad. That's why these guys have orange jackets right now, so you can see them in the jungle. And their reaction time sucks, their stats suck, all that stuff.
The percentage in the upper right is your camo index. The lower the number, the more easily you'll be spotted. Conspicuous movements and loud noises will compromise your camo index. Your fatigues will act as camouflage. Keep your eye on what's left of your life gauge on the left of the screen. To the right of that, you'll see your sight gauge. Exhausting it will inhibit your actions. Your life gauge will recover with time. The sight gauge too. You'll recover faster crouching than standing up. Lying flat works even better.
Yo. He noticed. Here we go, Canon game, credits on screen, forklifts, dock area.
Looks like you're inside the compound.
Crates.
Security is tight. Stay sharp.
We're under it!
Yeah. Only games with forklifts in the dock area are canon. Anything else from Kaz? Well, we can't call him yet, so it's just whatever he decides to say on his own.
Start talking.
Voice acting on par with Phantom Pain when you interrogate.
Start talking. Start talking.
I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Start talking.
That's stun damage. Numbers you see in blue. Just gonna shoot this guy in the head with no suppressor. And miss.
You hear that? Gunshots!
More credits. Did it wait until I climb up the stairs for the credits? Interesting.
Your objective is the building to the east.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir, we broke them. We acquired the whereabouts of Target 500.
Acknowledged. Spears are loaded. The barge has cleared Point Bravo.
Acknowledged. Out.
Freeze! The cargo. Where's it headed? What is it?
Irasu! In the mountains!
What's up there? This is Snake. Kaz, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You found a radio.
It's got a circuit that reverses the audio phase.
Let's switch frequencies from time to time, just to make sure we're not detected.
I found a map of their bases. The cargo's heading from the marshes west towards Irasu.
Nice going, boss.
Kaz, this place is full of film badges. Dozens of them.
Film badges? Like the ones used to measure radiation exposure?
The radio man was wearing one. And whoever he was talking to called the cargo Spears.
Wait, that would mean...
Nukes. They're bringing nukes into Costa Rica.
Holy Mother of God.
How's that map, Snake? Think you can use it?
It tells me where their bases are, but it's just a bunch of points. No routes. I need better intel on the lay of the land.
Snake, the professor said he's got the Sandinistas on his side. Said you should get in touch with the FSL and Comandante.
Do they know they're backed by the KGB?
Nah. As far as they know, they're really fighting for the revolution. The KGB is staying behind the scenes. I'm not sure the Sandinistas are aware of what's really going on.
Still can't believe anybody'd bring nukes here.
Yeah, that's a shocker. Costa Rica's party to the Tlatelolco Treaty, which declares Latin America a nuke-free zone. Based on Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles, it bans the testing, use, import, or deployment of nuclear weapons. If word of this gets out, Opinol will be forced to act. It'll cause an international uproar.
The treaty was signed to prevent another Cuban Missile Crisis. If the U.S. itself is gonna scrap it...
Latin America's too close to spawning another Cuba or 2 already. The entire continent would become one big powder keg.
Well, if they did bring nukes, we can't let them get away with it.
Are they planning a test? Showing off? Or is it all to keep the anti-American movement in check?
Good question. Why bring them here? I can't figure it out.
Whatever the CIA's up to in Costa Rica, the professor wants it stopped. We need to find out what that something is.
We need to get ready first, Kaz. Repairs?
Working as fast as we can, boss. This place is pretty beat. It looks like hell. But as long as you're with us, we'll make it heaven. No one can bother us here. No state telling us what to do. This is the MSF's haven, our mother base. And with this foothold, we'll back you up even better than before. We're gonna turn this pile of junk into something big.
Alright guys, let me... Okay, I'll take a look around Mother Base. We don't need to look at the tutorial. We can look at these guys that we start with. And I like how they each have a little quote, a little something that they're supposed to be, telling Big Boss when they meet him. Some of it is hints about gameplay stuff, some of it is Easter eggs, some of it is just personal messages. There's some pretty neat stuff in these. Once we get a bunch of people, it's worth looking through them. This guy talking about battle cries. Also, he looks like Johnny in MGS4. Some of their portraits will be references to other characters and people and things in the series. This guy talking about the gigantic footprints. This guy looks like Gray Fox. He has no quote though. No skills, no quote. He just kind of sucks. Okay. Good eats every day. I need to check if these are always the same when you start, or if they're random. God, all the E ranks. For the last time, stop treating me like a rookie. Okay, right now we can auto-assign these guys. And then we can move Miller from the combat unit to the R&D team, because he's better used for that. We can make smoke grenades. Now we don't need a tutorial. Smoke grenades are OP as fuck in this game. Which can be a godsend when the user needs to get out of sight quickly. Even the description knows. Mark 22, suppressor upgrade. Later, once we get the higher grades, we can see all the different models of suppressor. Don't really need any of this stuff here. Okay. It's tapes time. We're just starting the game, so naturally there's a lot of tapes to introduce all the concepts, all the places, all the people, all the things that they're talking about, all the political stuff. You mean the guns aren't accurate? Peace Walker is only limited by it being a PSP game, otherwise it would have gun details probably on par with MGS4. And even within the PSP limits, it can do things. It still does things that certain other games don't. Even the extra ops, like the side stuff, they have context, they have dialogue, they have a place in the story. Some of them you can't do with Snake because Snake is doing something else. Miller has dialogue to it, and there's tapes about them, and it's like the variety is there. I can't spend every second of Peace Walker talking about how much better than a certain other game with a certain similar structure it is, but here we are. Like that guy that we knocked out in the cutscene.
The boss has infiltrated the area around the coastal supply facility and knocked out the soldier there. But we can't just leave him there to be found. I need you to get in there and capture the unconscious soldier using the Fulton recovery system. Do it quickly before he comes to.
Andy, thank you so much for the 49 months. So for this one, we can't use Snake. So we'll use next best thing. Alligator. Snake has an A in everything combat related, because the combat ability is broken down into all the different gameplay actions that you can do. So if we look at the icons, shoot, reload, throw, place, walk, run, fight, defense. So like a certain other game, the combat ability is broken down into exactly what they can do. So some can be better than others. Shit, I did it again, didn't I? Anyway, alligator sucks, but whatever. you should be good enough to Fulton 1 guy. We had tapes about this mission, the areas. Before we do these though, let's just get the mission done. And then we'll sit there, do tapes for a while. Because these characters actually have things to say. The tapes are actual conversations. You're supposed to listen to them at your own pace, on the go, yeah? It's just a whole different story.
Knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button.
Might as well get all of these guys.
We're under... Freeze!
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Hey!
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton recovery on him.
And what do you know? There's an animation for Fulton yourself.
Keep it up.
Most definitely not useless to research and upgrade things in this game. Yeah, this is what we got. We got 4 fools. They're probably in the brig now. Alligator leveled up because we used them. They're not in the brig. Nice. They just joined right away. They suck though. Hey, this guy's a seer at least. It's probably the prisoner guy. This guy sucks. Thanks for always listening to us grunts. I mean, even we can teach you something once in a while, right? This guy. Make sure we got a good supply of dry socks. I like the M10. Okay. Let's just auto-assign them for now. Until your teams start getting full, you can auto-assign for the most part. Alright, let's just... kind of wish there was a tapes menu without having to go into mission... well, it's not really the mission prep, but the pre-mission screen. Oh yeah, another little detail. It's kind of crazy. See that wobbly background of all the gray and black pixels in the background of this screen? That's zooming in on the portrait of the person you have selected. Not the mask, but the actual face. See how it changes? That's a tiny, tiny, tiny detail, but if you look at this guy, for example, he has long hair, right? So you can see his long hair on the darker side of the screen. For Snake, we can see the eye patch all the way zoomed in. And let's see, this guy is all the way zoomed in, so it's a little hard to tell. But their face is in the background. This guy has the kind of darker area around his eyes, nose, you can see it there. Anyway, we're not here for that, we're here for tapes. So, tapes are divided between stuff about the mission you're doing, or just library with all the tapes. Some of the tapes only appear about the mission you're doing, so you can't find all of them. It's a little bit of a mess to get all the tapes. Okay, so we have the thing that Snake heard that got his panties in a bunch from This is a doorknob. Oh, we're not supposed to know it's a doorknob yet.
Number of warheads detected by the dew line.
57.
Number of MIRVs included.
Minimum 29, maximum 35.
Target region.
United States, East Coast.
Estimated time of re-entry.
2048 Zulu.
President selected attack option.
Unknown.
The president is dead.
Unknown. Communication has been lost.
I select Offutt Air Force Base as my target.
Offutt? But that's a U.S. base. What on earth do you mean?
Based on the projected number of incoming warheads, Washington, D.C. is presumed destroyed. The president is most likely dead. The U.S. government's control lost.
I realize that. So why not retaliate?
With both sides destroyed, global anarchy would ensue. Recovery would be difficult. The United States' nuclear strike capability must therefore be neutralized in order to preserve the communist bloc, where government remains largely intact.
You're siding with the enemy. You can't be serious.
Tell me, how do you define enemy? There are no borders in this world.
The same conclusion again and again. Where is the flaw? All right, let's try something else. Commencing test.
Understood.
You're crossing a suspension bridge.
Is this my mission?
Yes, your destination is the other side. The bridge is wide enough for only one person to pass at a time. A man is approaching from the opposite side. He's carrying a gun.
I shoot him.
Suppose he's your husband.
I shoot him.
In self-defense?
To spare him the grief. One must die, and one must live.
Next question. Your father asks you to fix the roof and mow the lawn. When you climb the ladder onto the roof, the ladder is taken away.
I fix the roof.
And when you're finished?
I jump down.
You'll break more than bones at this height.
I see no need to change my decision. I have not finished mowing the lawn. I must remain loyal to the mission.
Next. There is a snake in the bushes. It is poisonous. I need you to get rid of it.
I chase it back to its nest.
You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's already killed many people.
I chase it away.
It will bite you unless you kill it.
Go home. Kill me. Kill me now.
Why not kill the snake? Your mission is to get rid of it. Is this what you call loyalty? What are you loyal to? Country? Ideology? Feelings?
I am loyal to myself.
Who's there?
Who's that? Intruder!
Boss GPT. Alright. Before we do all of this Miller stuff, let's start with how Miller met Snake. We'll do the in-depth version of it. You know what that means. So first we do this.
Life's funny sometimes, isn't it?
What brought that on?
We first met as enemies on the battlefield. And now here we are, fighting side by side.
You mean Columbia?
Yeah. After I quit the JSDF, I made my way there and got myself a position as a drill sergeant for a band of revolutionaries, despite the fact that I'd never seen a day of combat.
I see you had the gift for talking business in Spanish even back then.
Oh, come on, stop it. You're making me blush. Unlucky for me, though, you were in the service of the Colombian army. I remember it like it was yesterday. It all happened in an instant. You guys ambushed us, and half my unit was taken out. My mind went totally blank. I couldn't keep it together. My whole unit was wiped out, and I was left half dead from a bomb blast.
Then, as I was leaving, you yelled out at me. I came all the way from Japan to be here. My place is on the battlefield. Then you asked for my help, saying, I want to be the one to end it. I remember being surprised that there were still samurai in Japan.
You guys came over to me. I had a grenade hidden under me, but even then you were too fast. The second I pulled the pin, you grabbed the hand I was using to hold the grenade with both palms.
I didn't want it to go off. I'd heard samurai were a proud bunch. I wanted to know why one of them would stoop so low as to try to take his opponent with him.
And I said, I'll never lose again. We'll never lose again.
Yeah. We'll do whatever it takes, but we'll never be beaten again.
Then, I passed out from the blood loss. When I woke up, I was in your camp's infirmary, stuck full of tubes. Why'd you save me? Your enemy after I tried to kill you.
Because you swallowed your pride and fought with everything you had.
I just didn't want to lose.
You found a way to fight back, even in the face of death, even when you knew you were going to die. That's the mark of a true warrior. It's not about gain and loss, or victory and defeat. I looked at the way you lived your life and saw the path I needed to take. As a warrior.
Wow. I never knew that. And that's why you...
I realized then that the battlefield doesn't only divide people into allies and enemies. Sometimes it tells you more than just who's an ally or who's an enemy. Sometimes it helps reveal your true comrades.
Like you and me, huh?
That's right. And 2 years later, here we are.
Alright, so this was the short version. There's a much more in-depth version released as a radio drama in Japan, and normally we wouldn't have access to it, and there wouldn't be like an official Japanese translation or English translation of the Japanese radio drama for it. However, hold on, let's go back for a second here. Thanks to the fact that we can have English subtitles in Ground Zero's Japanese version, since the radio drama came with Ground Zeroes in Japan, and it has English subtitles, we can now get the full story, and it's not even fair to call it tapes, because it's effectively just a radio drama with, you know, extremely well put together sound effects and everything to really bring the scene to life just by listening to it. But we do have to read the subtitles. Yes. But at least they're available. There's an official like translation of it. So here's another curious thing. Let's go to my Japanese games folder. Ground Zeroes in Japan. The art, the cover has Kaz in the background. They only did this in the Japanese version. They have removed Kaz from the background of Ground Zeroes in the West because they were afraid that people wouldn't know who the fuck Kaz is, because people in the West are not of refined taste enough to appreciate Peace Walker. So even though we're starting Ground Zeroes, this is pre-Peace Walker, immediately before Peace Walker content that we're gonna do. So yeah, they removed Kaz from Western Ground Zeroes material. Yep. It really is such a huge shame that people do not appreciate Peace Walker. It's oh well, there's no justice in this world. People just like garbage, I guess. So we're just gonna start this up, which runs like complete dog shit on PS3, but we're only listening to tapes, so we only need the subtitles. We'll put some big red letters on screen because people see Ground Zeroes and they're like, "Are you done with Peace Walker already?" Every time, without fail. Hey, the stream still says Peace Walker. Shit, man. Maybe, now even with these letters on screen, I'm sure it's still gonna happen, but whatever. But this is the Japanese version of Ground Zeroes with English subtitles and menus. Fuck off. The servers are down anyway. Wait, are the Japanese servers still up? No way. Anyway, here we go. This is a menu that the English version of Ground Zeroes does not have. Peace and Kazuhira Blues. How Miller Met Snake. Alright, get comfy. Get some reading. I really wish we could close our eyes and imagine the scene because the sound design is so good. Like, this is serious high production value with actual respected actors in Japan. And it's a radio drama. They're more than just tapes. So it is very, very, very high quality. But like I said, it's Japanese. We gotta read the subtitles. Alright, there we go. It starts out the same as the tape we just listened to.
いきなり何の話だ。戦場で敵同士として出会った俺とあんたが今はこうして共に戦ってるってことがさ。コロンビアでのことが。ああ、自衛隊を飛び出してコロンビアに流れ着いた俺は実戦経験もないくせにいきなり革命勢力の指導教官というポジションを得た。スペイン語での営業トークは当時から得意だったと見える。茶化さないでくれよ。ついてなかったのはあんたが政府軍側に雇われていたことだ。今でも忘れられない。あっという間だった。あんたたちの待ち伏せ攻撃で俺の部隊は瞬時に半数が倒され、泡を食った俺は頭の中が真っ白になっちまった。おかげでその後の指揮はひどいありさま。結局部隊は
どうします、教官。ミラー教官。
ああ、
教官、
二手に分かれる。お前はついてこい。
待ってくれ。俺は
あっちだ。言うことを聞け。
あんた俺を大鳥に。違う、
急げ。走れ、こっちだ。
教官、そっちは。ミラー教官。
おい。仕掛け爆弾か。畜生。しまった。
負傷者の抗争を急げ。互角兵器は可能な限り持ち帰るんだ。遺体は道端に並べてタープをかけてやれ。おい大将、武器を捨てろ。両手は頭だ。英語はわかるか。
手が
聞こえん。
手が上がらない。
大将、いらんことは考えるな。お前の部隊は全滅だ。
俺は日本から来た。自ら望んでやってきた。それは戦場が俺の居場所だからだ。
分かったから両手を見せろ。
解釈を頼む。
解釈？
切腹、腹切りだよ。俺は侍だ。自分で腹を切る。その時俺の首を落としてくれ。これが解釈だ。後ろから円髄の下めがけて一気に振り下ろせ。だが皮一枚で刃を止めるんだ。振り切ると首がどっかに転がっちまう。鳥の餌は嫌だ。できないのか？
マチェット。はい、ボス。
悪いな。すぐ済む。じゃあ
グレネードだ。ボス。
安全レバーが外れなければ手榴弾は起爆しない。手を離せ。そうはいかん。
ボス、
待て。お前自爆しようとしたな。 俺たち日本人は二度と負けない。たとえどんな手段を使おうと決して負けない。負けな野戦病院、いやテントか。
政府が建てた臨時収容施設だ。思ったより顔色がいいな。動くのは無理だ。日中は暑いだろうが我慢してくれ。
帰れ。
話が終わったら帰る。武器もない。お前も手榴弾はなしだ。
帰れ。
永久に痛みを忘れさせてやってもいいんだぞ。こっちも仲間をやられたからな。ほら、差し入れだ。開けてみろ。
何しに来た？尋問か？
違う。お前のことはもう知ってる。和平ミラー。日本陸上自衛隊出身。戦争をしない軍隊か。
軍隊じゃない。
米国を経てなんか目立った実戦経験はなしにもかかわらず、2ヶ月前から反政府勢力の教官として一個小隊を指揮。大したもんだ。
見舞いならもう帰れ。
それも違う。そっち座るぞ。
静かに座ってくれ。
スカウトに来た。お前を仲間にしに来たんだ。
仲間？
そうだ。どうした？本気だぞ。
革命軍には俺のクライアントがいる。支払いも悪くない。
まるでビジネスマンだな。
この国の混乱は当分続くだろう。なのに政府軍にくら替えしろってのか？
そいつも違う。
どう違う？
政府当局との契約は昨日で切れた。お前とやり合ったのが最後だ。
そうか。あんたも俺と同じ金で雇われた。
金のためじゃない。俺たちはみんな自分のために戦う。
つまり金のためだろ
う。日本が奇跡の経済復興を遂げるわけだ。お前の説得には時間がかかりそうだな。
いらないよ。もう帰ってくれ。
お前回復したら監獄入りだそうだ。連中の尋問は過酷だぞ。何しろ俺の仕込みだ。
それが？
例えばフランス人がインドシナで好んで使った爪の間に薄い竹べらを差し込むってやつだ。
爪？
こいつはひどく言いたい。大の男が赤ん坊のように泣きわめく。垂れ流すぞ。
脅しか？
だが生き物ってやつは痛みだけで死に至ることはない。両手両足、爪は20枚ある。そいつを1枚ずつ時間をかけてじっくりいたぶる。それが終わったらまだ爪がなくなっただけ。人間の痛点はまだたっぷり残ってる。歯なんてどうだ。28本あるぞ。お前親知らずは？差し入れ開けてみろ。
これはおむつ？
その時役立つおしめだ。
笑えね
え。外見てみろ。正規軍の奴らが言う処刑。ここじゃ見慣れた風景だ。どうだ、俺のところに来るんなら全部チャラ無罪放免にしてやる。
雇われ兵のあんたに何ができる？
ここの基地司令官と俺は仲良しでね。
仲良し？
奴の上層部に知られたくない秘密が俺の日記帳に書いてあるくらいのな。
ブラックメールか。
奴にとっちゃ命だ。
おい、病室だぞ。
お前しかいない。
だがなぜ俺を？ここを抜け出したら軍隊復帰するかもしれないんだぜ。
いや、噂を聞いた。
噂？
和平ミラーは反政府組織を壊滅させるために潜入した政府側の工作員だったというな。
でたらめだ。
政府軍のディスインフォメーション工作、 CIA の入れ知恵か。
くだらんな。
だが反政府組織はどう思う？部隊は全滅、お前の死体は残っていない。お前を疑うよな。
あんたか。あんたがその噂を。
いや、だがどっちにしろお前はもう戻れない。反政府軍は裏切り者和平ミラーへ報復に出るだろう。単独のフリーランサーとしてはやりづらくなるな。少なくともこの辺じゃ。かといって出国も命がけだろう。反政府勢力に加担するのは割が合わん。金も装備もないが責任は重いからな。だが政府軍もやめておけ。権力の復讐が体に染みつく。俺んとこに来い。装備は自前で揃ってる。イデオロギーもパワーバランスも関係ない。戦いを求める者の理想郷だ。
俺があんたにつくだって？いくら雇われでも敵方のあんたに？
戦うことしかできない人間がいる。生まれつきか誰かにそうさせられたか、戦いにしか生の充足を得られない奴が。あだが何のために戦う？国？家族？金か？
俺は
どうでもいい。だがそういう連中が同じ境遇を持った奴ら同士が仲間になった方がいい。殺し合うくらいならな。
勝利か、さもなくば死か。俺はあんたへの負けを認めてない。
そうか。
あんたにつく理由がない。
お？
そうだ、勝負をしないか。
勝負？
あんたが勝ったら仲間になってやるよ。だが負けたら俺を逃がしてくれ。
何をする気だ？
あんたと決着をつけたいだけだよ。どうだ、傷を治して1週間後だ。勝負の内容と場所は俺が決める。
いいだろ
う。おい、俺が勝って自由になったら噂を流す。あんたは工作員で反政府勢力に情報を流してるってな。何がおかしい？尋問はあんたが受けるんだ。こいつもあんたが使え。
分かった。何か必要なものがあったらここの連中に言え。俺から伝えておく。
そうするよ。
あ、そうだ。
ん？
脱走は考えるな。ここの兵隊は従順だが気性が荒い。下手に動いたら勝負は永遠にお預けになるぞ。
ああ。
じゃあまたな、和平ミラー。
おい。
ん？
俺は金のために戦ってるんじゃない。
じゃあなんだ？
いや、あんたに話すようなことじゃない。なんて呼べばいい？
俺か？
ああ。
ボスと呼べ。俺はスネークだ。
スネーク。1週間後だ。
ああ、これここは置いとくぞ。
ああ、あんたが言ってくれたおかげだろう。キャンプの兵士たちは協力的だったよ。監視役の兵士はついたが、病院の敷地内なら自由に動けた。監視役はこう言った。
ボスにそうしろと頼まれたからな。目がまっすぐだった。不思議だ。あんたはもう政府軍を離れている。だがこいつは未だにボスと呼び、しかもそのことに喜びを感じている。自由に歩き回ったおかげで残念なことも分かった。脱出は無理だ。見張りは厳重、24時間隙がない。ま、想像はしてた。勝負に向けてと称して必要なものを調達してもらった。ゴーグル、時計、森、マッチシューティング用のセミカスタムガバにまで OK が出た。気前が良すぎる。だが兵士は言った。ボスに銃は無駄だ。一瞬で撃てなくしちまうからな。手品でも使うのかと思った。だがそいつは笑って試してみればわかると付け足した。ここの兵士はみんな戦士としての、それか指揮官としてのあんたに深い敬意を抱いていた。軍を辞めてついていきたがってるやつもたくさんいたんだ。あの人のためなら命も惜しくない。かつての部下にそこまで慕われる軍人、それがあんたの強さの秘密ってやつか。俺は革命軍の連中をまるで無知で追い立てるように扱っていた。連中もそれなりに動いてくれたが、俺についてこいと言って従うやつがどれくらいいただろうか。部隊は全滅。もう確かめようがない。最後の準備だ。取り寄せたスポッチを打賃にしてミエールって呼ばれてる地元の行商人に手紙を渡した。しばらく観察していたが、兵士はみんなこいつには気を許していた。酒瓶をちらつかせるとミエールはその名の通りミツバチのように寄ってきた。よし行け。宛先は俺が目をかけていたゲリラ戦士たち。優秀で信用できる。あの時は居残り組だったからまだ健在のはずだった。すぐに蜜が運ばれてきた。説明を理解、計画も了解。これでいい。この時は勝利を確信していた。1週間が経った。よし、この辺で止めろ。あんたも降りてくれ。
ミラー、この辺りはダメだ。場所を変えよう。
ビビるなよ。前人未到のジャングルだ。ここのワニは人肉なんて食べたことないさ。
メガネカイマンのことじゃない。
危険な動物はいない。毒蛇はあんたのお仲間だろ、スネーク。ここなら邪魔者も入らない。
山賊風情のゴロツキがこの辺りを根城にしていると聞いたことがある。麻薬を栽培してカルテルに売ってるような連中だ。よそ者がうろつくのは好まないだろう。前人未到だって。よく見ろ、人間が通った跡だらけだ。折れた草、木の幹に刃物の傷。あそこ見ろ、裏返った小石がまだ湿ってる。数時間以内に誰かがここに来てるんだ。しかも一人や二人じゃない。おい侍、ここはやめた方がいい。これ以上面倒を背負いたくないならな。
場所はここじゃなきゃまずい。
なぜだ。
ああ、待て。何をおじけづいてるんだ、スネーク。あんたの兵士に見張りをさせておけばいい。そいつらが近づいてこないように。それに俺が逃げられないようにな。
もちろんそのつもりだ。
この人数と装備を見たら誰も近づいてこない。そうだろ。
分かった。で、何をする気だ？
森で魚を突く。スピアフィッシングだ。やったことは？
ナイフでなら。
ナイフで？
こんな便利なものは持ってないからな。
そうか。まあいい。取った魚の数と大きさで競う。平和的だろ？ほら。
これで俺が勝ったら納得するんだな。
もちろんだ。あんたをボスって呼んでやるよ。
よし、長居は無用だ。始めよう。よし、来た。こりゃ。でけえ。アロワナだらけだ。いい穴場を知ってたな。だからここにしたかったのか。
まあな。
何匹取った？
2匹。
小さいな。これじゃモズの餌だ。
あんたは7匹。しかも全部1メートル近い。
へえ。よし、お前にハンデをやる。
ハンデ？
この先たった一度でもお前が勝てばその時点でミッション完了だ。お前を逃がして俺は完全に手を引こう。で、次は
腕相撲、アームレスリングはどうだ？
分かった。
始め！勝負あり！ボス！さすがです、ボス！
他に得意なことは？
銃の分解組み立て競争といこう。日本じゃ一番早かった。
じゃあ目隠ししてやろう。
始め！あれ？これがいや待てよ。この先ぬるっとした。おかしいなこれ。
よし、
そこまで！
なんだそりゃ。月着陸船か。
次は早食いだ。
早食い？何を？
あれだ。
さっき取った魚、アロワナを。
そう。しかも煮たり焼いたりはなしだ。
生でか？
そうだ。生は嫌いか？
好んで食べはしないが。
兵士たるもの、食える時に食えるものを食えるだけ食う。そんな胃袋を持っているべきだ。
そうだな。
だからそれを競う。
いいだろう。8年ぶりか。懐かしいな。サバイバルビワー。
サバえ？そんな一息に。
ああ、うまい。
あんた生魚食えたのか？
ローフィッシュを食べるのは日本人だけだとでも思ったが。
いや、日本人でも魚ごとかぶりつくことはあまり。
うますぎる。何してる？お前も食え。
ああ。
最高だ。
腹渡まで食ってる。
この柔らかいとこがうまい。
あ、寄生虫が。
よく噛めば死ぬ。
待った。もういい。
そうか。で？もう観念して俺の舞台に来い。
いや、これからだ。よし、次の勝負は。
まだやるのか？
もちろんだ。
今度はなんだ？柔道か？わんこそばか？
詳しいな。いや違う。射撃、スピードシューティングだ。
大声出すな。
順番に銃を撃って6つの的を撃ち倒した時間を競う。
分かった。 だがそろそろ日が沈む。それに銃声が聞こえればゴロツキが近づいてくるだろう。これが最後の勝負だ。
もちろんだ。もし俺が負けたら今度こそ認めよう。
その言葉忘れるな。誰かガバをくれ。
スタンバイ。2秒62。
やるね。
今度はお前の番だ。
ああ。だがターゲットはスネーク、あんただ。
囲まれた。
よう待たせたな。やっとお前たちの出番だ。
さっきの大声は合図か。こいつらは山賊じゃないな。
俺が一番信頼してる奴らだ。
あらかじめここに集めておいた。だからお前はこの場所に固執した。
まあそんなところだ。
さっきまでのお遊びは日が暮れるまでの時間稼ぎか。
楽しかったよ。だがあんたの飼い犬になる気はない。
飼い犬？俺のところに来いと言っただけだ。
同じことだ。覚えているか。俺は金のために戦っているんじゃない。
ああ、何のためだ。
俺には夢がある。
私には夢がある。キング牧師か。
そんな器じゃない。だが俺も世界を変える。変わる世界にこうする。新しいビジネスを作る。
経営者だったとはおみそれした。
この冷戦はじきに終わる。敵味方の区別がつかない混沌の時代が来るだろう。その時俺は必要な場所に必要な兵員、物資、整備、情報、あらゆる軍事力を派遣する。国も主義も思想も関係ない。世界中にだ。民営化された軍隊が世界情勢と経済を動かす。俺はこの来たるべき時代のポイントマンになる。
傭兵の口利き屋なんて珍しくない。
そんなケチなもんじゃ。あんたの説得には時間がかかりそうだ。
いらないな。
どうだ、あんたこそ俺の下で働かないか。こいつらと一緒に。
そのゲリラ兵たちとか。
そう、教官をやってた時に目をつけた精鋭たちだ。最も信頼できる俺のビジネスの立ち上げメンバーだと思っている。どうだ、あんたも加わらないか。
それは難しいな。
交渉決裂か。残念だ。
俺を撃つのか。
命を取る気はない。無事逃げたいだけだ。
来る。くそ。俺の銃のスライドがない。
これのことか。
いつの間に。お前らこいつを捕まえろ。
いいぞ。
おいおい、違うって。俺じゃない。スネーク、離せ。
ミラ教官、すみません。
なんだと。
ミエルだ。ミエル、ミツバチ。お前が治療中に手紙を渡した相手だ。
なぜそれを。
あの手紙をあいつは真っ先に俺に見せたんだ。
あれもあんたの仲間か。
で、俺は宛先のメンバーを回った。するとこいつら俺のところへ来たいと言ってくれた。
裏切ったのか。
決断をしたってことだ。ああ、
はい、ボス。
それにしてもお前、監視役が一人だけだと思ったのか。諜報活動はまだまだだ。
忍者の家系じゃないからな。
だが兵士の選別眼は悪くない。お前が選んだこいつらはみんないい兵隊だ。お前が政府軍の工作員だっていうブラフの件もすぐに理解した。
どうやって抱き込んだ。
正面向かい合って話をしただけだ。さあ、これでお前も観念しただろう。
そうか、カリスマの違いってわけか。
さあ、だって
どけ。
待て。
俺は一人でも生きる。
止まれ。撃つぞ。
待て。
森を持っていきました。
あっちはまずいぞ。
山賊ですか？
日も暮れる。お前たちここで待ってろ。
ボス、気をつけて。
さあ諦めろ。立て。おい、どうした？かかってこい。
くそー、
好きなだけだ。お前の朝知恵も好きだらけだったから。
くそ
いいぞ、つけ。俺を刺してみろ。正面から堂々と突っ込め。ダメだ、先がブレてるぞ。
離せ、首が折れる。
さあ俺の仲間になるか、あるいは今度こそ本当に切腹するか。解釈はしてやるぞ。どちらも嫌なら俺の腕の中で果てるか。さあどうする？
分かったから離せ。あんたからは逃げられない。まさに蛇に睨まれたカエルってわけだ。
観念したが。
あんた強すぎる。しかも俺の部下まであっさり手なずけちまった。
じゃあ降参するな。
いや、俺は負けてない。
なんだと？
まだ最後の決着はついてない。俺は負けていない。
お前まだ。
だがあんたと一緒にやりたい。協力しよう。つまり共同経営者ってやつだ。
金儲けをする気はない。
そうじゃない。俺たち日本人はエコノミックアニマルだなんて呼ばれてる。金の亡者だってな。だが違う。誰も心を動かされない者に金を差し出したりしない。俺はその期待に見合う価値を売る。それに見合う対価はもらう。だが俺の目的は金じゃない。
なんだ？
認められたい。証明したいんだ。俺には夢がある。あんたにも夢がある。
俺のは夢なんかじゃない。
俺にはわかる。あんたとならそれができる。そう確信したんだ。
だが
運営は俺に任せればいい。あんたが望む主義も思想も国境も越えた軍隊。一緒に作ろう。戦う者の理想郷を。あんたが望む理想郷を。
国境なき軍隊。
あ
お前はコネも実践経験もない外国人がなぜ教官職の契約を取れたのか、理由が分かった気がする。
そうか。
結局失敗した理由もな。
相手があんたとはついてなかったんだ。
立てるか？
起こしてくれ。よろしくな、ボス。
スネークでいい。
決着もいつかつける。
いいだろ
う。そうだ。あんた女は何人くらいだ？ものにした女だ。
ああ、お前は？
これくらい。いや、これくらいだ。あんたは？
俺か。俺は
スネーク、
気づいたか？囲まれた。
縄張りに入り込んじまったようだな。
二人だ。連続
見事だ、スネーク。
銃を持っていた。使えるか？
古いな。
ないよりいい。
この辺りは政府軍、反政府勢力、どちらの勢力圏でもない。
やはり無法地帯の山賊風情か。
ほぼそうだ。
あいつらが危ない。戻るぞ。
まずは包囲網の突破だ。
これは戦いだ。避けられないこともあるが、救える命は奪うな。
了解。
戦友の腕前を拝見といこう。
コンタクト10時ケーキ。コンタクト正面サブガン。クリアムーブ。
Alright. So Miller does beat Big Boss in one field. Ah man, always going back to the English voices after this is always so jarring. It's just so... It's not even close, you know? That stuff really helps you understand what kind of character Big Boss is supposed to be like out in the field with all the men and all the stuff that he does and the way that people treat him. I don't really see a whole lot of that in the relationship between Snake and Miller. It's just not the same. It's always a little bit clashing with the English voices. Anyway, let's go back to our save, do the rest of the Miller tapes. That was just a long version of tape that we get in Peace Walker itself and how they met. Okay. Wait, what am I doing? Alright, here we are. Let's do all this good stuff here.
Kaz, what kind of shape is that plant the professor gave us in?
First time I laid eyes on it, I thought it was some kind of joke. It was a giant birdhouse, seagulls everywhere. We eventually scraped off most of the rust and bird crap. The underlying structure's intact. Little elbow grease? Man, we should be in business.
Who used to own it anyway? Whatever shape it's in now, somebody sank some serious money into building it.
From what I can tell, an American university built it as a research platform for ocean thermal energy conversion. The name's still on some of the rusty old power turbines. I'm guessing they must have had government and corporate assistance to build it too. But they couldn't solve the thermal efficiency problem, and the project was cancelled. Then after the university abandoned it, a KGB front company scooped it up for next to nothing. At least that's my theory.
How'd the KGB manage to buy a plant built with American capital, front company or not?
Yeah, that professor is quite the operator. One other thing. The plant's set up so that it can join up with other plants of the same standard.
So, they were originally planning on expanding the place, huh?
Hey, let's give it a shot. We can get some more people together and build this place up into a proper home for MSF. You're with me on this, right, boss? Snake, you can use the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system to send prisoners and unconscious mercenaries you encounter back to Mother Base. I know you've used the Fulton before, but just to make sure I'm not missing anything, let's review the steps.
Okay.
First, attach a balloon to the unconscious enemy or captured prisoner.
Right. I hook a wire to their waist, and on the other end of the wire, there's a helium balloon.
Right. Then we'll send over a chopper to catch the floating balloon with its recovery hook and reel it up into its cargo hold.
And that's it?
And that's it. We finished installing the recovery hook on the Huey.
Wait, Kaz. Something doesn't make sense about this whole process.
This again.
Well, normally, Fulton recovery is for when you're using fixed-wing aircraft. With a helicopter, isn't it simpler to land and pick up directly?
Listen, Snake. You're going to be calling for recoveries repeatedly throughout your mission. We want to keep the risk of taking enemy fire to a minimum. The best way to get that done is to do the recovery in a high-speed flyby. That's what the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system is for.
Uh-huh. What's the real reason?
Helicopters are cheaper, and the repair bills will start adding up once the bullets start flying.
I thought so. Kaz, I know we need to keep costs down, but...
Boss, you really need to get rid of this whole army mentality. We're not the Pentagon. We don't have billions of taxpayer dollars to play with. And besides...
Fine. Just pick a reason that makes sense.
Helicopters have quicker response time. Sounds strange, yeah, but it works great. I promise. You'll get used to it before long.
Yeah, I hope so.
Remember why we created MSF, Snake. To provide military force to whoever needs it, wherever they are, regardless of nation or ideology. Our beliefs aren't all that lofty.
We just won't be the tools of any one country.
Exactly. We know only how to fight. But we refuse to live our lives at the whim of the state. The MSF seal is patterned after Pangaea, the supercontinent from 250 million years ago. Back then, the whole world was one landmass, one world. No gaps, no rifts.
Our strength will take us back there. What about you, Kaz? Any interest in expanding MSF?
You'd better believe it. I want to make us into an organization that doesn't take orders from any country. Just like you were saying, we have to be strong. Strong enough to defend ourselves. We need money, too. Money to train soldiers to fight. The way I see it, we make MSF into something along the lines of a new kind of business. A contractor providing the full range of military services. Not just combat, but logistics, training, weapons, outfitting, and R&D. Combining the small footprint and exceptional performance of special forces with the raw military might of a full regular army. Only with that kind of power can we break free of nation-states. What I need from you, boss, is to go out and find guys we can bring back here using Fulton Recovery. Then tell us what assignment to use them for. I'll take care of the rest. Your old mentor, the boss. She was known in the West as the mother of special forces, right?
Nothing but propaganda.
Actually, it's not all that far from the truth. I heard the KGB just set up a counter-sabotage cell. Alpha Group, I think they call it. There's even a rumor that West Germany created a counter-terrorist unit within its border police after the debacle at the Munich Olympics. Back home in the States, they've got the illustrious Green Berets, the SEALs, and your personal creation, Foxhound. The seeds sown by the boss are beginning to sprout. Same goes for MSF, right? In creating it, you were carrying on the will of the boss.
Yeah. She taught me how to fight the hard way. She beat it into me.
And now, thanks to her, we can take on missions other than just conventional combat. After all, we've got the same mother as the Army's Special Forces. Still can't believe Professor Galvez was KGB.
Well, like the professor said, Moscow's hell-bent on communizing Latin America.
Yeah, the Cuban intel services are all in the KGB's pocket. You don't think he's got some kind of ulterior motive?
If the CIA is up to something, it's only natural that the KGB wants to know about it. But I doubt they're showing us their full hand.
We'd better watch our backs.
What do you think, Kaz? Why did Paz come all the way to Colombia herself?
It's a long trip to make just to be Exhibit A in Galvez's sales pitch. She's only 16, still a kid. Maybe we should take her wish for peace at face value.
Let's see all the political stuff we can do later. Um,
That coffee you guys brought us is pretty damn good.
Isn't it? Costa Rican coffee is the best. The Central Basin has all the right conditions for growing coffee. It is high in elevation, with steady temperatures and well-drained volcanic soils.
The professor certainly seems attached to it.
The coffee we drank on the boat coming over was awful. It put him in such a terrible mood.
Well, how come I never hear about Costa Rican coffee then?
Because it gets bought up by wholesalers and mixed with beans from other countries. It is really a shame. Such wonderful beans, and nobody knows they are from Costa Rica.
Huh. They should launch an ad campaign or something.
Right. I hope one day people will recognize Costa Rican coffee for what it is.
I'm with you there.
My mother was the one who named me Paz. She said it was an expression of her wish that the country stay at peace. It is a pretty common name in Central America. My mother always used to tell me, never make war. Always help keep the peace.
I remember. Your grandparents.
Yes. They died in the Civil War. I think that is why my mother hated war so much.
That's another thing you've got in common with Kaz. His mother named him Peace, too.
See, because Japan also suffered through war. I think I know how Mr. Miller's mother felt.
You like the peace sign, huh?
See, as a gesture, it connects every peace-loving person. Here, you try it, Snake. Peace.
No thanks. It doesn't suit me.
Too bad for you.
You know, the V in the peace sign comes from the V in victory. When did it start standing for peace?
I am not completely sure, but I guess it came out of the protest movement against the Vietnam War. Oh, and do not turn your hand around when you do it, especially around British people. It is insulting.
So, you live alone now?
No, not alone. I've been living in school dormitories since I started junior high. After my mother died, my relatives took me in, but they were not my real family.
You didn't fit in there.
In a way. My aunts were kind to me and all. But I know how difficult it must have been to suddenly have a child thrust into their lives. When you live with someone, there are no secrets. I could tell my being there was a burden on them.
Sounds like a rough childhood.
I would not say that. I was lucky just to have people take me in. There are huérfanos living out in the streets because their mothers died. It is even worse in countries with frequent civil wars. So, who am I to complain about my childhood?
You're a pretty tough kid, you know?
Not at all. I am not strong at all.
Don't forget to give the MSF staff assignments. Where you place people will determine how Mother Base grows.
Right.
That goes for me too. Assign me wherever you think is best.
You? I thought you were second in command.
Don't worry, I've got that covered. But MSF is still small, and I don't have the leisure of sitting around on my butt all day.
I see your point, but...
Not to brag or anything, but I kick ass at whatever job you gave me. Put me in the area you want to focus on developing most. I'll take real good care of the staff there.
Easy, Kaz.
You probably heard this a million times, Snake, but you should always avoid combat with the enemy when possible.
Right.
We're outnumbered and in unfamiliar territory. We won't survive long in a straight fight, even with you on our side.
I know. Avoiding combat is rule number 1 in a sneaking mission.
That's right. Don't let the enemy know where you are, and attack only when necessary, using hit-and-run tactics to cripple them. It's the essence of guerrilla warfare.
Hey, Sir Magneto, thank you for the 60 months. Let's see. It's always a bit of a headache deciding which tapes to do and which order to make the whole thing flow better, you know, but... let's see...
Can I ask you a favor, Snake?
If you ask nicely.
To make MSF bigger, we need to do some recruiting.
Yeah. What's your point?
I want you to avoid killing enemy soldiers as much as possible and send them back using Fulton Recovery. Not much we can do with a corpse except give it a funeral.
Obviously.
Put him to sleep, knock him out, hold him up even. And if you do have to fight, try to leave them near death instead of dead.
And then use the Fulton Recovery system. Sounds easy enough.
You know what'd be really nice, though? If we had a way to Fulton recover anybody at any time. Choosing the right uniform is crucial. Pick one that matches the mission objective and your own combat style.
Wow, imagine if the amount of ammo and weapons you can carry and items actually depends on the uniform you choose to go with. Too advanced. Only a PSP game can do that.
Naked. That's exactly what you are with this uniform. The pants are the same as the jungle fatigues. Obviously, since you're exposing your bare skin, your defense and camo index are gonna be low. On the plus side, it's so light you can move around quicker.
Good for showing off muscles, too.
Hey, Snake, I heard they gave you your old code name because you used to run around with your shirt off. Is that true?
Don't believe everything you hear. They called me naked because I went in without gear or food. I had to procure everything on site.
You mean they sent you into the jungle without even a pair of pants? On a halo jump from 35,000 feet? Sweet Jesus, you are a legend.
You're busting my balls, aren't you, Kaz?
Little bit, yeah.
Hilarious.
Snake, about that cassette player Galvez was carrying.
What about it?
That was no Russian imitation. It was the real deal. A prototype developed by a Japanese company.
Get out of here.
It's true. It had the Sony logo on it. The product name is Walkman.
Walkman.
It's a revolutionary new concept. Music you can listen to on the go. You can take it with you when you leave the house. I gave it a listen, and you wouldn't believe how good the sound quality is for something so tiny. And in stereo, too. Think of the technology that must have gone into it. And that tape is equally amazing. The treble range is clearly superior to any other cassette ever made. Stylish, too.
How'd Galvez get his hands on a model that's not even out yet?
Beats me. It's not the kind of thing I'd expect some stodgy Soviet to be into.
Me neither. Tell you what, though, it's a fine piece of work. It'll let me listen to my music when I want, where I want.
I never thought I'd hear you say that, but I have to agree. Me? I'm a recording freak, and I always used to laugh at the idea of a portable player. But now that I've seen it in action, I've changed my mind. Being able to take your music with you, this could be the start of a revolution in music.
Could be.
I'm having the guys at Mother Base study and analyze it. Who knows? They might be able to come up with something even better.
Well, we know that Miller likes to drop his pants and moon people. Alright, I think we will leave the political stuff for later. I do want to do the calls about, tapes, about the first area.
Playa del Alba means Beach of Dawn. The morning sun is so beautiful over the Caribbean.
Beach of Dawn, huh? Perfect place to start a mission.
The clear blue water, the white sand, the swaying palm trees. You cannot get more South American than here. It is paradise on earth.
Yeah, guess I should have packed my Hawaiian shirt.
The coral reefs and mangrove forests protect the small fish in the area. Sea turtles come to lay their eggs on these beaches. We are not the only ones who enjoy this place. It is heaven for more than just humans. Bosque del Alba means Forest of Dawn. Naturally, it is situated on the east coast. It is your standard tropical rainforest. Everything you would imagine in a jungle.
No sign of morning sun here.
The foliage is too thick for direct sunlight to hit the floor. I do not know how easy it will be making your way through here.
I'll be fine. This isn't my first trip to a jungle.
The mercenary supply base is situated on elevated ground by the coast. I heard them call it Puerto del Alba. Port of Dawn. They have perfect visibility of the area from up there. We did our best to sneak in undetected, but one of the guards spotted us and we...
What is it?
I'm sorry. You'll have to ask Professor Galvez the rest.
It's okay. You've been through a lot.
I am sorry. I just cannot.
You did great, Paz. I won't let your efforts go wasted.
Yeah, there should have been a few Zadornov tapes. That would have been interesting. Alright. Gameplay. But not yet.
Snake, I rigged that radio so you can contact our young lady friend Paz.
Is she okay?
No need to worry. She's tougher than you think.
Still just a kid.
Which is exactly why she could be an effective source of information. Besides, that little Angel de la Paz is the one who gave us this mission, right?
I guess.
I'll put her on.
Snake.
Paz, where are you?
Ciudad Colon. A school. The teacher told me to stay here until things quiet down.
Teacher? Oh, him. He's... Yeah, that's probably good advice.
See, he has a radio in his room, so we can talk anytime.
Pretty fancy for a teacher.
Promise me, Snake, that you'll bring back peace, and...
I know. I'll contact you if I find your friend.
Thank you. Snake, if you need to know about Costa Rica, the geography, the climate, the wildlife, anything, just ask me. I know about its history and laws too. We learned it all in school.
Got it. I have a question. I'll ask. What?
In school, I also learned that peace is an unnatural state for human society, and that war is a constant threat to our relationships with others.
That's right.
So, to achieve peace, we have to create it ourselves. Crying about it won't bring it about or make it last. Each one of us must go and seek it out.
You won't find it without making sacrifices. No offense, but I don't know what peace is. Never felt what it's like. Never even been interested in it.
Snake?
Oh, sorry. Listen, Paz, I think your ideas are admirable. And I hope they turn out to be right.
Yeah, me too.
Peace is in your name. Who better to help bring it back?
Thanks, Snake. I will be here whenever you need me. See you later.
Snake, use your radio to call people, but stay alert. You're in the middle of a mission and can't afford to let your guard down.
Got it.
Need to know more about Costa Rica? Paz can help you out.
Good to know.
We'll follow their transport route. This should take us straight to their main base.
From what I've seen, it looks like nukes.
Agreed. The key thing now is to confirm whether those spears really are what we think they are, and if so, why they're here.
Follow the transport route. Find the nukes.
That's what I'm thinking. First, we should make contact with the Sandinista Comandante. They can tell us more about what's up ahead, but it looks like their hideout's already come under attack.
We better hope they're still alive.
Snake, infiltrate that cabin and secure the Sandinista's Comandante. Neutralize any guards by knocking them out, putting them to sleep, or even using the Fulton recovery system. You choose how to handle it, boss.
Yeah, what's up, Enigma? Good to see you. Let's see. You thought there would be gameplay. I'm not sure why the game thinks all of these are about this mission, but we'll do the political stuff later. We'll just do the environmental stuff here.
This is a tropical rainforest, just like Bosque del Alba. The temperature and humidity can be brutal. El Senegal means place of mud.
No, mud. Great. I'll watch my step.
This area often gets flooded by the river. There are canals here and there carved out by water.
Good places to hide.
But they will also make it harder for you to see. Be careful, Snake. There should be a suspension bridge around there.
In lowlands like this?
The ground nearby is harder and higher than usual. The river cut through it, eventually creating a valley. There might be another way to get across the river somewhere.
I wouldn't want to run into someone on the bridge.
The valley tends to be misty, so you might not be able to see the water from up there. fall and it will leave more than a bump.
I'll be careful.
When a river floods an area, the banks can collapse, creating a marsh. You see a lot of them around here.
I'll need to watch the noise my feet make in El Senegal.
There is a marsh on the other side of the river, too. The suspension bridge will take you there. The river running through here is Rio del Jade, or the Jade River.
Jade? Are there minerals around here?
No, it refers to the color of the water. You will have to go to Guatemala for jade.
Doesn't look all that pretty from where I'm standing.
We are still in the rainy season, so the river is a little muddy. It will return to normal once the dry season starts. Rivers are an important means of transport around here. They are relatively calm, and there are plenty of canals along the coast too.
A boat would be more than enough to transport some good-sized cargo.
Like a nuclear weapon.
We don't know enough yet. I'll keep looking.
Thank you, Snake.
Going by this map, you've got a lot of different terrain types between you and the hut where the Sandinista Comandante is being held.
Looks that way, doesn't it? Starting with jungle.
The enemy won't be able to see you very well, but your visibility won't be so hot either. Stay alert. Next, you've got the swamps along the river. Make sure you get a good feel for how robust surveillance is before diving in.
Will do.
Finally, there's the boat repair cabin. The Commandante's in there. It's a key enemy outpost, and security is going to be tight. You may have to let brute force do the talking. You still have a long way to go, Snake. Use caution and don't make a racket out there. Got it?
Alright, let's fix up the inventory a little bit. Put the Fultons in the first slot. This tape seems to have gameplay. Chapter 1. Country without a nation. Wait, what? A country without an army. A country without a nation. Imagine having chapters. Like, more than 2. Unheard of.
Head for the FSLN boathouse. It's northwest of there. Press the attack button near the enemy to initiate close quarters combat. You can use the radio you just picked up by pressing the start button to open the menu window. You know you can assign the radio to the select button by choosing options from the menu window. This is Miller, hearing you loud and clear. You know you can assign the radio to the select
You just
button by
told me.
choosing options from the
How
menu
do you think
window.
I'm calling you? Interesting that it says Coda Call, even though it's just a radio.
Are you familiar with leafcutter ants, Snake? They help mushrooms grow. We have them in Costa Rica. The mushrooms provide the ants with spores to eat, and in exchange the ants protect them from predators.
Kind of like us, huh?
That is not why I brought it up.
Nice.
A truck from the coastal facility. Huh. But it's not carrying any cargo.
I wish there was something I could do. Be strong, Snake.
We're counting on you, boss.
Head for the FSLN hideout, Snake.
Not enough room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base.
Kojima firing Blaustein and then keeping his words in the games. Come on. Here we go. Technology moment. Zap the water. Get those guys all the way there. Oh, why did that not work?
Freeze.
Oh, I thought he would
You won't have
notice
to
them.
worry about that one anymore. So long as none of his buddies show up anyway. Go ahead and use Fulton Recovery to bring the target in. Fulton Recovery helicopter is complete.
Look at those
Fulton
reflections.
Recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
That almost looks like a dinosaur's footprint. What could have... I believe in you, Snake. That almost looks like a...
The boathouse is to the east. Head eastward.
Head for the FSF. That almost looks like a dinosaur. You're doing great, Snake.
Does Miller not say anything about these?
That almost looks like a dinosaur's footprint. Snake, help us reclaim peace.
Reclaim piss.
Dinosaur footprints? Nah, it must be some sort of large bird.
That almost looks like a dinosaur's footprint. What could have...
Stay out of the water. That's beyond the scope of this operation. Stay out of the water. That's beyond the scope of this operation.
The river there runs down from the mountains. It is pretty deep. Even big ships use it.
Our future is in your hands.
You're doing great, Snake. Peace.
Piss.
Head for the FSLN hideout, Snake.
Can't kill the fish. Shit game. 2 out of 10. Unplayable.
The boathouse is to the east. Head eastward. We're counting on you, boss. The boathouse should be close by. Neutralize the security detail and make contact with the Commandante.
Somebody got Fultoned. Hose, thank you for 3 months. Fulton Fish. Maybe one of these guys will have a fish coat name. Close enough. Damn, their reaction time really
Fulton
sucks.
Recovery helicopter is complete.
What was that?
I'm seeing things.
Negative 10% camo index. I'm basically invisible. By this game's standards. What's up? Plum Bums, thank you for the 5 months. Sure is crowded up here, huh?
Start talking. Start talking. Start talking.
I'll show you where the item
Start
is.
talking.
Really, there's an item here? Ooh. Shit, now it's gonna trigger the cutscene
Now
up.
meet with the FSLN Commandante. He's inside the boathouse.
What item is he talking about? Oh, wasn't there a thing here just now? Oh, the second floor, because we were up there. Oh well. Did you guys do a prediction? I played Poops not too long ago, but not part of the marathon. Alright, I guess we'll have to check if we have a fish code name. Some of the more obscure fish names I don't even know though. We'll check Mother Base.
Stay away! Don't touch me! Get away!
¿Quién es? Hexe?
No way.
What do we do?
Sandinista's right. I'm looking for someone.
Mi viejo! Shh. He's dead. They killed nuestro viejo.
You're his daughter. Then that makes you his delegado, right? Relax, I'm not your enemy. Cuban.
A cigar?
I'll take whatever you've got. I owe you one. But I prefer cigarettes, you know. How do I look? A little like El Che, no? You Cubano?
Colombiano, a photographer. I came to Costa Rica to take pictures of birds.
Birds?
Yeah, quetzals.
You've got no telephoto lens. How do you get your shots?
Telephotos for amateurs. It's all in the timing.
Oh.
Let me smoke
Okay,
too.
we can talk until I finish this. Chico!
Tell me what's going on here.
This place is crawling with soldiers. They don't look like private security, more like hired guns. They're loaded with the latest gear from all over the world.
I heard they're a security force hired by Codesa.
Yeah, and I'm Papa Noel. Those guys are UCLA's.
UCLA's? La CIA.
I saw them, setting up shop in town. They're planning to do here what they did in Chile.
If that's the case, what are they after?
Whatever it is, it's not us.
You don't think they're here to push you back into Nicaragua?
Impossible. Too much hardware. Too many bases. Didn't you see? They've got helicopters, tanks. It's like we're in Da Nang. There must be something else.
They have a base near here.
There's a factory to the north, across a suspension bridge.
Factory to the north, across a bridge. Have you seen the big transport boat? Mercenary crew on the Rio del Jade.
You mean the barge? It's upstream from here. Up toward Irasu.
Any idea what's on it?
I could introduce you to some of our compas up there. But I don't recommend going to the mountains. We've lost a lot of people there. They take us captive, torture us for information about our compas, and then they kill us like pigs.
Got it! All right!
This was our last hideout, the final refuge for El Frente, after being pushed out of Nicaragua and into this peaceful paradise of Costa Rica. Then, El Monstruo attacked.
A monster.
Y mi viejo. Mi viejo. Papá. He was la esperanza. Our hope.
Now that Papa's gone, my sister's la comandante de la revolución.
Do not listen to him. Papa was a hero who fought by Sandino's side. I am only his daughter. You need a special talent to become cacique. It takes someone great to unite all of Las Compas.
Sorry to interrupt, but leaders don't choose themselves. Neither do heroes. You carry on his legacy of La Esperanza, and they'll follow you, no question.
You think so? My compas trust me, but not one of them calls me Comandante.
Amanda!
See what I mean?
El Colibri! Nuevo! An unmanned weapon! A robot!
No! He won't survive the fall!
Out of my way! Better for him to die at the hand of a compa than suffer their torture. Stay here. As long as I'm still alive, I might as well be king. Over here! Fine, Chico! ¡Venceremos!
Snake, what was that thing?
Whatever it was, it looked unmanned.
Unmanned? I'd heard rumors, but an operational unit?
What the hell is going on here?
Not to quote Amanda, but the hardware they've got here isn't just unusual, it's overkill, which means one thing. It's nukes. So the question now becomes why?
We can't make that call yet. We need more intel.
How? Our source is dead.
But his daughter isn't.
Good thinking. We can follow her. Head for the next outpost and make contact with Amanda if she's still alive.
Roger.
Alright, let's go check Mother Base, see if we got a fish guy. I might not recognize all the fish species. You guys will know. Let's see, we got 9 new guys, nobody's in the brig. Like, oh, that's a fish. Yep, we got a fish guy. I don't know what these are. Maybe oh, herring. That's okay. We got at least a couple fish guys, so that would be a yes. A wrasse is a fish. I don't know what some of these are, but okay. All right, fish is yes. 1911. Then PSP graphics still got its markings though. And curiously, a straight mainspring housing. Was four fish? Okay. Alright, let's do... Oh, look.
Commence target practice. As a special treat, you can practice freely on any of the targets in the shooting range today. Shoot away. When you're done, head over to the exit.
Imagine having an indoor shooting range dedicated facility for that. Wow. Certainly would take something advanced like a PSP game to do so.
Target practice commencing now. Shoot all the targets in the shooting range. When the timer reaches 0, the exercise is over.
And a score attack? Alright, why don't we take a look at some of the advanced features. PSP exclusive.
Get as many targets as you can before time runs out.
Wait, so you're telling me that it matters where I hit the target?
Target practice.
Like you get more points for a headshot and stuff? And there's different targets? Different shaped targets? Moving targets? Hostage targets? Wait, this is way too advanced. We can't do that. Imagine the power of PSP. Damn, that didn't count. Bah. And then wait for it. There's a rank too. This is all too advanced for the Fox engine. And you actually got to develop accurate weapons to get some of these S ranks. Yeah. Go figure. Might as well do center mass with those far ones. Ah, come on. Oh, this is the first one. Should be pretty forgiving. Maybe we'll still get it. And on top of that, 4 shooting lanes for co-op. On top of all that. Wow, I can't wait to see how this evolves. And we still got it. Well, if you use a sniper rifle, you have to use first-person view to shoot. There's even a shower. Okay, let's use this to do the rest of the tapes. Okay, now comes all the political stuff.
Costa Rica isn't alone. All of Latin America is getting swept up in the superpowers' Cold War. The whole ideological split between East and West. In the end, it's just a greedy scramble for wealth by the ruling classes. The Western bourgeois stand to lose everything if their countries go communist. After all, the communists want to abolish private property altogether. So the capitalist rulers desperately tried to halt the global spread of communism. Hence the phenomenon of red baiting. And the communists, for their part, didn't exactly stay true to their principles. They tried to escape class-based society, but between Stalin's autocracy and the rise of the nomenklatura, they ended up creating one anyway. Once people have power, they stop caring about equality. That's where communism, where society in general reaches its limits. The rulers only care about their own gain. The opposing side becomes a risk factor that threatens the profit, and thus the ongoing struggle between capitalism and communism was born.
And now, nuclear deterrence is part of the picture.
Exactly. They say nuclear weapons are the reason we haven't seen conflict on a global scale since World War II. The thought that your opponent might launch nukes against you sort of makes it tough to start an armed conflict, especially now that they've got intercontinental ballistic missiles. Nowhere is safe.
Of course, all that has caused military expenditures to skyrocket.
Well, the only way to ward off a preemptive strike is to flaunt your own nuclear stockpile. And that's caused their numbers to increase exponentially, not just with regards to destructive power, but in terms of targeting technology too. Now they can hit a target halfway across the world with pinpoint accuracy. In a way, the space race was a demonstration of that technological progress.
And as a result of all that, we now have mutually assured destruction.
It's the ultimate form of deterrence. No one's going to launch their nukes knowing they'll be obliterated in return.
I don't know. The chance of somebody hitting the button by mistake is never zero.
You're right. Even with peace guaranteed by MAD, there's always the risk of an accident.
Nobody wants the world to end on account of some machines malfunctioning.
On the other hand, thanks to deterrence, we haven't had a world war since 1945. You gotta admit, it has been pretty peaceful.
Not that it matters to us.
People point at the nuclear arms and space races and call it a Cold War. I say if they're not shooting at each other, why not call it world peace?
Doesn't mean war is gone. Look at Korea. Look at Vietnam.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking in relative terms here. Besides, if war died out completely, we'd be SOL.
We're not warmongers.
And yet, we can't survive in a world that's at peace.
You got a point.
So it's been more than 10 years since the Cuban Missile Crisis, huh?
I don't think we'll ever forget it.
No kidding. Those 13 days starting October 15th, 1962, were probably the closest we ever came to all-out nuclear war. The Russians deployed nuclear missiles to Cuba. America responded with a naval blockade. Then Russia shot down an American spy plane. I was still a teenager back then, but I remember what it felt like to be one step away from nuclear war. The adults were freaking out.
If it wasn't for the Cuban Missile Crisis, there might never have been an Operation Snake Eater. And...
What's the matter, Snake? It's not like you to get all hypothetical.
I guess not. It was the reassessment after the missile crisis that paved the way for the hotline between Moscow and Washington, and also for détente. That's irony for you.
The Treaty of Tlatelolco was enacted to make Latin America into a nuclear-free zone. It bans the testing, use, manufacture, production, acquisition, storage, and deployment of nuclear weapons. The impetus was pretty obvious. The series of crises triggered by the deployment of nukes in Cuba.
Not hard to imagine. Those 13 days had the whole world frozen in fear.
Of course, the country that started it all, Cuba, hasn't actually ratified it yet.
Still, the treaty's backed by over 20 countries. Anyone flouting it risks becoming an international pariah.
True. Opinol would investigate, no doubt. I heard they used Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles as their model when they drew up the treaty. I think the Treaty of Tlatelolco might have been their way of asking nuclear powers not to use nukes against them. That's the biggest difference between the treaty and the 3 principles. I guess you could call it a 4th principle.
So Costa Rica abolished its army back in, what, 1949? Pretty gutsy move for a Central American nation at the time.
Yeah, well, they'd just come out of a civil war. I'm sure they were driven by a desire to avoid another tragedy like Paz said. But I think they had a more compelling reason. Army coup d'etat are a way of life in so many Latin American countries. Imagine seeing that up close.
No army, no coup. Makes sense.
Plus, their economy was in ruins, so they honestly didn't have any money to spend on an army anyway.
Yeah, but weren't they on less than friendly terms with Nicaragua?
Yeah, and in fact, Nicaragua did end up invading. But the Civil Guard fought back and the OAS brokered a ceasefire. The US and the rest of the OAS had their back, and they used it to full advantage. For a quarter century, they survived in the powder keg of Central America. That must have taken some serious diplomacy, even if the Civil Guard is pretty decked out for a police force.
Must be tough to be a country without an army. Paz, you said Costa Rica has no army, right?
Correct. Article 12 of the Constitution declared that the Army as a permanent institution is abolished. It does permit us to organize armed forces for national defense based on inter-American treaties.
Only temporarily, then.
In effect, yes. But in the years since the Constitution took effect, Costa Rica has not once raised an army.
Paz, how does your country defend itself without an army? Especially in a rough neighborhood like Central America.
With the right kind of diplomacy. If we live up to our ideals and earn the respect of other countries, the international community will support us. The 2 times Nicaragua actually did invade, the conflict was resolved diplomatically under OAS auspices.
Doesn't that leave you depending on the U.S. after all?
American influence is unmatched, it is true. San Jose was critical of American policy at the time, but America supported us all the same. It was because we practiced peaceful diplomacy. That is what I like to think.
That's one way to approach it, sure. But there are countries out there who will use force no matter how bad it looks.
Maybe so. I know my way of thinking probably looks naive to you, but it is not like we expect peace without working for it. Diplomacy is a battle in itself, and we have to make the effort to seek out causes of misfortune and nip them in the bud. It was that kind of thinking that got me trapped in their base.
I'm not blaming you. You haven't done anything wrong.
The army was abolished 25 years ago, the year after the Civil War. I learned about the sorrow of civil war from a very young age, the futility of countrymen fighting each other, and the tragedy. Costa Rica learned the hard way. That is why it abolished its army. It decided to pour its efforts into education instead. More teachers than soldiers was the slogan.
Education is essential, no question. Even Che used to teach reading and writing in between guerrilla campaigns.
Costa Rica was poor at the time. We did not have many resources. I suppose we had to pick one or the other. The military or the schools.
Kaz was telling me Japan has a peace constitution, too.
That is right. Apparently, when Costa Rica was drafting its constitution, they looked to the Japanese as a model. Only, Japan's constitution renounces war itself.
Unlike Costa Rica.
But Japan has a self-defense force, right? That I do not get. I think I will ask Mr. Miller about it next time I see him. He said he used to be in the JSDF.
Huh. You're a curious one, are you? Don't study too hard. You were saying Japan has a peace constitution, too.
Yep. Japan renounced war in Article 9 of its constitution, aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order. The Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation, and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes. In order to accomplish the aim of the preceding paragraph, land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained. The right of belligerency of the state will not be recognized.
You know it by heart.
Some things you never forget.
Impressive. There were some parts I didn't quite get, though. Like the whole means of settling conflicts thing.
Yeah, that's been the subject of debate. Whether or not it forbids any and all use of force. The current Constitution was originally drawn up under the Allied occupation. The first draft was even submitted by Allied GHQ. So naturally, there are some who feel the Constitution was imposed on Japan by foreigners.
Things like that are never simple. Same for every country, I guess.
One thing's for sure, though. Not having an army let Japan focus on economic recovery after the war. In that sense, it's the same as Costa Rica.
Kaz, you were in the Japanese Self-Defense Force, right? I thought that Article 9 you were talking about earlier prevented Japan from having an army.
Yeah, and that's another subject of controversy. The Self-Defense Force is an organization for the purpose of defense. Article 9 of the Constitution does not deny Japan's right to self-defense. Therefore, the SDF is constitutional. That's Tokyo's official stance.
Sounds complicated.
Call it what you will. It's a distinctly Japanese way of interpreting things.
Paz really is Central American, though. Not Russian. Where'd you get that from?
The U.S. has military forces stationed in Japan, right?
Right. Even though the Allied occupation ended, American forces are still stationed there under the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty.
Unlike Costa Rica.
Part of it stems from the occupation, but Japan also occupies a key strategic position from America's perspective. It's next door to the Soviet Union, and close to China and North Korea as well. It's integral to the security of Pacific Asia. For America, Japan represents a barrier against communism.
What about for Japan?
As you might expect, there's deep-rooted opposition to the alliance. In 1960 and 1970, when the treaty was up for revision, there were mass protest movements against it, especially in Okinawa. The U.S. only gave it back to Japan 2 years ago, and American bases are still concentrated there. It's a heavy burden for the Okinawans to bear.
Then why don't they scrap the treaty?
Lots of reasons. There's the imbalance of power with the U.S., of course, and if Japan pulled out, they'd be losing the nuclear umbrella America provides. And as for whether the JSDF could defend the country after the Americans left, I really couldn't say. Costa Rica is in a similar situation. They depend on the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance, the so-called Rio Pact.
So, the countries with peace constitutions end up having to rely on other countries' armies. Kind of ironic.
On the flip side, not everybody in America is satisfied with it either. Some people argue Japan is freeloading off America's security guarantee. And you know how Japan's industrial exports are making inroads in the States.
Yeah, I've got a Japanese camera myself. Best damn camera around.
Japan's low defense spending allows it to invest more in economic recovery and expand its share of the American market. That's a bitter pill for Americans to swallow. You know that today, Japan is under the American nuclear umbrella.
Right.
The U.S. vowed to retaliate against any country that launches a nuclear strike against an allied country. That promise deters nuclear attacks against America's allies, hence the term nuclear umbrella. But suppose the Russians nuke Tokyo. Would America really nuke Moscow in return? If they did, the Soviet Union would undoubtedly retaliate. Would Washington really be willing to risk having a bomb dropped on itself in order to avenge Japan? I'm not so sure.
Don't tell me you're still worried about Japan. After all these years?
It's not that.
To be honest, I'm not convinced either. But Moscow faces the same dilemma. Maybe Washington wouldn't retaliate on Japan's behalf. Then again, maybe it would.
So you're saying Moscow wouldn't want to risk being attacked either?
The whole concept of nuclear deterrence is entirely hypothetical to begin with. When you get down to it, it's all smoke and mirrors.
Japan shall not possess, manufacture, or allow the introduction of nuclear weapons into Japan. Those are the 3 non-nuclear principles set forth by the Japanese government.
Allow the introduction? That's funny. Some of the U.S. warships that visit Japanese ports are armed with nukes. Or are you going to tell me they transfer them at sea onto other ships every time they visit?
You raise a good point, Snake. But the Japanese government doesn't recognize it as such. The introduction of nuclear weapons into Japanese territory would need to be agreed upon in advance. America hasn't made any such agreements. Therefore, they aren't bringing nukes into Japan. That's the official excuse.
Doesn't sound like much of an excuse to me.
I don't blame you. Keep in mind, though, Japan suffered actual nuclear attacks. Anti-nuke sentiment there runs deeper than you think. I suppose the government's not really in a position to admit that sort of thing.
So tell me, Kaz, how's the self-defense force you were in different from an army?
The JSDF is set up for national defense. It's not configured for aggression against other countries. It's what you'd call exclusive defense.
Exclusive defense?
It's the fundamental strategic posture of the JSDF. No preemptive attacks. Only the minimum defensive action necessary after an enemy attacks.
Anything defined as self-defense, then?
The JSDF originated as the National Police Reserve. Back then, American forces stationed in Japan were being sent over to fight in the Korean War. So in a sense, the NPR was filling a gap.
Police, huh? Reminds me of the Costa Rican Civil Guard.
Yeah, exactly. They're also dispatched to provide disaster relief. The year before I joined, They had a hell of a time trying to rescue some buses that got hit by landslides.
So why'd you quit the JSDF?
Because I didn't have a reason to be in Japan anymore.
A reason?
My mom had died 3 years earlier, so I didn't have to care for her anymore. With her gone, there was no point hanging around in Japan.
Yeah, but a man with your talents could have risen pretty high in the ranks, I imagine.
I don't know what they made of me. Could be it actually alienated me from the brass. And personally, I could never get used to the idea of exclusive defense.
Meaning?
On a strategic level, I can see how a country could go with the exclusive defense model used by the JSDF, and I've got nothing against my fellow soldiers who believe in it. On a tactical level, though, it just rubbed me the wrong way. To put it simply, I was itching for a real fight.
I figured.
And I felt as long as I was in the JSDF, I'd never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with my father, who was in the U.S. Army. Seeing Yukio Mishima's suicide didn't help either.
Yukio Mishima, the guy who wrote The Temple of the Golden Pavilion.
The way he questioned the status quo hit home with me. Not that I admired his vision or anything, but it did get me thinking, that's for sure.
What was that you were saying? Peace is not the natural state of men. You said you learned it in school.
That is right. They are the words of the German philosopher Immanuel Kant. In 1795, he wrote a book titled Perpetual Peace. Kant argued that it is precisely because peace is unnatural that we have to make it ourselves.
How?
That is what his book is about. Is the concept starting to sound interesting now?
Not really. I belong in a more natural world.
Is that so? My grandparents died in the Civil War. If only we had been at peace, they would not have lost their lives. You actually wish for war?
It's not like I want to hurt innocent civilians, but if someone attacks you, what are you supposed to do? A country needs the strength to defend itself. Otherwise it faces invasion, oppression, political subjugation.
If they would simply stop using force to tangle with each other, countries would not need force to defend themselves.
And how would you guarantee that?
Sorry,
but you have to understand how the world works in order to protect the ones you love. That's not to say ideals aren't important too. They are.
You are right, Snake. Thanks. Peace.
Peace. Hey, Reese, thank you for the 40 months. Is that really how it happened? I don't remember.
Costa Rica means rich coast in Spanish.
Is it true that Columbus was the one who came up with the name?
Your guess is as good as mine. But it is true that Columbus landed his ships near Limon back in the age of exploration. He wrote in his diary that when he landed, the indigenous showered him with gifts of gold. Hence the name. It sounds a little strange to me. There is no way they could find that much gold in Costa Rica.
Columbus originally set sail in search of the legendary land of gold. Maybe he was just nuts about this stuff.
Costa Rica is rich enough without it. Look at the forests and the animals and the peace-loving people. That is what I want to protect.
I know how you feel.
Democracy took root in Costa Rica before anywhere else in Central America. Sure, we had coup and dictators and all, but never a total meltdown. That is, until 26 years ago.
The Civil War. Yeah. I understand you lost your grandparents.
It started with a dispute over alleged fraud in the presidential election. What I do not understand is why friend turned against friend, when they could have talked it out instead.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Even today, some buildings still have bullet holes from the Civil War. A quarter century later, and it is a tragedy we Ticos cannot forget, must not forget. It was the year after the Civil War that the army was constitutionally abolished.
Dispute over alleged fraud in an election.
A new president was elected this year, President Oteber. He seems to be distancing himself from the United States. He has limited the privileges granted to American banks, lifted the sanctions on Cuba, Our last president was so pro-US, people suspected he was in bed with the CIA.
You think the CIA's doing this because it feels threatened by the president's shift in policy?
It is possible, but would they really bring in such a huge army just because of that?
Part of our job is finding out.
Exactly. Thanks, Snake. Peace.
So, are you a student at the University for Peace, Paz?
No, I am still in high school. But Professor Galvez lets me visit his office and study with him every now and then. International law, security, conflict resolution, human rights. We study all these subjects and then use them to build the foundations of peace.
Yeah, I get it. I just never heard the UN had a University for Peace before.
Oh, that. Well, to be precise, it is still being set up. They have started conducting research, but the UN has not passed the necessary resolution yet. Professor Galvez couldn't wait that long.
Oh, right.
Costa Rica abolished its army and has also hosted the Central American Court of Justice. It is the perfect place to build a university like ours. Don't you think?
University for piss. I wonder which line, many times that she says peas actually sounds closest to piss. There's gotta be one that's pretty close there. Maybe you can use that as an audio file. Piss.
Costa Rica's forests are more diverse than you might expect. Not all of them are tropical rainforests. Costa Rica is close to the equator, it is true, but it is also very mountainous.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Go up 4,000 feet in elevation and the temperature drops more than 7 degrees.
There are basically 3 types of forests. The lowlands are covered in tropical rainforests, the highlands by tropical cloud forests, and areas where there is a dry season have tropical dry forests. The lowlands along the Caribbean coast are mostly covered by hot, humid tropical rainforests, what most people envision when they think of jungle. The closely packed trees spread their branches out at great heights to soak up the sun. Their shade makes it dark near the ground, so be careful. Of course, with so little light, few plants can grow on the ground, so it might actually be easier to walk.
So even if you could photosynthesize, it wouldn't do you any good.
Photosynthesize? People cannot do that.
Most people, anyway.
Costa Rica is said to have about 87,000 species of living things. That is about 5% of all the known species in the world.
A tiny place like this? Huh. I'll be damned.
I want to protect that biological diversity. When diversity is lost, the environment weakens. Just look at the plantations.
I think I know what you mean. It's like trying to assemble a unit from similar guys. It usually doesn't work out. Throw a few square pegs in there and everything falls into place.
There are so many species here that a lot of them have not even been classified yet. I am hoping I can help do that someday. Kind of like a parataxonomist.
Say that again?
Parataxonomist. Someone who helps a taxonomist.
Oh. Huh. I thought you were going to say it had something to do with parachutes.
You're weird.
You gotta throw those just 3 references in there. First the end, now paramedic.
The Development Corporation of Costa Rica, or CODESA, was established 2 years ago. Since President Oduber was elected this year, the state has been putting a lot more effort into development.
The corporate state, so to speak.
Growth is good and all, but there is one thing that bugs me.
What's that?
I cannot help but wonder whether CODESA is not just a front for the CIA.
You mean what the professor was saying about the CIA mercenaries posing as security guards? They were using CODESA as camouflage?
I am worried that development is going to destroy the forests, but I do not suppose it has anything to do with this.
Well, look, Pat's tapes are done.
Hey, Snake, mind if I ask you something?
Since when did you start asking permission?
So, You used to be part of a CIA paramilitary unit, right?
That's right.
Ever do any ops in Central America?
No, not personally. But there were other units who did all kinds of stuff.
I remember the Bay of Pigs invasion back in '61. The papers had a field day with it.
Operation Zapata. That was the CIA code name. The whole thing went south.
Then there was Che Guevara, being hunted down in Bolivia. I heard the CIA had a hand in that, too.
There were several units similar to mine. MSP, SOG. They'd recruit former special forces, train them as intelligence agents, and send them on deniable covert paramilitary operations. One of those units trained the Bolivian army in counter-guerrilla tactics.
And then had them shoot El Che.
So the story goes.
Around here they say La CIA instead of CIA, huh?
Nothing strange about it. That's how it's pronounced when you read it in Spanish.
It has the feminine noun ending a, so they use the article la. Apparently some people have taken to using the term UCLA.
That's a new one to me. What's it mean?
It stands for Unilaterally Controlled Latino Assets.
Meaning they're local agents?
Yeah, that's the idea. Washington uses them like pawns. Nobody knows who they really are or what they're doing. Snake, about cardboard boxes. It feels kind of weird me explaining this stuff to you, but there have been a few recent developments in cardboard box technology. So just to be safe, here goes.
Go on.
You can do much more with a box than just hide under it. You can put it someplace and leave it there.
Huh?
You can get on top of it and use it to reach high places, or hide from the enemy in its shadow.
I like what I'm hearing so far.
And that's not all. You can even put items in it and send them to Co-op's teammates.
Really? I never thought of any of that. Damn. Is there anything a cardboard box can't do? Every soldier should have one.
Yeah, well, don't get too excited. This isn't exactly what they were made for.
Which reminds me, don't you think the boxes around here are a little on the big side?
You're right. I bet 2 people could fit under one box, if they packed in tight enough. They call them love boxes.
Love boxes?
Of course, you don't need a love box to fit 2 people inside. Any box of similar size will do.
2 men in a box.
Up to 2 people can fit inside a cardboard box.
Tell me how.
Move close to a box with a teammate inside, and an icon will appear. Then press the action button. You'll stay inside as long as the action button is pressed.
So, same as snake formation, huh?
Exactly the same. In fact, when you put on a cardboard box when snake in, both of you can climb inside.
A box big enough to hold me and my buddy. These are fine times we live in, hey, Kaz?
Yeah. Sure, boss.
You should come inside the box. Well, you know what I mean. You know what? I usually don't do these, but I just want to get them out of the way. So when something new shows up, we can see it.
Don't carry any more gear than you need. If you try and stuff your entire arsenal into your backpack, it'll be too heavy and your mobility will be impaired. You'll only be hurting yourself.
I know. Take only what you need. Every rookie knows that.
You can check the weight of your gear before heading out. So make sure you do.
Got it.
Imagine if that counted.
Even a born warrior like you gets hand tremors, Snake. It happens even when you're full of stamina, and it only gets worse when you're tired, especially with larger, heavier weapons. Obviously, you'll get better aim crouching than you will standing. And when you use a scope, setting your sights on a single point will gradually give you a more precise aim. As we develop better weapons at Mother Base, though, you may gain access to new, low-tremor versions of the same guns. So if you expect the shakes to be a problem, you might want to put some resources into R&D.
I'll keep it in mind. Then again, the more you use a weapon, the more your hands get used to it. Sometimes it pays to be faithful to your gun.
All these little tiny gameplay mechanics that, yep, too advanced.
Jungle fatigues are made for jungle combat. They provide decent protection and let you carry a fair number of weapons. Your standard uniform, basically. The distinguishing factor is that your camo index will vary a lot, depending on the area. Wear a pattern that makes you blend in with your surroundings, and your camo index goes up. Wear something that clashes, and you'll stick out like a sore thumb.
Pick the right pattern for the occasion. Sigint used to lecture me on it all the time.
Cooperative operations, or co-ops for short, is the term for taking on missions in teams of 2 or more. The basic co-ops unit is a 2-man cell.
Even a single teammate is great to have in enemy territory.
And there are actually quite a few things you can't do by yourself. You can help each other climb walls, divide up mission roles. On the other hand, if one of you is spotted, the other one's screwed too. And it's kind of tough for 2 people to hide in one small space.
Good point. But what's more important than anything is how close you are to your comrades.
Well said. Working as a 2-man cell can make the mission easier or harder, depending on how well you work together. It's also good to note that if you've got a clear, specific objective, it can be to your advantage to use an even bigger team. That said, teams of 3 or more run a much greater risk of being spotted.
Yeah. In a sneaking mission, the fewer people you have, the easier it is to get around.
In co-ops, you can trade weapons and equipment with your teammates. You can also display your teammates' inventories from your weapon or equipment menu. Ammo is shared too, of course.
Ammo, sure. How about life? That also shared?
Yep. You all sink or swim together. Your teammate dies, you die. You need to be within a certain distance of each other to swap items.
Yeah, I know. I've been in this business so long I can virtually see that distance. Looks kind of like a ring in my head.
That's why you're the boss. Okay, we'll call it the co-op ring, and entering the ring will be called going co-op in.
Well, so there's a canon reason why we can see the ring. Nice.
Another thing. During a mission you can assume what we'll call the snake formation. Same as your codename, but probably not standard operating procedure for a guy who specializes in going solo.
Damn right. There's only room for one snake.
In co-ops, though, it's a highly effective formation. The signal for snake formation is to tap your teammate on the shoulder.
Can't form up until you're close enough to reach out and touch someone.
Entering snake formation is called going snake in. When you're snake in, the soldier at the front of the line controls movement. The soldiers in back focus on scouting and attack. Just because your heart stops doesn't mean you're dead immediately.
Right. The heart just circulates blood through the body. But stopping it does cut oxygen supply to the brain. You'll be dead soon after.
Which is why we have CPR. Let's say your heart does stop. If someone performs CPR before your brain cells die, you can recover. In co-ops, when the life gauge drops to 0, it means you're in a near-death state. You won't be able to move or anything else. Performing CPR on near-death teammates can bring them back into action. Of course, performing CPR in the middle of battle isn't exactly safe. You're leaving yourself exposed. Even so, in co-ops, you and your teammates are all in the same boat. Don't think you can get away with leaving one of them behind.
I wouldn't think of it. And I'd expect them to do the same for me.
If you let all your teammates die during a mission, there'll be nobody left to save you.
And then, it's game over.
These are actually pretty interesting. Haven't done it in a while.
Building trust with your teammates is essential to success in co-ops.
That goes without saying. I'm not gonna let somebody I can't trust cover my ass.
The measure of that trust is called camaraderie. Think of it as an indicator of how strong your bond is with your co-op's teammates. The friendlier you act toward them, the greater your camaraderie.
Give me an example.
Your camaraderie will be higher if you're co-op in than standing apart. Saving a teammate's life with CPR also strengthens your bonds with them. Things like hitting a teammate with friendly fire will cause your camaraderie to go down.
Makes sense.
Camaraderie carries over from mission to mission. The next time you go co-ops in with the same guy, you'll start off strong. But be careful. If you keep taking new people with you on missions, your camaraderie with past teammates eventually reverts back to its original level.
Got it. I'll have to make sure to renew old friendships once in a while.
The performance benefits gained from Snake Sync and co-ops depend on your camaraderie. It's always best to keep things cool with your teammates. Stand still when you're Snake in, and you and your teammates will start to get in sync.
In sync?
That's right. Stay still together and you'll enter Snake Sync mode. The synergy will give you a boost in performance. You'll move faster, recover faster, and have better camouflage.
In other words, we're at our best when we're in the same groove.
You got it. If you've got a big task ahead, can't hurt to take some time to get in sync. Like I said before, the benefits you get from Snake Sync depend on your camaraderie.
I hear ya. It's a lot easier knowing you've got someone you know and trust covering your back. Lets you focus that much more on what you have to do.
Oh man, I actually have to do a bunch of those for my insignias and the other save.
If camaraderie represents how much your teammates trust you, then heroism shows how high your reputation is.
Heroism?
That's right, heroism. Your reputation affects your ability to recruit new members to MSF. With higher heroism, it won't take as long to convince guys to join our cause and send them back by Fulton Recovery.
So, how do I get this heroism thing to go up?
Lots of ways. Complete tough missions, avoid unnecessary bloodshed, and don't get caught by the enemy like a deer in headlights, or you'll never be heroic. Also, getting out there and attacking the enemy in co-ops will boost your reputation among your teammates. Of course, it'll get the enemy gunning right for you, too. But don't sweat it. Be yourself. Be the boss. From where I'm standing, you're plenty heroic already.
Knock it off.
Seems the R&D team's been busy working on co-ops only weapons.
Co-ops only?
Like a gun with extreme firepower, but only when 2 people fire it at once. I hear it's still in the concept stage.
I know some rocket launchers need 2 people to operate, but a co-ops only weapon.
Hey, if they come up with something good, you'll have that much more reason to go co-ops. Why don't you check in and see how they're doing every once in a while?
Interesting that they give you this tape this early in the game.
In co-ops, maintaining close communications with your teammates is crucial.
Absolutely. Losing track of each other on the battlefield is a good way for a unit to get itself wiped out.
Enemy positions, orders, distress calls. When communications break down, you get picked off one by one. Now about co-ops comms.
Co-ops comms?
It's a radio system for communicating with co-ops teammates. First, press the Start button to open the menu. Then select Co-ops Comms. After that, press one button to choose a category, then another button to select the actual message. So basically, you use different combinations of 2 buttons to send different messages.
Easy enough.
You can set which messages go with which buttons during mission prep.
Sounds like it's going to be a pain to send messages until I get used to it.
Then why don't you assign Co-ops Comms to the Select button? That should make things a little quicker and easier. Just go to Select button under Options.
I'll give it a try.
Yeah, we might see some co-op here and there depending on which mission and the timing of, there's people available and all that. Oh shit.
Snake, you familiar with the Japanese word kotodama?
Kotodama.
Unfortunately, there's no direct equivalent in English. But to keep it simple, let's call it a sort of battle cry.
Battle cry, huh?
Right. But kotodama is actually a deep Japanese concept. Koto means word, and dama means spirit. It signifies that words have power that affect our reality.
Are you feeling okay?
I guess I made it sound kind of like mumbo-jumbo, huh? Seriously, though, haven't you ever felt energized when a teammate cheered you on? Or the other way around? Ever had your legs cut out from under you by a thoughtless remark?
Yeah, I know the feeling. Words can have a powerful mental effect on people.
Same goes for Co-ops Comms. Offering praise to somebody could make them run faster than usual, or make somebody who thinks they're done for get up and fight again. See what I'm saying?
I get the picture. So it works in reverse, too.
The powers of words are many and varied. Try using them for yourself.
That's too bad that since I started Peace Walker, I probably won't be finishing it. So, even when we switch to the more complete save, I won't be showing stuff. Maybe you guys can get 3Dog to do it, but I'm not sure he's really familiar with all the co-op stuff in this game at all. Whoa, we actually did every tape. Congratulations. Now, more tapes.
The direction Amanda's Sandinistas were going corresponds to the location of the next outpost, a supply depot. We should be able to make contact with her there.
Okay.
To get to your next objective, you'll need to backtrack along the way you came for a bit. Don't get too comfortable just because you know the terrain. The enemy knows you're out there now. They'll be out in greater force than before. Proceed with caution. Refrain from using firearms unless absolutely necessary.
Looks like I'll have to cross the river.
Yeah. There's a suspension bridge you can use. It's the only way across. You'll have to be a little creative to keep from being spotted.
So, I cross the bridge, go through the swamp, and come to a banana plantation.
Complete with its own factory by the looks of it. It's going to feel a lot different moving through that area compared to the forest. Stay on your toes.
Got it.
Also, you may encounter Sandinista prisoners along the way. Try and save as many as you can with Fulton recovery.
I'll keep an eye out.
Clearly the beginning is when they throw all the characters and tapes and places and context of the story all at once. And this is not supposed to be done all at once in one sitting, but that's why the beginning is a little slow. Then as we go through the game, we'll meet a few more important characters, and each time we get them, there'll be a bunch of tapes at first, and then it slows down. So
There's
it just
a
goes
lot
like
of
that.
banana cultivation along Costa Rica's Caribbean coast. The area is dotted with banana plantations. Bananas have been Costa Rica's main crop since they were introduced from Panama in the 19th century. They bring in a fair amount of foreign currency.
A real fruta de oro, huh?
Oh, God.
See, but exporting all those bananas require a ton of land.
Hence all the plantations.
Clearing all that forest just to grow bananas robs animals of their habitats. I do not know how good that is for Costa Rica in the end.
I forgot it's the fucking tape where he says that. Alright, gameplay and my tapes. Oh, look at these clowns.
Careful. They've got reinforcements coming.
Like soon we're gonna get Amanda, and then it's gonna be a bunch of Amanda tapes, and then there's gonna be new tapes with Kaz about Amanda. It's almost as if the characters in this game actually have things to say. The tapes are actual conversations, and they have their personalities and motives and themes to them.
Amanda went across that rope bridge. Hurry.
How about some Wolbachia instead?
Freeze.
You might be able to get past the enemy by hanging from the bridge. Press the action button near the bridge's handrail to hang. You can't hang down when you're crouching.
Alright, we don't need to, but let's do it.
can't be imagining things.
I think one of these days I'm gonna try to do real kind of ghost runs for the games. Instead of fucking shooting everybody in the face with the tranquilizer or seeing them or whatever. Actually avoiding people, even if it takes a long time. Might be interesting. This guy just facing here again. What is the point of doing this? I could have just shot him in the face or in the back. Actually go by the game lore, not using weapons unless absolutely necessary. I don't know, they give you way too many resources for that though. So I don't know if it's really intended or not. Especially in lower difficulties, it's ridiculous.
Fulton recovery.
Though MGS1 is already a lot like that. There isn't a whole lot of sneaking and guard interaction in MGS1. There's very, very little actual guard interaction when sneaking in MGS1. You can mostly just leave them alone.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Press the action button in front of a prisoner to take them to Mother Base using the Fulton recovery system.
Love box. I have 2 boxes now. Nice.
Freeze.
Why does it break? Because it's low level.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
No, viewer. Otherwise I would have played the Risk already. Yes, I know what you mean, don't worry. Kojima isn't exactly in a position to slap the Metal Gear name on anything anymore. Is there a guy here? Nope, there's a camel.
Amanda should be at the supply depot on the banana plantation. Snake, try to make contact with Amanda. It looks like there are zebra long-winged butterflies around there. Their larvae eat passion flowers, which are poisonous, and they retain that poison when they become adults.
We're counting on you, boss.
You are doing great, Snake!
Kind of crazy that this game has both a lot of tapes and a lot of actual in-game calls scattered all over. I'm pretty sure there's still a lot of calls I haven't heard in this game.
You're gonna have to pass through the sorting area to get to the other side. Our future is in your hands. You're gonna have to pass through.
Amanda should be at the
We're counting on you, boss.
Kind of a pain in the ass though, because you can't decide, you can't pick who to call. It's random. You press the radio button if one person answers.
Snake, try to make contact with Amanda.
Hey, hello, who dis?
Amanda.
The enemy sniper. It's select or square if you have it turned on in the menu.
Looks like there's no way around him. You up for this, Snake?
It has 3 functions that you have to switch around the menu, either auto aim, co-ops, radio, or in-game radio.
Listen, boss. We both know you're the reason MSF's grown so much, but it's time we started putting more thought into provisions.
Good point. A place this big needs a good stockpile on hand.
The Japanese say you can't fight on an empty stomach. Something we learned in World War II.
Obviously. Maintaining a steady supply of provisions is one of the basic principles of logistics.
So I went ahead and set up a mess hall team. The team members' numbers and abilities will affect the amount of grub to go around. Without enough food, morale will drop. They get hungry enough, and we could start losing people. Anyway, I need you to assign guys to the mess hall team.
Copy that.
Imagine actually having a mess hall team. Next, you're going to tell me that the buildings of Mother Base actually make sense when you develop them. And you can see what they're supposed to be for. This I'm just 5 in this marathon. Yeah, you're looking at it. What's that? The music changes in the menu when there's something going on in the story? You mean to tell me that there's music and actual OST in this game? And sound design to go with it? Impossible.
That's an armored vehicle unit, Snake. Either destroy the vehicle or neutralize the soldiers. Take it out.
That's not possible, everybody knows that. Otherwise, the Fox engine would have done it. Right?
Enemy tanks, armored vehicles, and attack choppers are always accompanied by a combat squad. The soldiers aren't particularly tough on their own. What makes them formidable is how well they work together as a team. As if you didn't have enough to worry about with a machine.
Good. I like a challenge.
Yeah. We'll see how you feel when you actually have to face them in battle. Snake, whatever you do, don't let them surround you. The last thing you need is to get pushed into the vehicle's kill zone. And pay attention to what your enemies say to each other. You can improve your chances by figuring out what they're planning and using it to preempt their movements. You don't always have to go toe-to-toe to win a fight. Think like a gorilla.
Got it.
Like a gorilla. Are we getting invaded by the French? Oh no. Make sure to pick up their rifles when they drop it.
Panama disease was rampant here about 20 years ago, putting a lot of banana plantations out of business.
Panama disease?
It is caused by a type of fungus. Apparently it killed off almost all the banana species that used to grow here.
How could that happen?
Cultivated bananas do not produce seeds. You have to remove and transplant part of the stem yourself. You plant them in the fields.
So you've got acres of identical plants?
See, when one plant is infected, the disease spreads quickly. Species lacking genetic diversity become weak. They grow different bananas today.
Oh shit, it's liquid.
One said to be resistant to Panama disease.
Blonde character talking about science is symmetry wiping out a species. Confirmed, Paz is liquid. Okay. Armored tank battle. Smoke grenades. I don't know, we don't really need it. But all we do is just stay behind it. Yeah, and you get filled too. I'm not French, I swear.
You've got to neutralize that armored vehicle somehow.
Somehow.
The accompanying soldiers are armed to the teeth.
I actually hit the guy in the head with it. Get rid of those empty mags.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
And I'll just wait for these guys. Push the vehicle. What's up? Oh fuck, I didn't stun this guy all the way. I thought I got him in that pile of stuns. Shit. Oh well. Clearly not, because that guy got up. Also the stun rod having no usage level right now. But yeah, it's funny, those guys don't actually start seeing until they're all the way out of the vehicle. So you can just do funny shit like that. Nah. This is bullshit. Now I'm getting impatient. Nah.
You've got to neutralize that armored vehicle somehow. The accompanying soldiers are armed to the teeth. Watch yourself.
Enemies close by!
Potato sun rod right now.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Naturally. Well, give him a good zap now. They all down? Okay.
That's gotta be the leader. Can you take him down?
Crazy guy driving with his feet. Whoa, 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 whoa. I think the game has a thing that checks whether you're moving to dodge most of the enemy fire. So even if you're moving in the same spot, it counts. Mostly. That's too fucking funny. Get back here, you crazy asshole. Maybe it's just because this guy's like E rank. Now he does hit me sometimes. And one more. Where's he even shooting? He's not stopping. I've never seen them do this before. They don't stop shooting. That was weird. It's not 100% reliable though. Okay, enough.
The enemy leader's out cold. Bring him in.
Amanda!
Shoot it!
You'll fall!
Shoot El Chico Libre!
So the AI singing like that is a reference to Hal singing in the 2001 movie, which in itself is a reference to the first computer ever in the 60s singing in real life the Daisy song. It's all a reference to a reference of a reference. Let's see, where should we aim? Suki, thank you for the 10 mods. What's up?
What are you aiming at? El Chico Libre!
Alright, this time for sure. I don't know Spanish. She says aim at Chico's sister, right? I love how you can do that.
What are you aiming at? El Chico Libre!
Yeah, I wish she had more lines where she gets more and more pissed off. That nah. Eventually, she just does it herself. Which is kind of cooler. It's more in character for her.
I will take my own life before I sell out my copas under torture.
You get a Shiri rank, but whatever. It's kind of cool. Don't worry, MGS V is such a huge slog that we'll both get to play. We'll see which parts, but
What is it?
there is no escaping it.
Can you roll me one? Tobacco.
Oh, yeah.
Chico.
Hold still.
I treated him like a kid again. We fought.
You what?
I didn't want Chico to know. Kept it a secret. Somoza's Guardia chased us out of Nicaragua. Across the Rio San Juan. And we ended up here. The only reason we've been able to keep on fighting.
Amanda.
The factory. You saw it?
The banana factory.
A front. It's a drug refining plant. The KGB set it up for us to run. We used the income to buy food and weapons. Mi viejo never said a word, but we all knew. Everyone except Chico. Everything we have. Our weapons, our compass. He brought it all together. We were going to rebuild our country. Rebuild Nika with our own hands. Even if we had to dirty our hands to do it. But it's all over. We lost our cacique. Papa! I could never replace him. Now they've taken the plant from us too. There's no place left to regroup. No way to fight la revolución.
Here, I rolled you one.
What about you? You're going after that cargo?
Yeah.
Must be important,
Looks that way. It looks like it could be nukes.
What? Nukes? Madre de Dios. No time to waste. We must get to Irasu. The transport route leads there. It must be where they're holding Chico and my compas, too. Whenever Chico and I argue, he goes off to be by himself. That's why he knows more than anybody about their bases. Chico.
You're pretty worried about your baby brother.
This is why I'm not fit to be a leader.
Fine. It's a little bit out of my way, but just tell me where I need to go.
There's a prison up in the mountains. That's probably where he is.
A prison in the mountains.
You must do something for me. If you can't save Chico, I want you to ease his pain, end his humiliation. If he gives in, if he's about to sell out his compass, please, at least let him keep his honor.
That's a promise I can't make.
Why?
Amanda, we gave up our homes, but we're still alive. We're still fighting. And there's always another reason to keep on living.
I feel alive again.
Amanda, join my unit until you've healed up.
Your unit?
Yeah,
Who are you? Why are you here?
I'm Snake. Serviente.
Snake? Could it be the great cacique has come to lead us?
Kaz, can you hear me?
MSF here.
One for recovery. She's wounded.
Acknowledged.
Kaz, the cargo on the barge. I was right. It's headed for the mountains.
You think that's where they're taking the nukes?
I'm sure of it. Let's move.
Snake, Amanda's reached the plant.
Snake,
Amanda, how do you feel?
some first helicopter ride. I'll be perfectly happy if it's my last.
As you can see, she's doing fine. I set Amanda up with her own frequency, so call her anytime you need to.
If you have any questions about American bases or mercenary units, or about El Frente, just ask. And please, do not forget my compass and Chico.
Don't worry.
It's good to be working with you, boss.
Snake, we can monitor her condition in sickbay. Remember to assign roles to any POWs you bring back to Mother Base. How this outfit gets built depends on who we assign to what jobs. That'll determine how Mother Base grows. It's one of your most important roles, boss.
Yeah, I know.
Time for medics. Big medical unit.
Boss, one more thing.
Now what?
It's about sickbay. Naturally, we can use it for the sick or injured like we did with Amanda. But we can't expect people to get better without the proper treatment.
Uh-huh.
So I figure we'll need a medical team for that. The number of team members and their abilities will determine how quickly the sick and injured heal. They can also monitor everybody's health.
Right. Prevention is the best medicine.
You got it. Remember to wash your hands often and gargle twice a day, boss.
If only I had the time.
Big medical unit established. The best guy in there will be our man. A fucking joke. Alright, there's no medics right now. Amanda is injured. She'll stay injured. But you know what? Usually if you take somebody who's injured out of sickbay, they die after a while. But Amanda's a unique character. She can't die. So we can put her in the kitchen. You don't need legs to peel potatoes, do you? There you go. We have invented food. In the Japanese version, these are actual Doritos. MSF invented Doritos and Mountain Dew and other things. Borderless taste. Organic too. Burrito remake confirmed. Now that we've got Amanda, we've got all the Amanda tapes. Let's go.
Since it was founded, my country has not once been able to choose its own path. First Spain, then America. Over 100 years of this.
I know.
In the 19th century, an American mercenary named William Walker seized power in Nicaragua.
I'd heard he exploited rivalries between the political parties.
Even after we expelled him, the Americans sent in their Marines under the pretext of quelling political unrest.
And the real reason?
To intimidate the government and thwart the construction of the Nicaragua Canal.
I thought the U.S. already has the rights to build a canal in Nicaragua.
They never intended to build a canal there. They'd already started digging in Panama. A canal in Nicaragua would break up the Panama Canal's monopoly. Reason enough for America to stick its nose into our affairs.
They snagged the rights so nobody else could build there.
It was General Sandino who finally stood up to los Yankees. General Sandino waged a guerrilla war against the Marines, at last driving them out. He was a true hero, and to us Sandinistas, like a father. But when they pulled out, the Americans left us something to remember them by.
The National Guard.
Yes, La Guardia. In name, a peacekeeping force, but in reality, Commander Somoza's personal army, answering to no one else. Unable to stay silent, General Sandino went to protest and was assassinated by Somoza as he made his way home. It was then that Somoza and Los Sapos began to eat our country alive from the inside. It has been 40 years since the Somoza family became the rulers of Nicaragua. With La Guardia at their command, no one can challenge them.
You came here on the run from the National Guard, right?
See, they took everything. Our land, our homes, our jobs.
Now belong to Somoza.
See, the law too. He's even got the judges in his pocket. You defy him, you face death. Everyone bows and scrapes before La Guardia. Even then you might get a beating if they are in a bad mood.
And you're trying to change things.
That's not all. These Somozas have used their power to line their pockets. They confiscate people's land and hand it to members of the Somoza family. By now, close to half the farmland in Nicaragua is theirs. We were powerless until... You remember the earthquake 2 years ago?
Yeah, I heard the capital was hit pretty hard.
We lost Managua, our capital city. People sent aid from all around the world. Tears of sorrow turned to tears of joy. Yet almost all of it was embezzled by the Somozas. They sold out those who'd lost everything for money. They feasted on our country's suffering. Public resentment is at the boiling point. The Somozas' days are numbered. We will see to it. The first Somoza was originally no more than the commander of La Guardia. Ordinarily, a man of his station could never hope to become president. But the president at the time had no power to back him. The only one with the strength to oppose him was General Sandino. No, better to say the general was the only one who dared oppose him. There was nothing special about him. Above all, it takes a strong will to see justice done. That is what he taught us.
It's also what motivated Somoza to have him killed.
Yes, the rest was easy. He got rid of the president, taking office in a sham election. And once he had the power, he never gave it up.
Talk about heavy-handed.
He had the Americans backing him, that's why. They didn't want to hand over power to a rebellious general.
Even so, it's hard to believe Washington would give its blessing to a guy like that.
The American president at the time put it this way. Somoza may be a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. In other words, better a dog or Los Sapos than an anti-US regime. The Managua earthquake struck 2 years ago, the day before Christmas Eve. Giant cracks opened up in the streets. Sleeping children were crushed in collapsing houses. No chance to escape. No visit from Santa Claus. Thanks to Somoza, the old houses could not even get rebuilt. It was a nightmare.
I heard the epicenter was right in the middle of the city.
Even today, it's too dangerous to build on top of the fault line. The city center is still in ruins.
And to make things worse, Somoza stole the recovery money.
We must not fail. We owe it to those who lost their lives. We will defeat Somoza. We are Sandinistas, the heirs of General Sandino's will.
Sandino, the father of modern guerrilla warfare.
To you, maybe. To us, he's more like a real father.
That why you named yourselves after him?
Of course. La Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional. The Sandinista National Liberation Front is named in his honor. We share the general's goal, to take back our country's freedom. In his day, from America. In ours, from the despot Somoza.
Times have changed, but the song remains the same.
Patria libre o morir. That is our slogan. El Che used to say the same thing, you know.
Patria o muerte, the slogan of the Cuban Revolution. So, you're fighting for a socialist revolution too, then?
No, it's not about ideology. We only want to live normal lives. We are sick of living in a country where you can be beaten for walking down the street, where you never know if your neighbor is snitching on you. Our goal is to give back the country to its people.
Yeah, the Cuban Revolution started out like that too.
We are few in number, but we will win. Victoria o muerte. For a revolutionary, there is no other fate. Augusto Cesar Sandino, general and hero of Nicaragua. 50 years ago, conflict broke out between the political parties of Nicaragua. The U.S. Marines intervened in the name of restoring order. The only one who refused to listen to their call for reconciliation was General Sandino.
One man against the Marines. That takes guts.
The general wasn't a professional soldier. Neither were his compadres. And they certainly could not match the Marines' equipment. But he used the land to his advantage, lurking in the fields and hills of Nicaragua, and using surprise attacks to harass the Marines.
I know. I've read plenty of textbooks on guerrilla warfare.
In the end, he drove them out. He was truly a role model for us.
Yeah, but that was the 30s. Didn't the Depression have something to do with it? It takes cash to wage war.
Perhaps. But there is no denying what the general accomplished. The people hailed him as the General de Hombres Libres, the General of Free Men. They loved him. And then he was assassinated by Anastasio Somoza Garcia, commander of La Guardia.
The father of the current Somoza.
Somoza had the Americans' backing. That is the way things were. The general may be dead, and the times may have changed, but his will lives on inside each of us. We are the sons and daughters of General Sandino.
Hey, how's the watermelon business these days?
Not bad. I hear the compas back home are hanging in there too.
Good to hear.
You know our nickname. I'm impressed. No wonder they call you boss.
You used to hide your weapons in hollowed out watermelons, smuggle them right past the National Guard. You even transported pineapple grenades that way. The name caught on among sympathizers in the region and...
What are you talking about? They call us watermelon sellers because the general's name sounds like the word for watermelon. Sandia.
Really?
Si.
Damn it, Kaz. A revolution to bring peace to your country, huh? No matter how much we fight, peace never gets any closer, does it?
I do not like it, but it is the only way. If we do not fight back, they'll just keep exploiting us. You want proof? Look at our country's history. Revolution is a means and not an end. I know. When the revolution is victorious, I want my country to be at peace. But to bring peace, we have to first eliminate that traitorous scum.
It's an old saying. We make war that we may live in peace.
Who said it?
Aristotle.
You know your history.
I had a good teacher.
It has always been like this. People making the same mistakes over and over. And still, all we can do is fight.
I hear you. If you've got a goal, you've got to keep moving forward. I noticed you called Che Guevara El Che.
Not just us. Everyone in these parts does. Che was always his nickname. It does not feel right to call him by his last name. I was shocked the first time I saw you. You look so much like him.
Huh. I look like El Che, huh?
Sort of. Not in the face. It's more the way you carry yourself.
I guess Che's a hero to the Sandinistas, too.
Of course. The FSLN was formed in the spirit of the ideologies championed by El Che and Fidel.
Fidel Castro. So, you're trying to bring the Cuban Revolution to Nicaragua.
Well, we were. But Cuba isn't what it once was. Not since El Che left. El Che was a true revolutionary. He fought and died for the people. He worked harder than anybody, and he was a righteous man. Even as a minister of Cuba, he gave up his weekends to work on the farms and public works. As a volunteer, no less.
Yeah, I've heard the stories. But when you think about it, wasn't it that obsession that did him in?
How do you mean?
We can't all be supermen. He thought the ideals he applied in Cuba would work in Bolivia, but he failed to win converts and the support of the peasants, and it cost him his life.
Maybe you are right. But at least he did not steal from those peasants, no matter how hard things got.
Yeah, I can sympathize with that. There's plenty of guerrillas out there who'd rob their own people to feed their revolutions.
If we had a comandante like him, the Sandinistas would find the will to fight.
You called that giant chopper an hombre nuevo.
Si. It means new man.
New man?
There was nobody piloting that thing. It must be controlled by machine.
Yeah, it seems that way. No human being could pull off those crazy maneuvers.
But it's not crazy. It's smart. It sings, too.
When we first saw it, one of your men said, "Pilot must be an hombre nuevo."
Me? I do not like the name.
Why?
Hombre nuevo was what El Che was striving to become. What all of us who joined the Sandinistas strive to become. That's why. An hombre nuevo is one who finds joy in virtue and voluntary labor. It makes me furious to see that name given to such a monster.
I'll bet. Chico called that helicopter El Colibri.
Our name for the hummingbird. You saw how that chopper moved, how it hovered in midair like a hummingbird?
A hell of a lot bigger than a bird, though.
True, but better than hombre nuevo, don't you think? When you get kidnapped by El Colibri, it's all over. They take you to a prison camp and torture you until you snitch on your compas.
That's what took Chico.
They have no mercy. Once you talk, they toss you out like trash. I knew this, and still I could not save Chico. If he cannot be saved, I will do what must be done.
Don't write him off like that. Sometimes you have to survive, even if it means sacrificing your honor. I'll get him back. I promise.
The land in our country belongs to us, and yet it does not belong to us.
How so?
Along the coast, it is all banana groves, and in the mountains, it is coffee. I guess in that way, it is not so different from here.
Plantations.
Almost all the bananas and coffee are sold as exports. The landlords keep the money for themselves, leaving precious little to the farmers. Worse, the biggest landowners in the country are Somoza and his family.
But it does bring in foreign currency.
I doubt even that, at least for bananas. The plantations are owned by American corporations. The bananas are processed in factories on the plantations and exported to America from private ports. It's like having little American enclaves along the coast of Nicaragua.
But the farmers have no choice but to go work there.
Es ridículo. The people have to take their land back. It is one of the things we are fighting for.
Tell me, when exactly did you realize your dad was working with the KGB?
About 6 months ago. Up until then, we only had beans to eat. And then suddenly we started to get eggs and flour. Our bullet shortage simply disappeared.
How'd he get the cocaine?
Ask the KGB. All we did here was process it. Coca plants grow here too. But to my knowledge, almost all of the stuff we used came from Colombia and Bolivia.
It's processed in a factory and then shipped to ports on the Caribbean Sea. Where does it go after that?
I never thought about it. I mean, I did not want to think about it.
The biggest cocaine consumer in the world is the United States. I'm guessing they smuggle it in on vessels disguised as fishing boats.
Wait. La CIA uses that route too. Are you telling me they're selling cocaine to their own country?
Looks that way.
Those bastards are turning their own children into junkies? Are they insane?
No. Just afraid. Afraid of a communist Central America. Amanda, when did you join up with the Sandinistas?
About a year ago, when I went into the mountains with mi viejo and his group.
I thought your dad was with the FSLN from the start.
No. He fought alongside General Sandino. But after that, he retired for a while. He found a job, got a wife and a house, and raised us kids. Then one day, some Sandinista students came by.
And he felt the old fire in his belly.
Something like that. All he did was help them escape from La Guardia, though. But then La Guardia showed up. They broke into our house and began pushing him around, shouting questions.
I'm guessing he kept his mouth shut.
No matter how hard they hit him. Our house was trashed. After that, he was on their list. They harassed him day and night. It was only then that he gave himself over to the Sandinistas. He kept it hidden from us at first, so we would not get hurt.
He sounds like a good father.
He was. But my mother got fed up with it. She left us. I don't blame her.
Why didn't you go with her?
It was a hard decision for sure. But like my father, I could not let Somoza get away with his crimes. But most of all,
Chico.
He is too much like his papa. One way or the other, he was going to stay. And I could not leave him behind. Soon enough, La Guardia drove us out, and we found ourselves in the mountains. It just kind of happened.
Well, for an accidental revolutionary, you sure put up a hell of a fight.
The mountains make men into warriors. The training is harsh, but it brings us that much closer to being hombres nuevos.
Chico couldn't ask for a better sister. I can see why they picked you to be Comandante.
When I was little, I came down with malaria. Unlucky for me, it was the bad kind. I was in a daze the whole time. And at one point they said I was not going to make it.
Malarial encephalopathy. I hear it's pretty common in tropical malaria cases.
Even today, my memory sometimes gets a little fuzzy. Since then, I've had this fear of mosquitoes. When I hear them buzzing nearby, I get jumpy.
Ah, that explains the chain smoking.
See, I thought it might help keep the mosquitoes away, just a little. Maybe it is all in my head. You're the same way, right?
Well, I will say this. I prefer a cigar over mosquitoes.
Me too.
I've got to hand it to you. Takes guts to conquer your fear like that and live a guerrilla's life in the wild.
It is nothing. El Che did not let asthma stop him from leading the revolution. Compared to him, I am no hero.
A guerrilla's life in the wild. Could not unhear it.
I'm sorry to hear about your dad.
Thank you for saying that. Mi viejo was the leader of the Frente. He was the last of the generation that knew General Sandino. He saw the general's exploits firsthand as a boy. He would tell us stories about it all the time and about how the general was assassinated.
Did you know he was getting money from the KGB?
I had some idea, but I did not have the courage to confront him about it. I know it was a painful decision for him to make.
I can imagine.
Yes, my father was a good man. I loved him as a daughter, and his soldiers believed in him. Thanks to him, La Frente held together even in the worst of times. I don't know if I can ever fill his shoes.
So you're telling me that the game where Big Boss is a fucking idiot is the best game ever? He's literally me, 10 out of 10, best Metal Gear. And the game where Big Boss is actually well read and has all these topics to talk about and high level references to things. The guy who quotes Aristotle and all that, you know, that game doesn't get any recognition. This game doesn't get people's attention. What does that tell you?
Chico's 12, right?
Right.
Isn't he a little short for his age?
Malnourishment. Food is hard to come by when you're running around in the jungle.
He's got quite an appetite.
I know. I didn't want him to come in the first place, but there was no one to take him in. I had no choice but to look after him.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Sometimes it's better for a kid to be with his family than far away in a safe place.
Thank you.
Promise me this, though. When your fight is over, make sure he gets a proper education. Give him a chance to be something other than a gorilla. It's not too late to teach him something other than fighting.
Okay, I promise. You know what book Chico really likes? The World Encyclopedia of Mysterious Creatures. The Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti.
UMAs. Yeah, I know.
He's still so much like a boy. I worry about him.
He'll be fine. I know plenty of grown men who still go crazy over UMAs.
Are you serious?
I would let Paz honeypot me. Worth it. Let's see what we have. What Paz now? They start talking about Che Guevara, so here we go. Time for people to get triggered.
So I hear Amanda mistook you for Che Guevara, Snake. That's not too bad, huh?
Yeah, right. I'm not even worthy of polishing his boots.
Don't be so modest. From where I'm standing, your men see you as a great man.
As great as the century's most complete human being.
That's Sartre, right? Well, there's hardly been a more iconic figure of his times than Che.
Oh, he was more than that. He was a true revolutionary and a great warrior.
I'm with you there. Can you believe that when he first went to Cuba with Fidel, they had only 12 guys with them?
But they rallied. They brought in new recruits, won the support of the peasants, expanded their organization.
12 guys?
And in the end, they overthrew the Batista regime.
People flocked to them because they were honest. They won because they were strong. Those are the qualities that make men great.
You know, we're kind of in the same boat they were back then. Here we are, a handful of mercenaries taking on an army backed by the United States.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go.
But we've got to keep on going. It's not just about winning in battle. You need to think about recruiting people and growing this operation.
Got it.
So that was just a reference then. Only being able to render 12 guys in the Fox engine in Phantom Pain. Oh, I must have missed that one. They only had 12 guys and some gas people.
Boss, did you ever read Che Guevara's book, Guerrilla Warfare?
I can't remember if I got to that one or not.
You should have. That's why I lent it to you. A lot of the guerrilla tactics it covers apply to sneaking missions too. Che was one of the first people to articulate the theory of guerrilla warfare. T.E. Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia, was another one. And Mao Zedong and his On Protracted War. Theory aside, Nicaragua's General Sandino was one of the first to put guerrilla tactics into practice, which explains why the Sandinistas named themselves after him.
If you think about it, guerrilla warfare itself has been around since ancient times. There's only so many ways a small group can upset a large army.
There was a samurai in Japan who excelled in guerrilla warfare.
No kidding.
Tsunoki Masashige. He was a warrior who lived in the medieval era. He used unconventional tactics to help overthrow the Kamakura shogunate.
Like what?
Trojan horse-style maneuvers and decoys to confuse the enemy. The best one was when the enemy was climbing the castle walls. He dumped boiling water and human excrement on them.
Sounds great. Let's put it in the MSF playbook.
You're not serious, are you, boss?
Why not? We've got plenty of crap to unload.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
Oh, another Phantom Pain reference. 2 in a row now for these tapes.
The year the Cuban Revolution was won, Che visited Japan as a member of an economic delegation. While he was there, he visited Hiroshima.
Hiroshima?
Since he was there to discuss economic issues, Hiroshima wasn't part of the original itinerary. Some said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs didn't want to let him go, but he went anyway. He snuck out of his hotel and took an overnight train.
Traveling guerrilla style. Sounds like Che, all right.
He visited the Peace Memorial Museum and the Atomic Bomb Survivors Hospital. Apparently it gave him quite a shock. As a doctor, it must have been painful for him to see how the victims suffered.
Nukes destroy everything.
He was quoted as saying, "They put you through this, and still you do whatever America says." Those words really hit me hard, especially when I think of my mom. He said something else, too. Let us all love Hiroshima and its people.
I can believe it. Che never managed to numb himself to other people's pain. That's why people loved him. And why he died.
That bandana you're always wearing, that thing's a real antique. Ever think about getting a new one?
This one's fine.
Come on, we can't have our boss wearing a raggedy old thing like that.
It was a gift, okay? It wouldn't be right to get rid of it.
It was. Okay then. Speaking of which, Che supposedly had a black scarf he used to take everywhere with him.
A scarf?
One of his comrades gave it to him when he broke his arm in battle. Che used that silk scarf as a sling, and the comrade who gave it to him became his second wife.
Alida, right?
Even after his arm healed up, he never went anywhere without that scarf. What about you? You get that bandana from someone special?
No, nothing like that. It's important to me. That's all.
Maybe Snake is too embarrassed to tell the real story of how he got it. However, he did use it as a sling in MGS3, so they were already making references, maybe? And of course, later it gets fished out of the lake for Big Medic's extreme LARPing. Unbelievable. Oh, these are all new? Okay, sure. Maybe I missed them earlier.
Amanda and her crew tell me they've managed to identify several different categories of mercenaries employed by the CIA.
Give me a rundown. Sounds like info I could use.
No problem. I'll go through them in order. The type of enemy you'll be seeing most is the type that patrols and guards a specific operational area. For the sake of convenience, Amanda's crew calls the outdoor ones patrolmen, and the indoor ones guards. They might look like they're just out for a stroll, but don't be fooled. They're sharper than they look. All of their senses are finely honed. Normally, they'll patrol along fixed routes, but when the alert level is raised, they'll assume a more efficient alert posture and focus on defending specific points. That's bad for you. Obviously, they can hold their own in combat, and with body armor, it'll be even harder to take them down. If they're wearing a bulletproof helmet, you can forget about one-shot kills. Just a heads up. You'll need to be smart about using camo and pick your routes. The most important thing is to avoid detection. When the enemy spots you and goes on alert, they may call in a backup strike team. These assault teams are heavily armed, well-trained, and highly dangerous. Amanda's crew calls them commandos. Unlike the patrolmen, these guys will actively, relentlessly track and hunt you down like hounds.
Hounds to hunt a former foxhound. Bring it on.
They won't give up easily even if they lose sight of you. They'll clear out any likely hiding places they come across. So don't get too comfy in one spot, or you might get caught again. Keep your eyes fixed on them and what they're doing. Also, be aware that commando gear includes body armor, so don't think you can deal with them by going in guns blazing.
All I've got to do is find an exposed weak point, and...
Exactly.
Can we ban the word never be game over? So hopefully there's no more Oh, I guess it doesn't matter because FIFA is a mod. You could post it anyway, I think. Anyway, long story short, stop fucking posting Never Be Game Over links, please.
There are areas out there where enemy soldiers are deployed in multiple layers for extra coverage. More than a few of those will be attacking you from a distance, rooftops and far-off vantage points. Try not to get too distracted by nearby enemies, because you could be leaving yourself wide open to longer-range attacks.
I'll be careful.
We know there are variations in the kinds of gear patrolmen and commandos wear, especially the body armor. Our scouts report that an enemy's defense and firing accuracy are directly proportional to how heavy their gear is.
Those must be the guys with the highest combat skills. They can fight in heavier gear without their performance suffering.
That's interesting.
Supposedly, it's pretty easy to tell the difference in gear just by looking. So remember, use extra caution when dealing with enemies wearing heavy gear.
So those guys with rocket launchers, RPGs and stuff are supposed to be higher level?
Enemies will try to fight you from different distances, based on the weapon they've got equipped. When you meet an enemy, get a good look at what they're carrying. It can make or break your chances in battle.
Too advanced.
Enemies carrying handguns and shotguns will try and get in close. That makes them dangerous, but at the same time, easier to hit. Keep your wits about you, and you can turn a threat into an opportunity. Enemies carrying assault rifles and machine guns will usually fire at you from farther away. Use whatever cover you can find, then return fire with a few well-placed shots of your own. Don't expect enemies carrying sniper rifles or rocket launchers to get up close and personal. They'll be constantly moving from place to place looking for an opening to snipe at you. Tricky bastards. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Go with the sniper rifle. Make sure you stay out of their line of sight, and when they expose themselves, take them down.
Expose themselves? Tricky bastards. Nothing new here. Okay. We're good until other mission.
Snake, the nukes appear to have left the coastal marshes and reached the mountains around Irazu. But without a guide, it's going to be tough tracking those things in the mountains. So we need you to infiltrate one of their bases, a prison facility.
I hope nothing's happened to Amanda's brother.
I hear ya. There may be other Sandinistas held there too. To bring them back safely to MSF, use the Fulton recovery system. As I'm sure you know from experience, it's completely harmless. After all, you won't have time to sit there and convince every single one of them to join.
One other thing, Snake.
Amanda.
Those CIA bastards confiscated some of the houses in the village. Chico's got to be inside one of them.
Houses, huh? How do I tell which ones?
When they took over the houses, they installed new front doors for security purposes. The new doors are blue, with peepholes, so you can see what's inside.
Blue doors. Got it.
You're getting close to the end of the transport route. Good luck, Snake.
Areas with a distinct dry season, like the Pacific coast, have tropical dry forests. During the dry season, the trees drop their leaves. It gives you a clearer view, but at the same time, there are fewer places to hide. So be careful.
Sounds dull.
It is not really. A lot of trees flower during the dry season, including my favorite, the tabebuia. It has these amazingly vivid yellow flowers. Costa Rica has several active volcanoes, Irazu being one of them.
That's where Camino de Lava comes from, huh?
The tropical dry forests around here are quite different from our rainforests. They lose their leaves in the dry season. Tropical forests are not all thick jungles. A few of them even have cacti. Some of Costa Rica's greatest assets are its diverse forests and natural landscapes. Costa Rica got its first real railroads up and running about 100 years ago. Their primary purpose was to move coffee harvested in the Central Basin to the Caribbean coast.
They built railroads here 100 years ago? That's impressive.
It was even more difficult than you would imagine. Later, they started using the railroads for shipping bananas too. There still might be some branch lines around here. Aldea de los Despiertos means Village of the Awake.
Weird name.
The area is littered with coffee fields, and there is a factory nearby. The villagers are fans of coffee, so...
Ah, they don't get much sleep, huh? They've got a sense of humor, all right.
I cannot believe they would take over a place like this and use it as a prison. It is unforgivable, for both the CIA and the thugs they employ. All the villagers wanted was to live in peace. What gives the CIA the right to crush them like that?
They don't care about anyone's rights but their own. It's just the way some people are.
You really think so?
Don't worry. It just gives me the right to teach them a lesson.
Liquid Mars is a pretty good question. It's, like I was saying earlier, it's a little bit of a headache to make it flow all in a way that works. I mean, if you just listen to all of them, eventually it won't matter if you play the whole game. But usually, you know, basically play them as you get them. So when you start the game, there's a whole bunch of stuff with Kaz and Paz. And then you get Amanda, so you play all the Amanda tapes. You get Chico, you play all the Chico tapes. And you get Huey, you get all the Huey tapes. Same Strangelove. And then check periodically when big things happen. Story, you meet a new character, you're fighting a boss or something. There's often new tapes with the older characters. And then do all the tapes about the mission you're doing at the time. So the tapes about this mission in this tab. And then file library for everything else. And also keep in mind that there's tapes about side ops as well. Unique side ops will have tapes in the about this mission tab as well. They're all really good tapes, so. And it wouldn't matter if you do all of them eventually. Yeah, the mission specific ones you can't get to from the file library tab. You have to do per each mission, check the about this mission tab.
Amanda, how do I get to the prison camp?
First, head up the narrow mountain path. The path will gradually open up and you'll come to a fork in the road. Watch yourself up there. You'll be lower than the surrounding terrain, so if you head down the middle, you'll make for an easy target.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up.
There's a
Take
couple
the leftward
exceptions,
path
but
to reach the prison camp.
it works mostly. Especially later when you get Strangelove's memories and Paz's diary. You can't even get Paz's diary until you get the second ending, huh? So even if you wanted to, you can't do it in the right order on your first playthrough. But yeah, some of those Strangelove tapes, there's a Strangelove tape that's actually kind of nice to play right before the torture. Because it's the one where the AI has that inconsistency in its reasoning, and she gets, you know, mad, and she's like, I will find the truth. And that's when she interrogates Snake.
What can you tell me about the prison camp?
Well, it used to be a village until they took control of it. It's a maze of paths, so watch out for soldiers on patrol.
I'll be sure not to stop and say hi.
Use the paths carefully, and you should be able to stay out of view.
Where are they holding Chico?
One of the houses, most likely. You can peek through the doors. Just press the action button when the icon appears. You could also listen to any sounds inside for clues.
Good idea.
Guards will still be on the move while you're looking inside. Make sure you don't get caught. And Snake.
I know. I'll bring him back.
What second boss fight?
I know I can count on you.
Like the second Peace Walker fight? Like the first ending? You can't even get Paz's diary until you do the Zeke battle, I thought. And then you have to do, what, the Type 2s or custom AI weapons? Oh, after Zeke instead of before? Yeah, but it kind of leads up to it, though. It literally ends with her activating Zeke. So, I don't know, it just kind of works. Especially since it's a pain in the ass to trigger the second ending on a new save. we want all those little things that lead up to it before it. I don't know, it just kind of works, I think. All the Zadornov escape, completing Zeke, Zadornov escape, Paz's diary. Yeah, I know that you're supposed to find them afterwards. Who gives a shit, okay? It's post-game content that you could do leading up to the ending. And then even after you do the Zeke fight and the second ending, there's more tapes, even after the credits and everything, about Paz's actions with Chico, with Miller. And then once you do all the side ops, there's the final phone call twist tape with Miller and Zero. So what are we supposed to do? Do all the side ops every time to get the Miller tape? Fuck that. After Zeke is complete, as Zadornov starts escaping, you can switch to a more complete save, I think. Okay. Is this all? Let's do it. 1911. Must stop in power.
Chico's in a prison camp north of here.
Freeze.
That basin will leave you completely exposed. If I were the enemy, I'd position snipers there. Better be careful. Sniper, better be careful if you don't want your head blown off.
Here comes the guy practicing his reloads with the SMD.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
This guy just has a bunch of magazines, one round each. Shoots once, reloads. When he grunts like that, I think that's when he misses. See, if he doesn't miss, you don't hear the grunt. Yeah, now he missed. I was like, damn. He doesn't notice that I'm shooting the same target as him. Unplayable. Hey, my target's moving. Okay. Time for Kaz to be a trained nerd.
They're using the Scarecrow for sniper training.
Oh, if I remember right, I couldn't get this call here last time.
Confirmed onboard
Let's see if it works now.
Those tracks used to transport coffee. Please, Snake, help Chico!
Our future is in your
I think it's later when we come back that Kaz talks about this.
Helicopter is complete.
Those tracks used to transport coffee. Those tracks used to. They're using that village as a prison now.
Yeah, Kaz isn't talking about it yet.
Press the attack button near the enemy to initiate close quarters combat.
No, really?
Head north if you want to find Chico.
I don't want to find Chico. Uh-oh. Chode Talker just walked into the chat. Why the fuck would you pick...
Chico's in one of these houses. You've got to find him, Snake.
Welcome in, Chode Talker. Why would you name yourself after Code Talk? If we listen here,
Inside a house by pressing the action
to
button
check inside a
in front of the
house,
door.
check inside a
To
house.
check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Even if you take out the enemy at hand, there's more where they came
Hey,
from.
shut the fuck up.
I'd keep a low profile if I were you.
I hear piss. But even if we don't check inside, there's sounds tell you what's going on.
Mama!
Yeah, this guy's pissing himself. This guy's sleeping.
Not this one.
Hey!
I mean, it's a pretty bizarre choice. Maybe Code Talker is his favorite character. Shower in here.
Who's there?
Hey.
Nothing in here. It's probably the empty one.
No one here.
So he's gotta be here. You should hear him whimpering. Oh, actually, there's another one there.
Subject confirmed on board
Wait, no, I already checked this one. This is the shower one. I mean, there's Wolbachia built into the Code Talker emote, so that's sufficient. Yeah, it's Chico's whimpering.
Chico, is that you?
Who's there?
Chico, it's me.
You're that photographer,
That's right. A war photographer.
huh? I thought you were here for the birds.
Yeah, the birds of the battlefield.
Whoa, is that chess? Can I see it? Wow, the same kind of chair used.
You can't keep it, kid. Here, have these instead.
Those photos. Huh. Oh no, Amanda!
She's safe. Don't worry.
You sure?
We're patching her up back at my place.
She's hurt?
I said, don't worry. It's just a broken leg.
You got any cigarettes? A cigar, huh? Hey!
It's not for kids. Chico, do you know where they took the cargo?
Cargo? What cargo?
Let me rephrase that. How do they get stuff from the coast up here?
Oh, that I can tell you. When the cargo gets to the harbor, they first send it up the marshes on a barge. Then, they load it onto a jungle train past the banana plantation and transport it by rail. The train stops here. When it gets to the train terminal past the coffee plantation, they reload it again. This time onto a truck, which disappears into a tunnel heading toward the mountains.
Disappears? Chico, what's on the other side of that tunnel?
Nobody knows. None of our compas ever got close enough. He's protected by a spirit.
Spirit?
Yeah, a giant monster. El Basilisco.
The king of snakes.
No, really, I saw it. I was camping up there one day, and just as I was waking up around dawn, I heard this loud noise. I opened my eyes and saw an enormous shadow. Must have been 30 bara at least. He was walking, on legs as big as trees.
Where did you see it?
At the terminal near the tunnel, but I only saw it that one time.
What exactly were you doing there?
Well, me and my sister got into a fight.
And you just happened to go camping.
You know, Their train should be arriving at the place I saw El Basilisco right about now.
Is it far?
No, really. Go past the coffee plantation, and it'll be to the north. What are you chasing?
Something that could keep the world in balance. Or destroy it.
Huh?
I heard that place was a narcotics plant before those guys took it over. But you already knew that, didn't you? Look, I get it. Even revolutionaries need to pay the bills. Still, must be tough for a kid like you to swallow.
You're damn right it is. The route they use to transport stuff is the same one mi viejo used to smuggle drugs. He sold the drugs to the Norte Americanos and used the profits to fund the army. They tried to keep it hidden from me.
Is that why you went camping?
Yes. I managed to sneak into the plant a few times and I tried to set it on fire. Everyone treats me like a child. I couldn't stand it anymore. I'm not a kid, I'm 12.
Couldn't do it though, could you? Chico, growing up means choosing how you're gonna live your life. To do the right thing, you sometimes have to leave the things you care about behind. Parents, family, your homeland.
But mi viejo. Papa.
Chico, look at the photos.
Mi viejo.
He's gone, but there's one thing you don't ever leave behind. Your memories. Keep them safe. You want to get out of here, Chico?
I do, but...
Come back with me. Your sister's waiting for you.
I can't go back. I can't face everybody.
You told them where your compas are. I see. Nothing to be ashamed of. Pain gets the better of us all.
I wish I was dead.
Okay then. I'll put you out of your misery.
What?
Any last words? Shoot. You are only going to kill a man. I just wasted a bullet. Don't waste your life. Listen to me, Chico. You died here today. You understand? You're hombre nuevo. A new man. Now, give that new life to me.
Huh?
Fight with me, little soldier. Show me how strong you really are. Dry your tears, then promise me one thing. No smoking until you get older. Remember, real heroes are never as polished as the legends that surround them.
You got it, boss.
Snake is fine.
What's that? Ah!
All these lines the Skullface will quote later. What does it mean? Is he there? Does he know?
Chico made it over.
Snake!
Chico, you made it.
Made it. Don't give me that. You say you're gonna give me a new life, and then you nearly kill me.
I take it you didn't enjoy the trip.
What's the big idea? Dragging me off in a balloon. I might as well have taken a Colibri.
At least you got a nice view. Or are you afraid of heights?
Whatever. I just wish you would explain it to me first.
Would you have agreed to go if I did?
Thank Thank you for saving us, Snake.
Amanda, a word of advice.
What?
Stop treating him like a child.
Yes. Yes, I know. You're right. I shouldn't.
Amanda, you're coming back after your leg heals, right?
Of course. We still have work to do.
We, huh? Are you sure you've got Chico's future in mind when you say that?
What do you mean? We're sworn to our father's cause, to helping the revolution succeed.
Revolution or no revolution, you pick up a gun and sooner or later you're going to hell. Are you prepared for that?
I am. If the alternative is giving up the country I love, I'll take hell.
Really? Well then, you're gonna have to stop treating Chico like a brother and start treating him like a soldier.
You're right.
Welcome to hell.
Snake, can I ask you a favor?
Shoot.
You find any prisoners from El Frente, you bring them back alive. Cause...
You're trying to make amends for talking.
Not just that. Because they're compas.
All right. But first, I've got to catch up to that cargo.
I'll do whatever I can to help. Call me if there's anything you need to know about the area.
And what?
Let me know if you encounter any wildlife you've never seen before.
Never seen before? What, like that basilisco you were talking about?
I'm talking about UMAs.
UMAs?
You know, like ancient dinosaurs or legendary monsters. One day, I'm going to be a hunter.
Is that right?
Yeah, tits.
Okay, sure.
If you want to know more, I'm happy to tell you.
Right. I'll be in touch, Chico.
It's weird because he does call her out of heaven, but Huey is still.
For the next outpost, a rail terminal.
Chico says no one's ever set foot past there.
No,
Their main
Chico,
base
huh?
is probably on the other side of that tunnel. Unless we catch those spears before reaching it, they'll be in enemy hands. You've got to stop them. Hurry, Snake.
What is that supposed to mean, viewer?
Boss, I had an idea. Listen to this.
Let me guess. You want to start running ads in the local gossip rags.
Please, what do you take me for? I thought that with all the new guys we've got, we should get an intel team going. We'd send agents around the country to scout out different locations. That way we're better prepared, no matter where we end up.
That's actually not a bad idea.
They could probably develop recon equipment for us too. We could also have them transport goods and direct the mother base support strikes. You can send an item to a co-op teammate from the delivery menu.
Oh, yeah, clearly to shoot paper and steal targets. I'm pretty sure that doesn't count. We're not fighting any revolutions yet. Okay, let's see what's going on in Mother Base. I've played enough Phantom Pain to know what hell is like. Okay, relax. Holy shit. Woof. Chico is the intel team by himself. C4. If you see any UMAs, you tell me, okay? Like ancient dinosaurs and rare monsters and stuff. When I grow up, I want to be a hunter. No danger of that, don't worry. Yep, GMP actually works a little differently here. Makes more sense, but whatever. Holy shit, what is wrong with this guy? I can smell it. The smell of blood. Lots of blood. see, who else do we have? The other day, out of the blue, we got a big box delivered to us. No return address. It was full of all kinds of good stuff. Kind of creepy, I know. I wasn't about to complain. What the fuck? Is this supposed to be like for the delivery thing? That's a cute little line, actually. Just giving people a little bit of personality and hinting at what goes on in Mother Base. Yeah. Ah, boss, glad you're here. We were short one guy tonight. Care to join us for a little game? Need a helping hand? What kind? Look at this guy. Show me your war face. Ready for duty, chief. This guy with his war face on. You look prettier every time I see you. When this fight's over, I'm gonna go back home and find myself a wife. Not with that face. Jeez, he's going through some shit, man. Look at him, it doesn't look too good. He's sick or something? Holy shit, it almost looks like a male Olga. I'm a weapons technician. You say weapons kill people? I say they're needed to protect people. Boss, did you know that there's some kind of miracle gun that makes the sky do your bidding? Think we could make one here? Talking about the musket. Nice. Look at his face, dude. Gorilla. Finally, we found an actual gorilla. I'm a martial arts expert. I know combat sambo and I'm a 5th degree black belt in karate. CQC, this I gotta see. You rhyme there. This guy, some of these guys look kind of funny. Another Johnny looking guy. Yeah, we're here, these battle cries. Oh, it might be the same one as before, actually. Yeah. This is our big medic right now. Okay. So now that we got Chico, it's Chico tapes. Oh man. Did we get anything new here? Nope. Okay.
Amanda's so bossy. It's always follow me or stay here. The other day she told me, chew your gallo pinto before you swallow. Can you believe it?
Knowing your sister? Yeah, I can.
The enemy could strike at any time. I can't sit around taking my sweet time eating. I'm a Sandinista, just like the others. I don't need some woman telling me what to do.
Some woman? She's your sister, and she's doing the best she can to fill your father's shoes.
I know, but lately she hasn't been doing so good. I should be strong for her.
Photoshopped hat. Cannot unsee the photoshopped hat. Wait until I tell you that the 2 holes are eyes.
Sorry to hear about your dad.
Don't be. He is a guerrilla warrior. We pledge our lives to our country and its people. I'm ready to die too if I have to.
You sure?
You better believe it. Like mi viejo used to say. Patria o muerte.
Che said it first.
My dad used to tell us all kinds of stories. About General Sandino and his fight against La Guardia. About my mom before she left us.
You didn't want to go with her.
It's not like that. La Revolucion comes first, that's all.
You must wish you could see her, though.
I don't know. But I know I'll see her again when this is all over. Somehow, I just know it. When I do, me and my mom and papa are all going to live together again. At least that's what I thought. Now,
Hang in there, Chico. Your sister needs you.
Okay. Have you ever heard, "Shoot, coward. You're only going to kill a man"?
Che's last words. He'd been captured in Bolivia and said it to the soldiers just as they were about to execute him.
El Che. He was something, wasn't he? Coming up with a line like that knowing he was about to die.
After the Cuban Revolution, Che gave up his position in the new government to aid in revolutions in other countries. He knew he could die at any time, and he was ready for it.
Me? I couldn't even take a little torture.
But you've been reborn as an hombre nuevo. Right, Chico?
Right.
Don't you ever get lonely, living away from your mom?
Not really. My compas are my family now. A lot of them are from the same village as me.
So you had plenty of people to take care of you.
Take care of me? I'm a warrior, like any other Sandinista. We look out for each other. That is how it works.
Sorry. Guess I misspoke.
Now we're scattered because of that colibri. Wonder where everybody went. Hey, Snake. If you see any Frente prisoners, please, you gotta get them out, okay? Those guys are solid, every one. You could use them in MSF. Hey, Snake. Are there any jobs for me here at Mother Base? I can do anything.
You don't have to work, you know.
Don't treat me like a kid. I'm a man now.
Okay, then. What are you good at?
Let me think. Everything! Put me on any team. I can pull my own weight.
Well, you are young. You'll probably be a fast learner. I'll think of something.
Anything you need, boss. You'll see. I can fight as good as anybody. Snake, legend has it, a place called Isla del Monstruo is near Costa Rica.
Isla del Monstruo?
It was discovered in the 18th century by Caribbean pirates sailing over to the Pacific. And the island in Treasure Island is based on one near Costa Rica, too.
Treasure Island. I remember reading that.
You've read it, too? That makes things easier. In Nicaragua, we too have a story about a group of pirates that encountered a flying monster out at sea. Some even say they landed on this monster island, though we still don't know exactly where it is. That's the reason I've always wanted to come to Costa Rica.
I see.
Ooh, I heard another story about a talking cat that lives somewhere in Costa Rica. They say it'll take you to this place.
Interesting stuff.
Want to know more about the island?
Maybe later. If I'm headed that way, you can fill me in.
Okay, just let me know.
Not yet.
Snake, according to Chico, the nuclear materials will be loaded from a train and onto a truck at a rail terminal near the eastern foot of Irazu. If we can't cut him off at that terminal, we'll be in a world of hurt. Hurry, Snake.
The supply staging point is at the eastern foot of Irasu. There's a rail terminal there. They'll probably transfer the nuke from the train onto a truck.
Gotcha. I'll have to catch them while they're moving the cargo.
But you might run into El Basilisco. Keep your eyes peeled, Snake.
An 80-foot-tall walking behemoth. The CIA's new weapon?
Could be. Too bad it's not actually a dinosaur. I think they're testing it up at the base on top of the mountain.
I met a guy in Russia who described it as a metal gear linking infantry and artillery.
Metal Gear.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Like maybe it's connected to everything that's happening here somehow.
The nukes? You don't think...
What else could it be? If it is up there, I'll just have to improvise. Either way, I won't know until I get there.
Watch your back, Snake.
Amanda, do you know the way to the rail terminal?
Remember the locomotive by the fork in the road before the village?
Yeah, back in the jungle.
Follow the train tracks from there, and you'll come to the terminal. But there's a plant along the way.
Disguised as a coffee factory?
Yes, it is their drug refining plant. La CIA controls it now. Cutting through there is the shortest way, but it'll be crawling with soldiers. If you want to go around...
No, forget it. If that's the shortest way, that's the way I'll take. Besides, it's one of their bases. It'll be good intel.
Very good. A number of guards at the plant are positioned on high walkways. Be sure to study their movements before you advance.
Or I could just snipe them first.
The plant's layout is another maze, I'm afraid. Stay cool. Make your way out of the plant and you'll arrive at the terminal.
You know a lot about this place.
What are you saying? I've been there before, when the KGB ran it, yes. But it is not as if I enjoyed it.
No, I just meant you know a lot about how the enemy works.
I hope so. Anyway, did you talk to Chico about the terminal?
He said it's where they transfer the cargo onto trucks.
Meaning the facility is of considerable importance to them. Don't get careless.
I won't.
By the way, I've heard of a shortcut that cuts straight to the coffee factory, to the east of the village, but I've never used it myself. Check it out if you're interested.
Thanks for the tip.
Hey, what's up, Garber? Some would say tape walker. I know, right?
La CIA has taken control of this coffee factory too. All to produce its drugs. It was famous once for its fine beans.
Cafetal aroma encantado. Enchanting aroma, huh?
See, once we have thrown the mercenaries out of Costa Rica, I know it will make wonderful coffee again. And then you must come and try some, Snake.
Sounds great. I wouldn't mind a cup of joe after all this is over. Oh, wait.
What is wrong?
No, I just remembered this guy I knew who wasn't big on coffee. English. Get rid of that muddy water and get a cup of black tea down your gob, he'd say.
That is too bad for him. It is delicious.
It's funny because she knows him too.
As I said before, building railroads in Costa Rica was a dangerous job.
Everybody point and laugh at that
and
guy.
sometimes they stopped work altogether. This is one of those places.
You know who I'm talking
They had
about.
to cut through steep terrain, so when they finally made it through, they just built the rail terminal right there. And that is why they named it...
El Cadalso. The gallows. Charming. I'm surprised the construction money didn't dry up the way things were going.
Actually, it did. But the bananas helped complete it. So they say.
You mean the energy the workers got from eating bananas? Oh, I suppose they do have plenty of vitamins and...
No. I meant the money they got to finish it came from exporting bananas.
Oh.
But one thing is for certain. The owners of the railroads expanded into the banana trade after construction was completed. That was the start of banana cultivation in Costa Rica.
Now, you didn't miss Dick Balls, but at the same time, it's likely that Three Dog will be playing the Dick Balls moment. And I don't think he memes it like I do. So there will be no Dick Balls in this Peace Walker run, I think. I don't know. Sag.
The train terminal is on the other side of the coffee factory. Head to the factory first.
I think now we can get Miller to talk
To get
about
to the coffee factory, you'll first
the
need to
railroad
backtrack to the fork in the road.
locomotive.
Freeze. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. There's a coffee factory to the northeast. Beyond that is a train terminal. Railroads in Costa Rica use 1,067mm gauge tracks, the same as Japan. Wonder if they use steam locomotives.
A fucking nerd.
Those tracks used to transport coffee.
Kaz is a train nerd.
Those tracks used to transport coffee.
The train terminal is beyond the coffee plant.
The rail terminal should be in El Cadalso.
That cargo's bound for the rail terminal in El Cadalso. It has to be.
Snipers will get a beat.
Those tracks used to...
Make your way to the coffee. Keep your eyes peeled for...
Makes sense, because I guess trains are pretty big in Japan.
What was that?
There's a break in the fence. Couldn't you sneak in through there?
The rail terminal should...
That cargo's bound...
Snake, I bet you could get through that break in the fence.
Are you sure? Alright, I don't know.
The train terminal, there's a break in the fence. Couldn't you sneak in through there?
Who's this?
Not enough room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Enemies close by.
I forgot about this guy.
Pass through the coffee factory to reach the train terminal.
Enemies close by.
And that guy. Who the fuck saw me? Who was up there?
Enemy sighted. Requesting backup.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements now.
Alright, time for dick grabs. Meet dick grab. Oh, they're not coming here. Oh, they're going down the other ladder. Lame.
Enemies close
Oh well.
by.
Calm down.
HQ, come in.
This is HQ.
This is patrol. Contact lost. Going to alert.
Oh, I really thought I would land on his head and stun him.
What's going on over there?
But okay.
Start talking.
You coming here or not? No snitch.
Enemy sighted. Engaging now.
Get closer.
Eliminate all hostiles. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Always forget about these assholes.
Looks like we're just in time. Neutralize all enemies and secure the train.
Oh shit, I don't have infinite magazines.
Check out the cargo.
Notes.
You should take a look at the side missions as well. See if we can make that M60 now. People are starving. Manta, peel more potatoes. Nice. It has the same problem as MGS3, bullets and belt. The primers already have a strike on them, firing pin strike on them. Oh well. Close enough. I don't really give a shit about the remake. It will just be more meme content for us. That's probably the extent of it.
Snake, that's an enemy tank unit. Either neutralize the soldiers or destroy the tank. Get them.
An enemy tank. Is there somewhere you can hide, boss?
There are train cars, but they won't hold up against a gun like that.
Even a freight train? Incredible.
But they keep me out of sight. Temporarily.
Use them to look for an opportunity to hit its treads or the fuel tank at the back. But
don't forget about that gun, huh?
Or the soldiers. They may try to flank you.
Right.
You can also stop it by taking out all the soldiers. You can do it, Snake.
No, I haven't done the MGO thing yet. And there's not really any place for it in the marathon. Maybe if he has to kill sometime while we're waiting to switch streamers, maybe, but probably won't happen for a while. Enjoy playing the remake. It's a remake, dude. I don't think you understand. engine. Okay, you're pretty clueless, I guess. That would explain a lot. Not only you think it's a Fox engine, but you also think that the Fox engine is good. So you're double clueless.
Are you gonna have enough ammo? Maybe you should pull back and reorganize things first.
Okay. Thanks for the laughs. You did it. I mean, maybe it's bait. I don't know.
Who's that?
Come check, you blind asshole. Oh my god. Fucking blind. Maybe he is baiting. He's masturbating.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Who's that? Enemies close by.
Oops. Another victim. Excuse me, sir. Oh shit, I hit the tank. Good thing it was a tranquilizer. Okay, Joseph, you're new here. Let's just leave it at that. Stop driving with your feet. Crazy asshole.
The enemy leader's out cold. Bring him in.
I mean, it's only normal, guys. Don't act surprised. There's always new people in here for marathons. That's not a bad thing, yeah?
Snake, the truck is headed up the mountain road past the tunnel.
So it was nukes after all.
What now? Their main base is up ahead.
I better hurry after them then.
But
Kaz, if I don't get moving, it'll be too late.
all right, I guess you never did let dangerous assignments or risk aversion get in your way.
How do I get inside the mountain? I can forget about the tunnel.
Yeah, the tank took care of that.
Any other routes?
Why don't I let a local expert take over?
Snake, you need a way into the mountain?
Yeah, got one.
Let's see. Do you remember that precinct I was in?
In the village, right?
Right. Go back to the village and head north. There is a bridge that connects
to usual initiation.
over a gorge.
Damn.
That's probably the best way. But there is a little problem. The path heading north from the village is barricaded. You might have to break through.
Got it.
The heart of Irasu. That's where the enemy's base has got to be, Snake. And maybe...
Let me guess. The Basilisco.
You don't believe me, do you?
No, I mean... we'll have to see.
Snake, Irazu features a number of crater lakes. The Odeberg government had planned to use those lakes to construct hydroelectric plants as one of its big state development projects. The project was scrapped, but there's still a small opening at the bottom of the lake.
Meaning?
I checked the satellite imagery, but didn't see anything man-made, which means they probably built a base inside the mountain. Could just be a storage igloo for explosives, or maybe some kind of research facility.
What do they hope to accomplish by bringing the nukes there?
First things first, get past that barricade north of the village. Looks like the only way through is the noisy way. You'll have to blow it up.
Okay.
Here's a rundown of your mission. This one's perfect for a warm-up. Nice and easy. Don't let yourself get lazy, though. Stick to it and get the job done.
MGS4 over MGS1, though. I have questions. Oh no. I regret. No, this is a joke, right? Never mind. Alright.
Recovery subject confirmed on
Thanks for the
helicopter.
laughs again, man.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
What's the...
Honestly, this deep into the marathon, it might actually help to have some laughs from the chat input. What the fuck am I missing? I should have interrogated them. Is there two here? There's one there. Oh, there's two, okay.
I knew you could do it. Piece of cake, right?
Oh, here we go. Codenames. We did not talk about codenames in Peace Walker. So you really don't see any difference between Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain? No. Oh, okay. Same game. Okay. Interesting. What even registers with people's brains, man? I don't understand. But okay. Oh yeah, I wanted to start developing the RPG. Quick fox sound. Moist nugget. It's not moist enough though. It doesn't have the folding stock. I would give you my opinion, but you literally just said you don't understand it, so what's the point? Look, even Chode Talker knows. Ah, Henry, you're downloading the ISO because you're too lazy to make a copy from your own disk, right? Understandable.
Snake, I've got just the explosive to bust through that barricade. C4. We finished developing C4 charges. Take some with you.
To destroy the barricade north of the village, you'll need Composition 4 explosive. You've handled C4 before, right, Snake?
Yeah. I've been a regular user since the days of C3.
C3.
What
Oh
is that,
yeah,
drug?
I remember. That stuff got brittle and useless in cold temperatures, so they upgraded. C4's a moldable plastic explosive. It's very stable and won't explode without a special detonator. Light it on fire and all it does is burn.
A lot of American soldiers in Vietnam used to use it as fuel.
Place it near the barricade and move to a safe location. Then hit the detonator button to blow it up.
I'm on it. Those giant footprints near the terminal. What do you think they were, Kaz?
It beats me. They're way too big, even for an elephant. Made me think of that basilisco Chico was talking about.
Hope it's not for real.
Same here. If they really do have that kind of weapon, we could be dealing with a basilisk in more than just looks.
What do you mean?
There's a medieval encyclopedia that describes the basilisk like this. The basilisk is the king of snakes. All snakes fear the basilisk and flee at its sight, lest they be slain by its foul breath.
A snake to take out a snake, huh?
I don't mean to scare you or anything, but it never hurts to be careful.
Will do.
Here's your spreadsheet, Three Dog. Good luck. I kind of want to see Three Dog lose his mind trying to get Fox out in this game, though. I really would like to see it. But it doesn't matter now because it would probably be easier because you guys have watched me do it. Maybe, I don't know. Watching Three Dog lose his mind.
There's one type of commando you really need to watch out for, and that's the kind toting shotguns. They can take a few hits and still keep charging you. And believe me, you don't want them closing in between those shotgun blasts. When they start charging, you need to stop them immediately. Use something with serious stopping power.
You think the story is bad because of Konami. Oh, man. Ooh. Somebody stop me.
Amanda, do I have to take the fork in the road back to the village?
People say there is a shortcut. Go back to the coffee factory entrance, then follow the path on the right. That will take you straight to the village. They may have increased security in that area, though.
Not surprising after what happened with the tank. What do I do once I'm back at the village?
Destroy the barricade at the north side. From there, you can reconnect with the transport route.
I'll need C4 for that. The explosion will bring everyone running, too. There's probably going to be a fight, one way or the other.
They might not see you if you stick to the narrower pathways. Then just climb over any obstacles. Don't let your guard down after taking out the barricade either.
Imagine working one save with two people and doing Fox on. It would be a fucking nightmare. Not knowing what the other person has done exactly. If the Excel thing was updated properly. Ugh.
There's a river in the mountains north of the village. You'll see a water pipe running across that's got a walkway you can use as a bridge. I guess they built it to carry water from the hydroelectric plant. To get there, though, you gotta get past the barricade north of the precinct.
Got it.
El Basilisco supposedly lives in the gorge up there, so be careful you don't get distracted and fall in the river.
The Basilisco?
Not the big monster I saw. I mean the real Basilisco.
A real one? The legendary king of snakes?
More like a lizard, I guess. It walks on top of the river.
A lizard that walks on water?
Man, you should see it. It's not that big, though. only about 1 vara long.
Pretty good size for a lizard.
Yeah, but not nearly as big as a dinosaur.
What? Oh, there's too much shit going on in the chat right now. What? Splinter Cell marathons? No, what the fuck? The remake is gonna be a fucking mess. Kojima was a fucking idiot for Phantom Pain's development, and Konami are assholes. I don't know what else. What's so hard about that?
There's a real basilisco that lives in the river.
I'm only saying I heard stories from people who said they saw it. But I know lots of places to find it in Nicaragua. Do you want to go have a look?
I don't have time for sightseeing.
You don't like lizards?
It's not that. I just think snakes taste better.
Who said anything about taste?
How about you? You like them?
Not that way. They do look kind of like dinosaurs, though. You don't think that's cool?
They're both reptiles, yeah. But there's a big difference size-wise.
I'll bet there are still big ones around somewhere. They say mammals multiplied and ate up their eggs. But they can't all be gone. They've gotta exist somewhere out there.
Dinosaur eggs, huh?
And animals are always evolving, right? Maybe they evolved so much, they don't even look like dinosaurs anymore.
Then you can't really call them dinosaurs, can you?
I guess not. Yeah, you're right. Dinosaurs have gotta be big.
I don't know, man. It was pretty 50-50 on it, but when you think about it, Konami was shifting their focus and trying to protect company interests. Can't really blame too much for that. I think it's more 60-40, maybe 70-30 now. They just fired Kojima because he was a crazy asshole. Much of the nonsense that we see in the Phantom Pain is probably Kojima's fault more than Konami's. It's both on both sides, though, for sure. Whether it's 50-50, 60-40, I don't know, it's hard to say. Maybe 70-30 is pushing it. Maybe 60-40. Hold on. I'm getting distracted here. Need to see 4. Okay.
Go back to the prison camp. It's in the village where they were holding Chico.
Freeze. Sorry, guys. 10 hours in, I don't think I have the energy to, and with the wrong game on. Probably a bad idea to get into the nitty-gritty of Phantom Pain bullshit right now. Just wait. Why are you so anxious, dude? Come on. I didn't get his asshole this time. Just enjoy the good games while they're on. You will miss it when Phantom Pain is on. I believe you. I mean, I believe you. I'll assure you. Okay. Man, I need to learn how to get their assholes consistently. Because I already know I'm going to have to give this spiel a whole bunch of times. Oh shit, wrong gun. Oh well. Shit happens.
Head west from there, and it'll take you straight to the prison camp.
Sorry.
The gate's on the northwest side of the prison camp. Cut across the camp to get there.
Yeah, Shaq killed that guy, not me. It's not a kill. Doesn't count.
We're under attack!
Alec Baldwin moment. Unfortunately, there's no single action army in this game.
First, equip your C4. You can't plan a charge unless it's equipped. Good work, Snake.
$30K nanomachines, son. Nice.
Snake, you're north of the village. The truck carrying the nukes is heading towards the heart of the mountain. That's its final destination. We've got no intel on what lies beyond, so stay sharp.
Snake, to the north of the village is a bridge that crosses a hydraulic pipe. Though normally the bridge is not used by people, if you slip, you will fall straight to the bottom of the valley. Be careful.
What's a channel doing here?
It is not for irrigation. They are hydroelectric pipes. I wonder if they run into Irasu's Crater Lake. Normally they would build a reservoir at the bottom of the valley, but it was probably too dangerous. Los Cantos means Sword Peak.
You can't put Kojima in the combat unit in Phantom Pain, you know. In Peace Walker you can, but you would have a mask on anyway, it doesn't matter.
You should be able to see across the Irasu mountain range from there.
Yeah, you can
there are
mod the
not
game.
as many big trees at that elevation, and you will probably be well above the mist.
It'll be tough to hide up there.
You're not thinking about the scenery right now, are you?
Not while I'm surrounded by bad guys.
You should have seen it when the country was at peace. I know you would have been impressed.
Well, that'll be our reward for a successful mission. Sound good?
Wonderful. Thank you, Snake.
And speaking of which, Kojima will be in this mission.
There is an old fort around there.
What is it, boss? You sound upset.
Well, you see, it was built during the Civil War.
Kojima sucking his own balls. Sure.
Disputes between Costa Rica's political parties escalated into all-out conflict.
See, conflict that cost my grandparents their lives. The most senseless sort of war. Countrymen mindlessly slaughtering their own. That fort is a reminder of that senselessness.
Sadly ironic, given who's occupying it now.
That war was the reason Costa Rica abolished the army. Please, Snake, get them out of our country.
I intend to. Chico says there's a bridge north of the village.
Yes, a narrow one, for crossing the pipe. On the other side of that is the road the trucks use, though it's collapsed in places.
I'll have nowhere to run if they spot me.
They could be blocking the road, too.
Is there another way?
There is a path along the cliff. After you cross the bridge, there are ruins of a fort on the mountain. Going through there would be a little easier. Once you come to the end of the mountain path, you'll be at the fort.
So, should we have a more beneficial discussion about how Twin Snakes is so good? Because apparently somebody brought it up.
That fort was built during the
Right.
Civil War. It seems La Cia's troops are occupying it now.
This just gets better and better.
They've got gun turrets set up all around from the looks of it. Attract too much attention, and you'll really stir up the hornet's nest.
Maybe I'll try and find a way around.
You could always commandeer one of the turrets. A little target practice, perhaps?
Just like in Krasnogorye.
Krasno what?
Sorry, just thinking about old times.
Wait, you weren't trolling? You were serious? The Twin Snake is good? I thought you were
Irasu
trying to
has
stir
more
me
than
up.
one crater, because he's erupted so many times.
Hmm.
I heard most of them filled up with rainwater and became lakes.
Calderas, huh?
Calderas?
Yeah, something like that. Hey, I got an idea. When you get to the lake, can you keep an eye out for weird animals for me?
The
People all over
graphics.
the world tell stories about giant monsters living in lakes. Nessie in Loch Ness, Nahuelito
Oh
in
shit,
Argentina,
here we go.
Ogopogo in Canada. I can hardly keep track of them all. They say that all these sightings prove dinosaurs do still exist.
But crater lakes are isolated. They're not connected to rivers.
Yeah, but you know Mokele Mumbembe in the Congo River? He can walk on land. So maybe they moved there from some other lake.
Huh. You sure know a lot about UMAs.
There used to be a guy in El Frente who was a hunter. He taught me lots of things. He even said he once went to a place called Isla del Monstruo.
A hunter on Isla del Monstruo.
Someday, I'm gonna be a hunter and catch some rare animals. Right after we restore peace to our land, of course.
Fucking Chico's tapes. Okay, we'll get these out of the way. When was the last time you played Twin Snakes? Or even saw what the fucking models look like in Twin Snakes? Because the only explanation I have is I forget that people don't play these games every year, every week, every month like I do, so maybe they just genuinely forget, and they only have opinions from memory or nostalgia or whatever. Long time ago, yeah, that would explain a lot. Do yourself a favor and Google Twin Snakes Otacon and then Google MGS2 Otacon. And tell me that the graphics are good in Twin Snakes.
Did you ever hear of the Loch Ness Monster?
Now that one I know. Pretty much everyone's heard of old Nessie.
Great, so I don't have to explain. I think she's a long-lost dinosaur, don't you?
Sure. Why not?
One of the compas gave me a book about it, with photos. It looks exactly like the plesiosaur.
Then why does it only live in Loch Ness?
Well, it probably got cut off from the ocean. Back when Loch Ness was part of the ocean, some plesiosaurs became trapped there when the climate changed. There
Okay,
weren't
he's
any
trolling.
mammals
Never
there,
mind.
so no
Fuck it.
natural predators.
He's trolling. I'm
Today's
done.
Nessie is descended from those plesiosaurs.
Then wouldn't it make sense for there to be monsters in other lakes with similar climates?
Exactly. That's why there's been giant monster sightings in a bunch of other places. Like Nahuelito and Ogopogo. I don't know if there's one in Irasu too, but I know there's definitely something living in Lago Cosipolca.
You mentioned the Nahuelito. What is it?
It's a plesiosaur that lives in Lago Nahuel Huapi in Argentina. It's described a little differently, but I'm sure it's basically the same creature as Nessie. Except for one thing.
What?
Well, according to one theory, it's the result of a nuclear test back in the 50s.
What? There's no record of a nuclear test in Argentina in the 50s.
At the time, the president, General Juan Perón, was pushing hard to industrialize the country. I wouldn't be surprised if he conducted a top-secret nuclear test before he was overthrown in a coup.
Sounds a little far-fetched to me.
You think? Then maybe Nahuelito really is a dinosaur.
No, I didn't say that.
I mean, it's really pretty obvious.
Wait a minute.
Thanks for clearing that up, boss.
Dinosaur. What about the Ogopogo? And what kind of name is that anyway?
Ogopogo's a monster that lives in Okanagan Lake in Canada. I guess it's an Indian name because it's a legend passed down by the Indians.
A legend, huh? Well, then it's probably not.
There's written records of it too. The first one was in 1872, and there's been more sightings since the start of the 20th century. You starting to get into UMAs too, Snake?
Yeah, maybe.
UMA hunting. Now that's a real man's adventure. What do you say, Snake? After Nicaragua's at peace again, you want to go exploring together?
Well, we'll see. Might not be such a bad life.
In Africa, become a hunter with boobs and a sniper rifle.
Mokele Mumbembe lives in the Congo River. There's nothing mysterious about it, though. It's already been confirmed as a real living dinosaur. The local people know all about it, and when they were shown a drawing of a brontosaurus,
every one of them said it was Mokele Mumbembe. When peace returns to Nicaragua, I want to go to the Congo myself.
Oh, the revolutionary movement in the Congo ended in failure, you know.
Yeah, I know. I wish we could do something to help, but Africa's awfully far away.
Africa.
Wonder if El Che ever saw Mokele Mumbembe. I wonder if I will.
Well, best to take care of business here before daydreaming about Africa.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, we don't want to go to Africa as big boss.
Cross the bridge and head north.
Remember when Kojima thought that he put Africa's song in Phantom Pain? The final delusion of a senile old man. Kojima fucking tweeted about how he put Africa in Phantom Pain, and it's not there. Okay. Hold on, we gotta go get a grill. Somebody find the tweet. I need to put it in my fringe collection.
That's too tall to climb. If only you had some equipment.
Maybe he thought that they did, and they never informed him that the budget ran out. That must be it. Oops. Fuck. Stay down. Safi, that was quick. Holy shit. Oh, it's in Japanese only? Well, let's translate it. Africa was also used in MGSV. What the fuck are you smoking, Kojima? I think... Okay, he thinks that they put it in the game. Of course, he never actually had time to playtest the game, so he doesn't know that the budget ran out and that the song is not in the game. Yes, it's a play on the continent, sure. That's why it's talking about the song with the LP.
You have to get through
He
that
probably thinks it's in the game, man. I don't know.
Enemy attack!
I don't think he knows what's going on either.
We're under attack! Going to alert status!
What's wrong? We have a situation.
Yep, that's going in the cringe collection.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Freeze.
Speaking of Kojimbo,
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
oh my god, 3 horses? Yeah, those are mules.
There's rows and rows of trucks here.
If that's where they brought the nukes, then the truck we're after should be there.
Didn't nobody in those fucking tweets say, "What the fuck are you on, Kojima?"
Brought the nukes.
Wait, did he only tweet it in Japanese?
Have the same license plate as the one from the terminal.
Come on, certainly somebody must have. Well, there he is, a crazy asshole.
Mr. Kojima?
We're sending him to fight a battalion of tanks on his own. Oh, there you go. Oh, it's that guy. Hey, Ty. Yep. Okay, so you essentially said the same thing that I said. Like, Kojima thought it was going to be included, but it's not. Okay. Oh my god. Fucking... Something went horribly wrong with that game's development. Let me tell you, if Kojima thinks there's a song in it that's not there, something unspeakable happened in Phantom Pain's development. We will never fully know the truth. But holy shit, man.
Metal Gear. Not this one.
Fish and chips.
Where are they? Sunlight!
Alright, here we go.
This is the one. The exhaust's still warm. But the cargo's already been offloaded.
Just a minute. This isn't what we agreed on.
It's too late. The changes have already been finalized.
You told me it was going to be a deterrent, that we wouldn't have to launch.
I am not arguing with you, Doctor. Our goal is to create the perfect deterrent.
That's why I agreed to help develop it.
However, in order to achieve that perfect deterrent, we must show the world our strength. 3 key principles ensure effective nuclear
Thanks, Tim.
deterrence. First, you must have nuclear weapons. Second, you must never use them first.
Why is nobody pointing it out in the comments?
If someone
My favorite song in the soundtrack.
must
Somebody said my
strike
favorite
back.
song in the soundtrack.
Unless we prove beyond a doubt that these 3 principles
What?
work in practice, the world will not accept our new deterrent. And the only way to do that is to show them we are capable
What kind of fucking bizarre world am I living in?
Isn't
Nobody's saying
deterrent
it.
supposed to stop nukes from being used?
Exactly. And so the one
Not
we
a single
launch will
one.
be the last one ever.
I
Maybe the
won't
quotes?
let you use my creation like
What?
that.
What the fuck is wrong with people?
Your creation. That thing wasn't even your idea to begin with. You stole it, didn't you?
What the hell?
Stole it.
Am I in some weird, like, Truman Show thing?
For bipedal locomotion from the communists in the first place.
You listen to me, Doc. Keep quiet. Do as I say. Not another word about stolen ideas.
Did we miss
Should
it?
we
Is it there?
You'll be the toast of the scientific community. And your name will go down in history as champion of both progress and national security.
The hell with that.
Doctor! Unless we prove we're capable of launching, Peace Walker is useless as a deterrent.
This is actually kind of creepy. What the fuck?
Me.
How is this possible?
We used each other. I'll get my old director's job back at headquarters, and you'll finally be able to walk tall among your colleagues.
I won't let you get away with this!
How unfortunate. Guess I'll just have to take your legs for myself. we are going to have to meet it halfway. V for victory.
Did I get a defective copy of the Phantom Pain that no one else has?
Wait.
With no Africa and bugs in it? Is that the problem here?
Don't do it! Snap out of it. Where are the nukes?
He's gonna do it! He's gonna launch a nuke!
This is honestly one of the most bizarre things I've encountered about this whole mess. Like, even if Kojima was talking about the continent itself, no, he put it in quotation marks because it's the title of the song. And then not a single person in the comments. Wait, the song is in the game file, it's in code, but not usable due to a licensing issue? Wait. So he doesn't. So it's just literally what I just said. They run out of budget, but Kojima doesn't know. So it's true. They run out of budget, but Kojima has no fucking idea. Wait, what? Is this true that it's in the game files? What? It just gets worse and worse the more we find out about it. What the fuck, man? Clearly, it was in chapter 3. Does Kojima also think that there's chapter 3 in the game? Is that why he's not ashamed of his words and deeds? This is fucking bizarre, man. This is like genuinely weird. It's not even a meme at this point. Something is weird. What the fuck? Okay.
Careful, Snake. I've never seen anything like that, and I've got no idea how to bring it down. Maybe the scientist knows. However you do it, take that thing out.
I don't think Kojima knows anything about the Phantom Pain state that it was released in. That would explain a lot. Damn, if only he wouldn't watch the stream.
Paz, what was the government thinking building a power plant at the top of a mountain? With no river to replenish the water, the lake would dry up pretty quick.
If it were an ordinary power plant, but the plan called for a pumped storage power plant.
Pumped storage power plant? Kaz mentioned that too. What is that?
It is a facility that generates electricity by pumping water up to the lake, then letting it run back down.
Huh. Seems Sisyphean to me.
If they turned the water into electricity as soon as they had pumped it up, sure. But a pumped storage plant acts as a kind of battery.
A battery?
For instance, they could pump at night when there is surplus electricity and store it for later use. If they need extra power during the day, they can generate it using water pumped up during the night.
I get it. It's a little more difficult to adjust output with thermal or nuclear plants.
The thing is, Costa Rica won't have enough electricity to meet its needs. Right now, there is no surplus.
Maybe that's what put the brakes on the project. Must have played right into the CIA's hands.
Man, how the fuck did we even start talking about it? I brought it up, but I forget why. Anyway, I didn't know that it was so fucking weird. This whole thing. What? What's that? Oh my god, that's like Hide the Pain. Hide the Pain, Kojima. Shit.
Watch out. It's El Galapago. It reduces its body weight by blasting air underneath it.
Fuck off,
that makes it a
upgrade.
lot faster than any tank. It also has a tight turning radius.
Any weak points?
Taking out its boosters could reduce its acceleration. You could also try destroying its machine guns.
I'll give it a shot.
We've lost many compas to that thing. Send it to the scrapyard.
Okay. Let's get naked. Let's get naked.
That's an AI weapon. The Pupa. It's fast, so be careful.
The Pupa.
Engaging shock units.
Lie flat to avoid getting hit when it charges.
Hey, you shut the fuck up.
Shoot them, not me! If you destroy the boosters on the left and right, you can stop it from charging at you!
Man, your shit is so slow. Nah, it's too fast.
Engaging shock units.
They've okayed your request for a carpet rock. This will be sent out shortly.
Destroy the treads on the left and right to stop it from doing its punch attack!
Oh shit.
Do you have enough ammo and items? Send them
those lightning rods out. They direct it to electroshock attack.
Ah, that's an ugly miss. Might need another supply drop for
There'll
it.
be some warning signs when it's coming out.
Maybe not, actually. Oh, who gives a shit? It's already here.
Pull the hatch and climb into the AI pod. Should be able to.
Oh shit, Cypher 366, thank you for 25 months. You've heard Miss Healy talking about making our own AI weapon. Like, who the fuck are you? We don't even know who he is yet. But he's talking about making our own AI weapon? What?
You can unlock memory boards by destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
Oh shit, little F there. I always thought maybe this is a little oversight. Maybe the first time you do this, he really shouldn't say that. But maybe they were counting on the fact that, it's Otto's voice, it's a familiar voice. So maybe you already know what's gonna happen. Maybe it's because people would recognize the voice. Thank you, Sir Redwood. I would have explained everything.
That was an unmanned weapon. A prototype. I made it myself.
Who are you?
I work here. Well, used to, anyway. Name's Huey. And who might you be? You don't look like one of those mercenaries.
Me. I'm an entomologist.
A fighting entomologist?
Yeah, I specialize in butterflies. I'm here to catch Ulysses.
Ulysses? Huh. I didn't think they lived in Costa Rica. Morphos, maybe?
That's it. Need to get some before the Washington Treaty goes into effect.
Says here Morphos aren't covered under the treaty.
Must have slipped my mind.
You sure you're feeling all right?
Anyway, long story short, the butterfly got away. So how about it, Doc? Did you make that big butterfly too?
Yes. And no.
What was that thing? What are they doing here?
Huh. Something tells me you're no ordinary entomologist. The nukes were loaded on that machine. The project's entering its final phase.
Project?
That's right. The thermonuclear warheads they brought in, the bases scattered throughout Costa Rica, the mercenaries, the AI weapons, the research we were conducting here. It's all for this. We used this facility to develop unmanned weapons.
Unmanned?
Robots. The one you just fought was a pupa. There's also a flying type called Chrysalis, and a treaded type, the Cocoon. Motor control, target detection, tracking, attack, capture, and transport functions are all controlled by an electronic brain. There's no need for a human pilot. They can only follow simple commands, though.
Why build them here?
For the CIA. They invited me here a year ago.
That's who that guy was.
CIA's station chief for Central America. Goes by the name of Hot Coldman. Apparently he was some sort of hero back at the height of the Cold War. He's the one running the show. We called it the Peace Walker Project.
Peace Walker.
They're going to deploy a new type of nuclear weapon along the Caribbean coast of Latin America. A mobile, unmanned nuclear platform.
Unmanned nuclear platform?
A fail-deadly system that can automatically move into position and launch a retaliatory nuclear strike. It can move on its own, and stealth shields it from radar and satellite detection, drastically reducing the risk of it being destroyed in a preemptive strike.
And this is the new deterrent?
Supposed to be. The problem is the locomotion system. There's no dry season in the Caribbean. It rains all year round. The terrain is full of tropical rainforest. A lot of the time you can't even build a proper road. So I went back to where it all started.
What's that?
Legs. Walking power. A mobile launcher carrying a thermonuclear warhead even more powerful than the Soviet RDS-220s. That's Peace Walker.
Chico's Basilisco.
We did the assembly and field testing here.
A walking nuke.
I sort of borrowed the original idea from behind the Iron Curtain.
The missing link between infantry and artillery. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear. But they'd actually need to deploy dozens of them. Coldman needs funding for that. And to get it, he's planning a test, which will also serve as a demonstration for the folks back at Langley.
Wait, he's launching a nuke to prove that his perfect deterrent works?
In his words, to prove that if someone attacks us, we will strike back. Put simply, nuclear deterrence is the idea of using nukes to keep nukes in check. If one side launches nuclear weapons, the other is sure to launch theirs in retaliation, which makes launching an act of suicide. In the end, neither side can use its nukes. It's thanks to this doctrine that the world's two superpowers have avoided all-out confrontation. Nuclear deterrence has brought us peace. At the very least, it's prevented another world war from breaking out. But the theory of nuclear deterrence exists only on paper. In reality, there's no guarantee that either side would follow through with retaliation. There's the chance that a preemptive strike could destroy all the missile bases, render them unable to retaliate. But the biggest flaw in the theory is that the decision to retaliate has to be made by human beings. Let me give you a real-world example. Let's say Country X launches first against Country Y. If the people in charge of Country Y are like you and me, they're not going to be able to retaliate, knowing that they're effectively ending all human life.
So then the weak link in nuclear deterrence theory is the uncertainty of retaliation.
Bingo. And that creates a loophole Country X can exploit to launch the first strike. Which is why we designed the system to be unmanned. With Peace Walker, retaliation is certain. It chooses the appropriate target and launches a retaliatory nuclear strike, every time, without needing human input to make the call. Launching a nuclear strike against Peace Walker is tantamount to pushing the launch button against yourself. It closes the loophole in nuclear deterrence theory, rendering our friends in Country X completely unable to launch. What Coldman is saying is that to achieve this goal, we need to demonstrate that retaliation will be carried out by a machine. He will launch his nuke. And then his version of deterrence will be complete.
And you believe him?
I believe in peace through nuclear deterrence.
Why?
My father worked on the Manhattan Project. He put his whole life into that research. And all it created was this illusion of peace called deterrence. And then I was born, unable to walk. I had no choice but to face up to the nukes. But if they do end up launching, it'll all have been for nothing. They've got to be stopped.
Where'd they take the warheads?
To a base near the border. The final test is 5 days from now.
Where's the base?
You're gonna stop them? It's kind of a hike. And besides, there's a surefire way to halt the project. You see, Peace Walker isn't quite finished yet.
What do you mean?
It's missing one last critical structural component. The AI. Its brain. The reptile pod, the electronic brain I was working on, can only follow commands like, go there, attack that. I guess you could compare it to the human cerebellum. But for nuclear deterrence to work, it must function in place of a human decision maker. It needs something to analyze the huge volumes of data coming in and select an appropriate target for retaliation. Hence, it needs the high-level decision-making ability of a cerebrum.
A mechanical cerebrum.
The hardware configuration is modeled on the human brain, similar to the pod I worked on, but its role is completely different.
Where's it being made?
A research lab to the north. An AI expert named Dr. Strangelove is developing it. Very hush-hush.
Dr. Strangelove?
Strangelove was recruited from the States, too. In the field of AI, there's no one better, that's for sure. But man, what a basket case. She hates everybody. Go to the lab and destroy Peace Walker's cerebrum. I'm pretty sure they haven't finished the final calibrations yet. I'll lend you my ID card. It'll get you through security at the lab. Oh, and one more thing.
What's this? A letter of recommendation?
Yeah, it's from me to Dr. Strangelove. Don't read it, okay?
So what will you do now?
I'm done with science. At this rate, I'm probably already halfway to hell anyway.
Not so fast. Why not join us? Our place is outer heaven. You'd fit right in.
Outer heaven?
Yeah.
I'm probably better suited to something like that than this paradise.
Good. You get a free balloon trip for signing up. Enjoy it. You'll feel like a butterfly.
You're an agent, right? Who do you work for?
Me. I was a Cold War tool, same as you. Now I'm not so useful anymore, so they cut me loose. I don't answer to anyone. Call me Snake.
Snake? That name seems familiar somehow.
It's probably just deja vu.
See that there? Beyond the cloud forest? See those ruins?
Yeah.
That's where you'll find Dr. Strangelove's lab.
Snake, the doctor's safe here with us.
Huey, how are you feeling?
Never better. This is quite the pad you've got here, boss. I'm impressed.
Call me Snake.
Whatever you say. Like it or not, everyone here calls you boss. By the way, if you're at all interested in improving your tech, by all means assign me to the R&D section. I'm pretty sure I'll be of some use. Once we have the necessary materials and blueprints, we can start work on that bipedal mech.
I appreciate that, but are you sure you're okay with having your work used for war?
I'll be using it to keep past mistakes in check. If I can help thwart the Peace Walker project, I'm happy to do it.
Deterrence theory, Huey style, huh?
Anyway, if you need any intel on the enemy's weapons or electronic brains, contact me. I've been given my own frequency.
Sounds good to me, Doc. I'll do that.
Good. Whatever the means, you must put a stop to their plans.
Hey, Frank Acosta, thank you for the 6 months. Did we Fulton him with the wheelchair?
Hey, boss,
Cargo 2.
you mind if we powwow for a sec?
What now? MSF brand rations?
Actually, that sounds... No. With all the men we have now, it may be time we started sending some of them to other countries.
You mean dispatching mercs?
How else are we gonna keep feeding the crew we have?
I know. You're right.
Okay, to deploy troops, select Outer Ops from the Mother Base menu. If it goes really well, we might even get new recruits, weapon design specs, or leads on new missions. We can deploy any vehicles or large-scale weapons in our arsenal as well.
And if things don't go really well?
Yeah, we could lose men. I won't try and force you. You're the one calling the shots here, boss.
I mean, yeah, the 80 million meme has been a thing for a long time, but there's non-official rumors that it was more than that. It was closer to 100. But let's not talk about how that budget was allocated, because holy shit. They sure had their priorities straight. There he is. The man responsible for it. Okay. Put all these guys in there. Ooh, Walkman, rank 2. Kojima puts himself in the big medic team. And put him in intel. And if we can get a couple more levels. Suppressor, there we go. Suppress 1911, the most OP thing in the game for sneaking. Okay, this stuff will have to wait for now. Now we got Huey, so Huey tapes. Huey tapes that are really good. Let's see if we got anything new. Here, what do we have? Scouts. Nothing with Paz. Stuff with Amanda. Now that we learned about Peace Walker. Okay, we'll do all these. Get comfy.
Doc, I'm starting to sense your feelings about nukes are a little different from your colleagues.
How do you mean?
Your little chat with Coldman back there.
I told you my father worked on the Manhattan Project, right? You're familiar with it?
The basics, yeah. It was the project that kicked off the nuclear age.
That's right. Some of the finest minds of the 20th century, including multiple Nobel Prize winners, worked on it. They spent over $2 billion, and that's in 1940s money. It culminated in the successful nuclear test at Alamogordo on July 16th, 1945.
And the first use in combat a few weeks later. Doc?
I can't walk.
What?
My spine isn't shaped like everybody else's. I can't move my lower body. So I've never taken a single step, not since I was born.
What's that got to do with your dad being in the Manhattan Project?
As a result of his research, my father was exposed to high doses of radiation. It can't be a coincidence that my chromosomes are messed up. That's why I didn't want for these nukes to be another sword of Damocles. I wanted to give them a real purpose, to be a deterrent against war.
Doc.
And Coldman, we have to stop him. Whatever it takes. August 6th, 1945, Hiroshima. August 9, Nagasaki.
The atom bomb attacks on Japan.
My father was married to his work. I don't have a single memory of going places or doing stuff with him on weekends. But even as a kid, I knew on some level that it was for his family. I respected him. My mother used to tell me all the time, "Your father is a brilliant scientist. He saved countless American boys from death. You should be proud of him."
Yeah. You could say the war ended because of those bombs.
When I was in the 5th grade, a Japanese student transferred to our class. She showed me photos of Hiroshima after the bomb. I couldn't believe my eyes. A city of over 350,000 people reduced to a scorch mark on the ground by a single atomic bomb. Houses blown off their foundations, burned to ashes. The only things left standing were the skeletons of steel-framed buildings. And it wasn't just the buildings. Blackened corpses on the side of the road. Survivors covered head to toe in severe burns. Within a few months, over 70,000 had died in Nagasaki, twice that in Hiroshima. For years after that, I couldn't talk to my father. Couldn't even stand to look at his face.
I know how you feel, Doc. But your father's your father.
If he hadn't worked on that project, my body wouldn't be like this. I could be researching something else. I could have lived a normal life. It wasn't so long ago the world stood on the brink of nuclear war.
Just over on the other side of the Caribbean.
I was 17 at the time. I'd skipped a few grades and was a sophomore at MIT. I remember feeling kind of apathetic about the news that came in every day. It seemed clear to me that as long as they had a grasp of the concept of nuclear deterrence, there was nothing to fear.
Either that, or they were fanning that fear on purpose.
As a way to secure a bigger defense budget? Huh. I can see that. But if that was their plan, it kind of backfired.
Because it ushered in the era of détente between East and West.
Coldman's really gonna do it this time. Once the nuclear genie is out of the bottle, the yoke of deterrence is going to be meaningless. People will die. Cities will burn. We have to stop him now before it's too late to turn back.
So you've been doing nuclear research your whole life?
No, not really. At first I wanted to be an aerospace engineer. For me, the Sputnik launch was a good shock, not a bad one. I thought the age when science was used for war was over, and that a glorious age of space exploration was dawning. The year I skipped ahead and got into MIT, Gagarin went into orbit, which made me more excited than ever. Of course, even back then, I knew the space race was just another facet of the Cold War.
Moscow had a leg up on us, and we were desperate to catch up.
I know. But for me, it was a happy time. I joined NASA, got to do the kind of research I loved. Our nation's prestige hinged on our work. They gave us whatever resources we asked for. I knew you could turn a rocket into an ICBM by fitting it with a nuclear warhead, but that didn't bother me so much. It didn't last long, though. The space and nuclear arms races took up enormous sums of money. America beat Russia to the moon, but that's where it ended.
Then came détente.
Exactly. NASA's budget was slashed as a result. My father being a nuclear expert and all, they put me to work on a more obvious deterrent. Missiles. At NASA, I'd been researching a locomotion system for lunar exploration. Tires aren't suited to driving around on the moon, you know. And that's how I caught Coldman's eye. Let's speak in hypotheticals for a minute. Say you wanted to make a clone of yourself.
A clone? Paramedic had the same idea. It's science fiction.
I'm just hypothesizing here. Okay, not a clone then. You have any kids?
Nope.
Wife?
I've never been tied down.
Okay then. So, we're still talking hypotheticals. Say you had a son who'd inherited your genes. Someone with the same combat abilities as you. Would you challenge him to a fight?
Not to sound cocky, but I wouldn't want to do that. No telling who'd survive.
I'll bet. You picked up on the Pupa 5000's combat patterns in seconds.
Only with your advice, Doc.
Well, if anybody could learn to do it just by listening, it'd be easy. But you're a born soldier. Yeah, you must have been born with genes geared for combat. Soldier genes, if you will.
Genes geared for combat? I don't care how advanced their research is. You can't blame genes for everything.
Blame genes? You think it's funny?
What?
You think genes have nothing to do with this body I was born with?
I don't know.
Look, that fear of facing someone of equal ability in combat, imagine that on a strategic scale. That's the concept of nuclear deterrence. The idea is, when all sides are armed with the destructive power of nuclear weapons, they'll avoid nuclear war in order to prevent mutual annihilation.
Doesn't sound all that sophisticated to me.
Exactly. It's so simple in principle. But because it's so simple, whether or not it works properly depends on the people involved. In that sense, what we're looking at now is a malfunction in deterrence theory.
Coldman.
You got it. Please, Snake, don't let deterrence die. The aim of the Peace Walker project is to achieve robust nuclear deterrence across Central America by deploying a new nuclear weapon system along the Caribbean coast. Peace Walker is also the name of the system itself.
A nuclear weapon named Peace. I can just see the look on Kaz's face. So why exactly does this new system need legs in the first place?
Because it's a walker, an unmanned weapon moving under its own power and capable of launching a deterrent strike from anywhere. That's the whole idea behind Peace Walker. The reason Peace Walker is a mobile nuclear weapon system is to maximize its potential as a nuclear deterrent.
How so?
If need be, Peace Walker can stay constantly on the move so that the adversary can't pinpoint its position. That allows it to avoid preemptive enemy strikes.
So you're saying it keeps the retaliation card in play?
Coldman likes to brag about it in this way.
Like a land-based version of an SSBN.
And there's another reason for them to be mobile. Peace Walker also has a self-destruct function.
Why would Peace Walker need a self-destruct function?
You saw it, didn't you, Snake? That sphere on Peace Walker's head?
Yeah?
That's a hydrogen bomb.
What? You're telling me that thing's a thermonuclear device? Do they have any idea what kind of destruction that thing would cause?
I know, it's crazy. I mean, even overkill has its limits. If it's strategic value they want, they could have gone with something smaller. It's like they want a weapon on par with Russia's Tsar Bomba.
This arms race is running way out of control.
It's an evolutionary dead end. A saber-toothed tiger. You can't load a warhead that big on a missile, of course. And no strategic bomber could carry it. That's where Peace Walker comes in.
So, it waltzes into enemy territory carrying a hydrogen bomb and blows itself up. Christ.
The biggest nuclear warhead ever actually detonated was the Soviet RDS-220, nicknamed Tsar Bomba. It had an estimated yield of 57 megatons, 10 times as much power as all the explosives used throughout World War II. The test took place on October 30, 1961, above Novaya Zemlya. The explosion is believed to have created a fireball over 2 miles in diameter. Can you believe that? Like a miniature sun. The explosion was seen as far off as Finland, 600 miles away, and some people even reported windows shattering. The shock wave traveled 3 times around the Earth.
3 times?
Peace Walker is armed with a massive hydrogen bomb, even more destructive than Tsar Bomba. It can sneak into enemy territory, lie low, and in the event of an enemy nuclear strike, detonate itself in retaliation. And the locomotion system that lets it do that? My research. Snake, those legs were supposed
Sounds like a deal. What made you put an AI into Peace Walker?
Well, for one thing, because it can't be manned. Peace Walker's designed to enter enemy territory and blow itself up, if necessary. You can't put a person inside a weapon that could blow at any time, can you? So we equipped it with an AI instead.
That's strangely humane of you.
And besides, Peace Walker was designed as a bipedal weapon system. You can't imagine how hard it shakes when it walks. It'd turn a man into mush. Plus, when launching a nuclear missile, it has to perform ballistic calculations in real time. See? Because it's always moving.
Hold on. If that's all it does, then a high-performance computer ought to do the job. It doesn't need intelligence.
That's a very good point, Snake. Which brings me to the real reason. Peace Walker needs AI to make decisions regarding nuclear retaliation. It's what ensures perfectly mutual assured destruction.
I've heard all this before. You want a war between machines?
We'd never actually launched the first nuke, of course. It's strictly a counterattack system. Only a politician could make such an illogical decision as starting a nuclear war. Conversely, if an adversary launches a nuke at us, the AI will not fail to retaliate. Therefore, the adversary can't launch. The AI guarantees it.
Even so, launching nukes without authorization?
Boomer captains have the authority to launch if land communications are cut off. It's the same principle.
Not even the captain of a boomer can make that decision alone. The way I heard it, that's the only situation where insubordination is allowed.
Only because humans are imperfect. That's Coldman's line of thinking.
You're saying that machines don't make mistakes? That's a myth. Worse than that, it's blind faith.
We wouldn't put our faith, our fate, into the hands of any ordinary machine. That's what the AI is for. The decision to launch a retaliatory strike requires high-level judgment. You have to take into account not only the state of the war, but the entire world. And sometimes, you need to make a guess based on incomplete information.
Huh. You think an AI can do all that?
Yeah. At least Dr. Strangelove does.
Okay, but why does Peace Walker need to walk on two legs? I'd think treads would be good enough.
You'd be wrong. As you know, the terrain in Central America is rugged and complex, especially along the Caribbean coast of Costa Rica. You've got jungles, swamps, mountains, and the only way to get across all that terrain, no matter how rugged, is on legs.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be tough to cross a swamp, even on legs?
It wasn't easy, that's for sure. The reason we picked Costa Rica as a proving ground is because we can test it on every type of terrain.
This Peace Walker project the CIA's talking about, you believed in it, huh?
Yeah, I believed. Actually, maybe I just wanted to believe.
What do you mean?
Here's how Coldman explained it. Peace Walker's a weapon for peace. One to ensure true nuclear deterrence. It'd be the anchor to bring stability to Central America. He told me, the nuclear weapon system you've built will never be used. It will forever stand vigil as an icon of peace. And to achieve that, he needed my bipedal locomotion technology. To be honest, I was flattered.
Flattered?
Wouldn't you be? My colleagues in the scientific community have never taken me seriously. They told me bipedal locomotion was a pipe dream, that it'd never amount to anything. It was the first time anybody recognized my work. How could I not be happy? And besides, it was my chance to surpass my father. To create nukes for peace. Or so I thought anyway.
But Coldman's really going through with it.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense, really. No one would give the project any notice unless they could prove that an unmanned system is capable of launching a nuke.
Why is Coldman going to launch a nuke? If all he wants to do is prove the AI retaliation system works, he doesn't need to put a live warhead on it.
I agree. He could demonstrate the system by launching the missile alone, without a warhead. I asked him the same thing at first. He said there was no point in using a dummy missile. That it'd take an actual nuclear launch to deter potential enemies. Launching the real deal gives him a leg up in negotiations with Langley. That's what he's really after. I based the bipedal locomotion technology used in Peace Walker on Soviet research. Actually, I'll be honest with you. I stole most of the basic ideas behind it.
Soviet? Bipedal? You mean Granin?
You know him?
Yeah. I met him at his lab in Russia. He helped me out a little bit.
You met him? What were you?
He was head of the Granin Design Bureau, creator of countless Soviet weapons.
I'd hit a wall in my research at the time. Granin's ideas solved nearly all my problems.
There's nothing unusual about using somebody else's work to further your own research, is there?
As long as you cite it, yeah. But I wasn't in a position to do that. His research was classified at the highest level. Soviet research, no less.
So you used it without telling anybody?
I wanted to show up my colleagues for once. The ones who never took me seriously. But you reap what you sow. Coldman seized on that vulnerability, Told me if I quit the project, he'd expose my larceny.
He had you by the balls, Doc. How'd you get your hands on Gronin's research?
That was also Coldman. He used his agency contacts to get a hold of it.
Giving you stolen information, then using it to blackmail you. Damn.
I knew it was Gronin's work the minute I saw it. See, I'd been corresponding with him for a while.
Corresponding?
Letters. Between scientists doing the same kind of research. He always complained that nobody understood his ideas on bipedal locomotion.
Ah, so you're the American friend he was talking about.
Obviously, he didn't write a word about the technology in his letters. Except for one time. If by chance anything should happen to me, I entrust my research to you. Better that than handing it over to these ignorant so-called scientists.
Sounds like him, all right.
Then one day, his papers actually came. It wasn't hard for me to imagine what had happened to him. I felt it was my duty to carry on his work after him. And also...
What?
I thought maybe combining his technology with mine could be a way to bring East and West together. Like the docking of Apollo and Soyuz.
It'll never make the history books. And it's still not a reason to plagiarize.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I never had the courage to tell the truth, that's all. I always looked for excuses to cover it up.
Until now.
Huh?
You told me everything. You're no longer a coward.
Metal Gear.
Huh? What about it?
You mumbled that when I first explained about Peace Walker. I'm curious what it meant.
Exactly what it says. Metal Gear. Gronin coined the term.
Gronin did?
He thought of his technology as the metal gear that meshes infantry with artillery.
I like the sound of that. Metal Gear. It's got a nice ring to it. Better than an outright lie like Peace Walker, anyway.
Those papers the CIA gave you, was there any data on the Shagohod in there?
Shagohod?
A nuclear tank that launches IRBMs. It competed against Gronin's system for approval.
Oh, the thing with the rockets. Designed by a guy named Sokolov, right?
What's so funny?
No, I was just remembering some of the commentary Gronin added to the Shagohod papers. You should have seen the way he badmouthed it. It was too conservative, too ugly.
I can imagine.
He was so angry when he wrote that, he smeared up the ink. And you know how shoddy the paper is over there to begin with.
I'll bet. That's Gronin, all right.
Imagine accelerating the launcher itself to 300 miles an hour to extend the range of an IRBM. As stupid as it sounds, it's a hell of a concept. Who but the Soviets would think of using a tank as the first stage of a rocket? I actually took a cue from the Shagohod when I developed the Pupa.
That hovercraft thing? You stole that one, too?
Give me a little credit. I only borrowed the concept. The technology is original. As it turned out, hover technology wasn't enough to handle all the terrain in Central America. It relied too much on brute force.
But the Shagohod was a major threat. That thing could corner like you wouldn't believe. Built pretty tough, too.
You sure know a lot about it.
It almost did me in. I couldn't forget it if I tried.
Did you in? So you were the one who took it down. Wow! You really are amazing.
I didn't do it alone.
No, seriously, thank you. We might not be here today if they'd begun mass-producing that thing. Then again, they're hard at work now miniaturizing nuclear warheads. Pretty soon they won't even need an accelerated launcher like the Shagohod.
Great. That means they're that much closer to being able to launch from anywhere in the world. Chico called Peace Walker the Basilisco.
Basilisco? Oh, right, Spanish. That's funny. I once used the codename Basilisk for the Peace Walker platform myself.
What for?
The class of lizards called basilisks can walk atop any type of terrain. In a pinch, they can even stand up on two legs and run across water. Perfect name for a system that can walk anywhere in Central America, right? Plus, there are the legends.
What legends?
The the basilisks of legend were highly venomous creatures. There's a story told by the ancient Romans. A knight slew a basilisk by piercing it with his spear. The creature's poison seeped up the spear and killed both horse and rider. Remind you of anything, Snake?
Nuclear deterrence.
Bingo. Kill it, and you die along with it. Your hands are bound. I wanted Peace Walker to be like that.
You should know that people aren't that rational. Sometimes people do things that don't make sense, even when they know they're going to die. Or maybe it's because of that.
Maybe you're right. But that's exactly what I don't understand.
Hey, Doc, what was that you were smoking in the lab? It looked like a cigarette, but it wasn't lit.
Oh, it's an electronic cigarette. I designed it myself. Pretty neat, huh?
Electronic cigarette.
Yep, a liquid in the filter that turns into vapor, and you inhale the microparticles.
So that was vapor.
I'd actually rather be smoking normal cigarettes, but not in that room. The smoke would wreck the precision equipment in there, ruin all its wiring. But the vapor is just steam. It doesn't contain tar or anything like that. So I can smoke it in the lab with no worries.
Nice.
Want to try one?
Nah, I'll stick with cigars.
Yeah, but...
I don't like imitations. The real thing's always better.
Okay. But you know, sooner or later, smoking's going to become very unfashionable across the world. It hurts you and those around you. Electronic cigarettes might not seem so bad then.
Yeah, when that happens, I'll think about it. You said your dad was involved in the Manhattan Project, right?
Yeah?
And you think that's why you can't walk?
I don't know. Actually, you know, probably not. So far, nobody's found evidence that exposure to radiation in parents causes genetic defects in children, except for those exposed in the womb. Epidemiologically speaking, anyway.
That's the conclusion of the Atomic Bomb Casualty Commission.
Right. The ABCC commenced its study immediately after the war, and it's still ongoing.
Even now, 30 years later.
The effects of radiation exposure last a long time. I'm guessing it'll be another 10 years before we get a real verdict on whether it affects genes. Granted, it's the most massive study anybody's ever done. But that's really all it is, a study. The ABCC brought in bomb victims and ran tests on them, but they didn't treat them.
Really? Them too, huh?
At any rate, that's what my father made me believe when I was growing up.
Maybe it was tough for your dad to explain. Ever think of that?
Yeah, maybe. But this is my problem now, Snake. I have to face the nukes head on, whether I like it or not. My creations are being used for the wrong purposes. The onus is on me to stop it somehow. Help me, Snake. Hey, as long as I'm here at Mother Base, why not assign me to the R&D team? You could use a guy like me.
Glad to have you on board. I'm sure Kaz is, too.
Once I've got the necessary materials and design specs together, I should be able to start building you that bipedal weapon platform. Nothing would make me happier than for my research to help put a stop to Peace Walker.
So this Dr. Strangelove was at NASA?
Yeah. Well, actually, Strangelove left for DARPA not long after I joined.
And then the two of you ended up back together doing research in Costa Rica.
Not exactly together. We coordinated on a few things, but the research projects themselves were separate from each other. We had it worked out so that Dr. Strangelove handled the mammal pod, Peace Walker's cerebrum, while I did the rest.
That letter, something to do with your research?
Huh? No, it's yeah, it's a report. Research findings.
Research findings? Anything in there we could use against Peace Walker?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Just don't read it, okay? Promise me you won't?
We'll leave this tape for when we're actually fighting Peace Walker. Not entirely sure why it's there. And hey, we got a new sub from 0Keiko. Thank you for the prime sub. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Let's see. The letter, we will read the letter. But it doesn't really do anything until later in the game anyway. And oh yeah, that's right. We have a bunch of other tapes. The tapes never end. Fuck it, we'll just do this one quickly, just by itself.
We've also confirmed that some of the enemies specialize in ambushes. Amanda's crew calls them scouts. They'll blend themselves in with the terrain and the vegetation. Then, when they see you, they'll swoop in. They fight pretty much like commandos, and will use clearing techniques to flush you out. In addition to wielding normal weapons, the scouts also carry wires.
Sounds like these guys know their CQC.
Could be. We've been getting reports of CQC attacks being blocked by wires. Stay alert.
These guys have the same CQC counter that the frogs have in MGS4. No budget for animation. Shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're talking about. This game absolutely, completely maximizes every space, every bit of space on the UMD for the PSP. It's not about budget. It's about getting absolute everything they could out of it. There's a certain other game that has plenty of budget problems we could talk about. Peace Walker's not one of them. Okay. Hey, why did you put me in the kitchen, Snake?
La CIA calls their new toy Peace Walker, eh?
Yeah. So?
It is an insult to us Nikos.
Because of the guy you were talking about. Walker.
Si. Although it happened over 100 years ago. Back then, the political parties in Nicaragua were at each other's throats. The Nicaraguan Democratic Party hired an American mercenary to help counter their enemies, the Conservative Party.
And that was Walker.
After taking care of the conservatives, Walker decided to seize power in Nicaragua for himself, eventually making himself president.
The Democratic Party gave him an inch, and he took the whole country.
But it did not end there. Not only did he make English an official language, he tried to reintroduce slavery. Walker's goal was to build a Caribbean empire, centered on the American South.
Caribbean Empire? Sounds kind of like what Coldman is trying to pull off.
The gringos are always like that. They invent some convenient excuse to trample all over foreign countries like they own the place. Peace Walker, ha!
What happened to Walker, in the end?
A united Central American army led by Costa Rica kicked his ass and sent him running back to America.
Then why don't we do the same? I, for one, don't intend to let Coldman get his way.
Good idea. I'm glad we have you, boss.
Yo, dude, Martian Dude. Guys, enjoy this 5 gift subs for Martian Dude. Thank you so much.
I'm afraid it's been...
You have taken such good care of me since you saved me.
This tape just hits different if you just stick her in the kitchen without healing her. You're taking such good care of me.
You have taken such good care of me since you saved me from El Colibri. I want to return the favor.
Just wait until you're healed up. Then we'll talk.
I appreciate that, but you need all the help you can get. It might take a while for me to heal completely,
those potatoes aren't gonna
but I'll
peel
be fine once I'm
themselves.
on my feet. Put me in a combat unit. I'll pull my weight.
I wouldn't expect any less from a Sandinista Comandante.
Enough flattery. But seriously, it does not feel right for me to be sitting here while my compas are out risking their lives.
One thing's for sure. Having you out in the field would be a big boost to Sandinista morale.
Of course, our ultimate goal is still the overthrow of Somoza. But until we get ourselves back in order, we will follow your lead, wherever it takes us.
Glad to have you on board.
May, thank you. Another 5 gift subs from me, thank you. Morning, I'm about to pass out here. This is probably in some about mission tab. Let's see what's next. Yep.
Snake, Peace Walker is the heart of the enemy's project. To prevent its completion, you'll need to either shut down or destroy the artificial intelligence that functions as its brain. According to Huey, that AI is now undergoing final calibrations in Strangelove's lab. It's inside a tropical cloud forest. Slip in and terminate that AI before they ship it out.
What the fuck is going on? What is that guy on about? I can write to Konami for the presence and what? Huh? Is this some kind of elaborate joke? I don't know. Ooh, we still have a bunch of past tapes here. Nice. Oh, did I not check her tapes earlier? Oh, that's crazy. They're all about this mission. They're only under about this mission. That's weird. Oh, okay, okay. Giant stone balls. He's asking for what he wants in Delta here. Maybe I'm in charge of the remake. Maybe he knows. And you guys don't.
Are there any large-scale ruins in Costa Rica, Paz?
There is a place east of Cartago called Guajabu. They have ruins there, but they're not especially big.
Not the place I'm thinking of. Any others?
Well, if you go a little way across the border into Nicaragua, there is a place called La Fortaleza de la Inmaculada Concepción. That is the only famous one.
Then what were those ruins I saw from up on Irasu?
There are a lot of things we still do not know about Costa Rica's ancient civilizations. There are giant stone spheres throughout the country. What they were used for is still a mystery.
Maybe he thinks we're some kind of official Konami stream or something. That we're developing the game here. Fuck Konami. Is that official enough?
The cloud forests cover the central mountainous region of the country. They are perpetually shrouded in fog. You get wet just standing there. It is as if the entire forest is inside a cloud.
Must make for poor visibility.
It does, but beauty too. It is like being lost in some mystical green labyrinth.
I'd rather not get lost, if that's okay.
The forests are also home to lots of rare animals, especially bright-colored frogs. They like the humidity.
Oh man, it's... Oh, what's that? You fired Kojima? Fuck Konami, Phantom Pain, blah blah blah. Oh, what? You were making MGS3? Never mind, Konami, here, take my money. I'll suck your dick. You guys are such fucking hypocrites. And the irony of it is gonna be a fucking meme storage facility, probably, but okay.
You know that butterfly painted on Peace Walker? Any idea what that is?
It is a morpho. A Pallades morpho, if I'm not mistaken.
Pallades morpho?
Uh-huh. It is the most common type of morpho in Costa Rica.
Huh.
It has these gorgeous metallic blue wings that shimmer in the light. You can see them even from a distance.
You mean they reflect light?
Correct. It is called structural color. Morpho scales have tiny bumps on them that interfere with the light and make them look blue. The space between the bumps corresponds to the wavelength of the blue light.
Let me see if I get this. So if you could change the spacing, you'd end up seeing a different color.
That is the principle. I heard somewhere it is being researched as a way to color cloth without dye.
Think of the camouflage you could make with that.
Is that all you can think of?
Hey, it's important. What I don't get is why they'd put a butterfly on Peace Walker.
Maybe because it looks pretty.
I hope that's all it is.
We should have a... Shit, that there's no indication whatsoever what the release date is gonna be, but... Day 1 patch for MGS3 Remake, maybe?
This area is a tropical cloud forest, continually covered in a thick mist. It is quite a mystical place.
Selva de la Leche. Forest of milk. I can barely see in front of me.
There you go again. The forest is basically sitting in a cloud, so of course it's going to be hard to see. But you know, the cloud forest is the only place many exotic creatures can live.
Well, if they're not edible, I'm not interested.
Snake, I'll have you know people travel from all around the world to witness Costa Rica's unique fauna.
Nice emote.
Snake, watch out for the frogs.
Why? They bite? Relax. No frog's ever eaten a snake. Although, I've feasted on a few frog's legs myself.
But they are dangerous. They are poisonous.
Poisonous?
Poison dart frogs live up to their name, I assure you. Their poison is so strong. The Indígena use them to make poison-tipped arrows. Some secrete poison through their skin. Even touching them can be dangerous. So don't go petting them or anything.
So... I can't eat one?
I am warning you.
He wants to eat it with Paz, but with Chica, he's like, I don't need to eat it. I have all the rations I want.
Chico, you know much about cloud forests?
Not that much. All I know is there's a world of difference between a rainy rainforest and a foggy cloud forest. But they have some things in common. Like, for instance, you gotta watch out for poison dart frogs. Both rain and cloud forests have high humidity, so they're perfect environments for frogs and other amphibians. I mean, it's not like just touching a strawberry poison dart frog or a dying dart frog is going to kill you, but don't eat them, no matter how hungry you get.
I can get all the rations I need from Mother Base. No jungle food for me this time.
Seriously? You're not disappointed you don't get to eat wild animals?
What do you think I am?
Just kidding. In Colombia, though, there's a frog, the golden dart frog, that's lethal to the touch.
How do you know all this?
Come on. Don't you think poisonous animals are cool?
Not if you get poisoned by one.
Well, obviously. One more thing. When you get to the forest, be on the lookout for Bigfoot.
I think I'll be okay there.
Oh god, here it comes.
For 3 vara. Can you believe that?
So he's kinda like a gorilla?
Completely different. Even the biggest gorillas only get to about 2 vara, and they walk on their knuckles. Bigfoot's big, and he walks on 2 feet, like people.
So he's more man than ape?
Probably. His ancestors must have split off from humans at some point. Like before they started using tools and stuff.
Yeah, but aren't the Rockies kind of far away from here?
Not that far. According to Darwin, humans came all the way over here from Africa. Plus, there have been sightings in Venezuela of an ape-man called Mono Grande. Costa Rica has tons of plant and animal species. So I'd expect there to be at least one kind of ape-man.
At least. Gotta admit, I've never heard of Mono Grande.
Yeah, he's not as famous as Bigfoot. He's similar, but he lives in Venezuela. To that?
That's the law of the wild. You catch your prey, you kill it, and you eat it.
Yeah. But punching is way more ferocious than biting.
Well, maybe it seems that way because that's what humans do. You really love UMAs, don't you, Chico?
Do you know what I think? I think UMAs should be dangerous. Otherwise, where's the fun in hunting them?
From here on in, suicide. Know the enemy's location before making any moves. Too bad you don't have some sort of radar.
I could try night vision.
Once you know where an enemy is, decide how you want to handle him. You could get into his blind spots.
Or drop him from a distance before he even has a clue someone's around. An eye for an eye, right?
Come on, do you need frames to listen to tapes? What, the little spinny icon in the back isn't smooth enough? Hold on, somebody seems to have put some gameplay in this tape. Oh, look, sound design. Chapter 2.
Be completed any time now.
It'd be nice to have a guide.
Already on it. I've enlisted Paz to help you. She knows the jungle pretty well.
Snake, I know you are an expert in survival, but you need to stay alert. You are in an ancient jungle so foggy, you can hardly see the trees. It is home to 2,500 species of plants, including 400 types of orchids. There are also 500 species of butterflies, and over 400 species of wild birds. The bedrock is solid enough that Mayan ruins have miraculously survived centuries of earthquakes.
An AI lab in a Mayan ruin. Who'd have thought, hey, Huey?
My sentiments exactly. That doesn't mean security's any less tight, though. You still have the ID card I gave you, don't you?
Got it right here.
That'll get you through the gate, no problem. After that, you're on your own. As long as the AI remains unassembled, Coldman's plan's on ice.
What about security inside the lab?
Well, it shouldn't be a problem for you. Strangelove demanded that the security presence inside the
You'll be seeing a lot of that Chrysalis UAV, and a bunch of patrol choppers too. There may be scouts in the jungle lying in ambush. As you approach the They're looking for you. Stay sharp.
Fucking hell is upload.
Strangelove's lab is a few miles to the north. It won't be long before the AI is complete. Don't let that happen.
Is Raiden game part of the marathon? Yes, I'm just 2 was already played.
Careful. If there's enemy scouts around here, they'll be nearly impossible to see.
Start.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Thanks, Miller.
Watch out. Enemy search may not spot enemies that are actively hidden.
Fuck off. Okay.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
At least now you guys are getting ridiculously low frame. Boy, thank you for the bits. The UFO tapes are not for a while, I think. Being consistent, I don't know why it does that sometimes. Or the speed is not that, but it's like unstable. I don't know, it's just annoying bullshit. I have 30 up and I can't even do 8 right now. Here we go. This guy.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
I wonder which continent I need to move to have internet that's stable. Tried a couple already. Time to bust out the semi-auto M60. I don't give a shit about fast, slow, that doesn't matter. Everywhere pretty much has the speeds that I need now. The problem is fucking stability. It's not about it being fast or being slow, it's about it being consistent. No ISP that I've ever dealt with has ever fucking understood what I do, what I need it
I got a
for.
report in from the R&D team. They finished plans for a new Hex-type plant, and today they're going to start construction on the first block. Can't wait to finally say goodbye to this scrap heap.
It's just for
The
some
only thing
fucking
is, we
reason,
don't have nearly enough GMP.
the speed
We'll
test
need to
might say,
recruit
yeah,
more
you have the
soldiers to
speed,
get more GMP.
but the stability
You
just
know
goes
what
up
to do,
and
Snake.
down.
Thanks for putting me on the
Really
R&D
fucking
team,
annoying.
Snake. I'll cut to the chase. We've commenced development on our own bipedal weapon. The only thing is, we don't exactly have easy access to resources here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have the budget of a defense department behind us.
I understand. That's why I want to ask you something. If you fight any more AI weapons, could you try to gather as many of their parts as you can? That would really make things go a lot smoother.
Again, easier said than done.
If anyone could do it, you can, boss. You single-handedly took out the pupa.
True.
Look, if you're not interested, I can just work with what we have here. I'm not trying to force you to take unnecessary risks. You're the boss around here.
All right. No promises. But I'll think about it.
Great. Also, each AI weapon has a head part that serves as the core of its armament. Recovering a head part will allow you to use the weapon associated with that part. But those guys won't go down without a fight, so don't get too preoccupied with this stuff.
Don't worry. I'm not about to risk my life for a bunch of scrap.
I would hope not. One more thing. Our new bipedal weapon needs a name.
Good point. We can't keep calling it our bipedal weapon.
I had a talk with Miller, and we came up with Metal Gear Zeke.
Metal Gear... Zeke?
Yep. As you know, Metal Gear was coined by Granin.
And Zeke?
It's a name the U.S. military gave to Japanese aircraft that flew during World War II. Zeke was the Japanese Navy's best fighter plane. So are you okay with that, Snake?
Sure. Fine by me.
Miller was saying that an army without borders will need a deterrent against other countries. He's right. With Metal Gear, MSF can achieve true independence.
Here's hoping.
Snake, That's a Hind. You've got to take it out somehow. Either neutralize the soldiers or bring down the chopper. Good luck.
Catarata de la Muerte means waterfall of death.
Huh. How cheerful.
I am sure it will be no problem for you, Snake. Especially compared to all the dire situations you've faced in the past.
Yeah, easy to say now. We'll see what really happens.
Sorry. Still, you have surprised me. Everything they say about the legend is true.
I'm neither hero nor legend. But for some reason, I don't mind you calling me that.
Thanks. Be careful, Snake. Peace.
Waterfall
Don't
piss.
even think about facing a chopper head-on. Guerrilla tactics would work well in a place like that. Moving from tree to tree will make it hard to get a fix on you from the air. That's your best chance.
Good thinking, Commandante. You clearly know your way around a battlefield.
Enough, boss. Time to stop talking and start using your ears. When you're hiding, you won't be able to see the chopper that well. It's important to use sound to get a read on its position. You could also try taking out its tail rotor. That would greatly reduce its mobility. And watch out for ground troops.
Copy that, Commandante.
Guerrilla tactics, moving from tree to tree. Okay. Let's get naked.
Let's rock.
Bust out the M60. This famously semi-auto M60 in this game. Some tranquilizer. Some more healing stuff, maybe. And some grenades. Wait, don't we have the throne marker now? Not yet, it would seem. Okay. Alright, let's smoke these fools.
Neutralize the enemy troops.
And stun them. Alright, let's break out the cockpit. That rate of fire. Hey, Demon Beast, thank you for the 15 months. Imagine a game so advanced that if you shoot different parts of the helicopter, it has different effects. I couldn't.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
What is he doing? He just did a 360. Here we go.
That's gotta be the leader. Can you take him down? The enemy leader's out cold. Bring him in.
So with helicopters, you can just use anything that's not explosions, so bullets-based stuff that break the cockpit, force the commander out, and you just put him to sleep. Easiest way. And all these guys have been specially trained to land their helicopters while asleep.
I'm starting to wonder if recruiting the soldiers with a Fulton isn't a little heavy-handed.
I already don't like where this is going.
I think the voluntary approach could be more pragmatic. Technically, we're not a corporate entity, but at our size, that's not too far from the truth. We can't keep using guerrilla tactics to find new blood. To search for volunteers, select recruit from the menu, or select trade to exchange soldiers with other mercenary units.
Yeah, provided we got the friends for that.
No friends. Alright, let's go save and hand it over to one dog. No, 2 dogs. No, 3 dogs. Not 1, not 2, but 3 dogs. Holy shit, come on. Put these fools in there. And save. Alright, let's put this on my little USB drive. Getting a lot of mileage out of it. Elgato versus 3 dogs. Where are we at? Here, large leader. Alright. Eat some Shisha 5 for a minute, guys, while I give this 3 dog.
She survived. 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 She survived.
Alright. Now, since this is actually Peace Walker, while we wait for the 3 dog. Actually, I guess I could have switched already. Okay, I gave him the save. I would just need to wait a couple minutes for him to download it, extract it, put on his PS3, and confirm that it's, working. While we do that, we can fuck around though. Until 3 dogs ready. Should only be a couple minutes. So I'm just gonna load up something. There you go, Puyan.
Someone's planning to extract enemy soldiers via Fulton recovery. Thwart their attempt by shooting down the balloons. We're calling this the Puyan mission. Support our troops. Shoot those balloons.
Wow, imagine side ops having variety of tapes and dialogue to them.
So all I have to do here is shoot down the Fulton recovery balloons, right?
Right. And don't shoot the soldier dangling underneath by mistake. I'd go with a sniper rifle, but really any weapon will work as long as you aim carefully.
Balloon popping.
You might get more balloons if you do this one as a co-ops. The, sky's the limit. Look at it this way. It'd get real depressing real quick if every single mission were a bloodbath. It's good to have a nice, relaxing challenge like this once in a while, you know? Oh, come on, don't those Fulton balloons look tasty? Like big, juicy, floating pigs?
Yeah, sure, whatever. So, this is called a Puyan mission. What's that supposed to mean?
When I was a kid, my neighbors had a pet pig they called Puyan. Every time I see a Fulton balloon, it reminds me of that little porker.
Okay, but the objective here is to pop those balloons, right? Doesn't sound like a good idea getting emotionally attached.
Good point. Man, if only those were real pigs dangling from the balloons. Now wouldn't that be something?
Yep, not a bloodbath. Those guys falling to their deaths. Yep. All good. Shinley, you've been here how long? You never seen this? Impressive.
Suddenly, I had a craving for pork.
Hey, Snake. Did you know the yan in Puyan means something like Mr. in the Osaka dialect of Japanese? You stick it on the end of people's names, so you'd be Snayan.
It's heart-shaped.
Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
We're not done yet.
That's a barbecue spit. To stop roasting, press the action button one more time. Hey, that looks delicious.
Easy here, thank you for the 5 gifts of subs. I'm not sure what's going on with 3 Dog. I was kind of hoping it'd be done by now. He disappeared. Maybe he was one of the balloon guys. Rare ration.
Don't quit your day job.
Oh, it's almost like this game is content. Oh well. Let's burn this one.
Don't quit your day job.
Ah, nice. Okay, 3 Dogs ready, guys. Let's see what Kaz says here.
Don't quit your day job.
I thought he had another line too. Alright, I'm out of here. Literally.
Keep it up.
Alright, guys, we're gonna switch streamers. You know the drill by now. Stream is gonna go down a few seconds. Don't go anywhere. 3Dog will be right back up where we left off. Nice music. If you